Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two Guns, do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whatever. It sounds like he said... We're live. Okay, welcome audience to the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast. And Skeppy says, 1 hour show, please. You only want 1 hour? I don't know.
Well,
Are we giving people
says that
2
he
hour
wants me to
show?
play Shroom and Gloom. He's weird.
Priority, Skeppy. I mean, come on. We
Yeah,
got to
what the
talk
fuck?
about some important issues here.
Yeah.
So, Shab, how much do you know about the government shutdown?
I know that it happened, and it's the Democrats' fault. And
Yes,
that's what I
everything.
know.
Blame them.
Yes.
Blame the other side. It's
Those
always the other side's fault.
Fucking Democrats. Those
But-
painting their
Fucking
hair
liberal
pink,
crats.
and then
Here-
fucking shutting the government down.
Them goddamn blue hairs shut down the government.
Now, here, I do think that it is sort of more like affirming, or it's less disheartening, where Trump has been bypassing a lot of decisions by the federal courts, and he hasn't been abiding by the checks and balances of putting things through Congress before he actually follows through with his executive actions. But
Behaving like a
here-
criminal.
Well, here the shutdown's been going on longer than ever, and so far he hasn't just bypassed the process and done whatever the fuck he wants. So at least when it comes to worrying about him being too authoritarian, which I think he still has because he hasn't been abiding by the checks and balances, here it kind of shows that okay, he hasn't decided, hey, you know what? Even though there's a government shutdown. Executive branch of the government, just do your thing, whatever. We're going to continue to pay you, do whatever, and because Congress and the courts don't have any sort of law enforcement officers of their own to make sure that if we don't do what we're supposed to, we face some kind of penalty, it's good that he's actually abiding by the process. So at least here, it gives faith that he doesn't run in 2028 and become president dictator like Erdogan or something.
Shutdown entering day 36. It is now the longest on record as you're taking a live look there at Capitol Hill. As I just said here, entering day 36, which means it broke the record as the longest ever, disrupting lives of millions of Americans with federal program cuts, flight delays, and federal workers nationwide left without paychecks. President Trump has said he won't negotiate with Democrats over their demands to discuss expiring health insurance subsidies until they agree to reopen the government.
Now, here's the thing. The Affordable Care Act, which there was a government shutdown when Obama was in office. There's things to criticize about Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, but this is where people on the right are like, hey, this is communism, because it tries to support, push America more in the direction of adopting a universal healthcare system. And again, they clearly don't know how the government works, because saying that universal healthcare is communism is like saying that the military is communism or the fire department is communism. But clearly they know their shit when they don't understand the difference between the social and private sector.
That's the thing, John. A social program, that's a socialist program, John.
Yeah,
You know
they're
what
all funded
Nazis
in
were?
similar ways.
They were democratic socialists, John.
Yeah.
Goddamn right.
The Nazis, they breathed oxygen, and Democrats
They were
breathed
actually
oxygen.
national
Therefore,
socialists.
they're, yeah, 100%.
Social just yesterday, and we brought you this news when it broke here, as he said that SNAP benefits won't be paid until the shutdown ends as well.
Now, SNAP it used to be called food stamps. Now it's just called SNAP. And I believe the way it works now is instead of giving people like, they used to be like these paper coupons. Now it's on some kind of debit sort of. It's akin to like a debit card. So that way it's more digital now.
Trump, whose first term at the White House set the previous government shutdown record, is set to meet early today.
Now, here's the thing. This is communism. These people, they're just asking for handouts. Now, the problem is that a lot of people who receive these kind of benefits are conservative. That's the other irony, is that you have that dynamic of the people who would benefit the most from more left-leaning policy tend to be right-wing when it comes to their views. And I think the Dunning-Kruger effect, I know John Bingo, but there's that big element there. If you look at a map of the country based on, it's not just by state, but municipality. Like, all the areas that are red tend to be less well off economically, and they tend to have poor academic attainment. And then the areas that are blue, they tend to have, on average, higher academic attainment and more financial stability. So a lot of times it's people who are in these more like destitute situations that would benefit more from this sort of social aid, but now it's being cut off because of, well, I guess if you want to blame the Democrats, it's their fault. It's the fault of the other side.
Breakfast with GOP senators, but no talks have been scheduled with the Democrats. Talks have intensified among some centrist senators trying to negotiate an end to the stalemate, and expectations are high that it would break once election results were fully tallied in Tuesday's off-year races. Democrats sweeping key contests for governor in Virginia and New Jersey.
And I believe currently they need 5 Democrat votes. So I know Mike Johnson, he's pleading, please, the 5 votes we need, please come forward and like break the gridlock here.
And New York City mayor. But earlier in the afternoon, Senate Democrats left an hours-long private meeting with no certain path forward. And we actually had heard from Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, as he said,
and somebody mentioned in the chat, a lot of them are veterans as well. And also, it's if somebody serves in the military, there are a lot of benefits that veterans get. And I'm not against veterans getting that, like paying for college, university, but you could sit there and argue that that's social institution.
Yeah, I was going to say,
communism.
John, that sounds like socialism to me, dude. I don't know if socialism's any better if we just gatekeep the socialism besides selling your soul to the American military.
All the options. President Trump's approach to this shutdown is different than his first term, when the government was partially closed for 35 days over his request for funds to build the U.S.-Mexico border wall. And at that time, he did meet publicly and negotiated with congressional leaders. But this time,
that wall really is a priority.
Sent lawmakers home in September after they approved their own funding bill. In the meantime, food aid, child care funds, and countless other government services are being interrupted, and hundreds of thousands of federal workers have been furloughed or expected to come to work without pay. We also heard from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy as he predicted there could be even further impacts on air travel next week if air traffic controllers miss another paycheck.
And that's another thing. We're going to very recently, something happened. So I do have news stories that cover that. But before the shutdown happened, you had Doge and other policies where we were cutting funding and laying off people who worked as air traffic controllers. And you saw this giant rise once Trump took office in the beginning of this year of aerial vehicular sort of accidents and collisions and crashes. So now they're not being paid because of the shutdown. And, that's definitely going to affect their performance. So, something that while they were being paid, but with the other policies interfering or having an effect, you had a lot of like disasters in the air. So do you think, I don't know, something's likely to happen due to this?
No, it'll all be fine. God will save them goddamn aircraft.
I think something will happen, John. I think there will be more mid-air airplane collisions, and I think more planes will crash, and I think that'll happen.
Now, do you think that if we had a wall built across the border and the illegals weren't allowed to get in, we wouldn't have these crashes?
There's a good chance, maybe
real problem.
Maybe we'd been able to save all that money on ICE, John, and put it into our air traffic control center.
Democrats want the wrong health care.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Fuck
we go.
emphysema and COPD, dude. I want to get my willy cut off. That's what the Democrats are in for, dude.
And I love it when they'll ask, give one example where that's worked. And it's just, are they really that ill-informed? It's just, are they not aware of other like developed countries that you'll just look at the data. The citizens are more happy with the healthcare plans, and they tend to just have better health overall. You look at a lot of the Nordic countries and plenty of other European countries where they had universal healthcare, and it fucking works. So are they communist countries? Is Denmark and Finland and the UK, are they communist countries?
Sounds like they need some freedom to be imported.
John Thune said this has been not only the longest shutdown, but also, quote, the most severe shutdown on record. I wanted to share some comments here from Thune.
You know what's funny? I'm sorry, I just got to say this. Matthew Steinmeier in their chat says, every benefit veterans get is absolutely earned. You might try it sometime. If only you realize that our government failed to hold up their end of the bargain for a good fucking chunk of the veterans who have essentially sold their souls to just get a little slice, a little taste of that socialism that America gatekeeps beyond its.
Plus, when you're talking about
the military can't take everybody either.
The way any sort of like element service of the social sector works is it's paid for through taxpayer money. So you work, you pay taxes, and if one of your neighbor's houses catches on fire, and if it spreads, your house catches on fire, well, you've earned that service of having the firefighters come out and put the fire out. So part of universal healthcare is you're still paying for it to some extent through taxpayer money. So it's still earned if you're working and contributing to the economy.
Yeah, but you didn't try to fight and die for your country, John. So you just
but
get
nuance, what's
capitalism. That? You get regular old capitalism.
Well, I'm not saying that people who serve in the military shouldn't get certain services or whatever, like providing them with like college education and other benefits. But I do think universal healthcare, that definitely is a right that anybody who lives in the country is entitled to.
That's nationalist socialist chalk right there, John.
35th day of the shutdown, the longest shutdown on record and the most severe shutdown on record. Something that was totally unnecessary in the first place, obviously, but we're hoping this will be the week when the Democrats come to their senses and decide to reopen the government. Of course, if you look at why we are here in the first place, it's hard to explain. I still don't know exactly what it is they want. We have accommodated a lot of their questions and concerns. They want to have a discussion about health care. We offered that up a long time ago. And, clearly I've talked repeatedly about having a normal appropriations process where we put bills on the floor, open it up to the amendment process, and allow people to have their voices heard and how we fund the government the old-fashioned way. So I'm still at a loss as to what it is exactly.
I believe currently they want to ratify a new amendment that has to do with allocating like food services and in a scenario like this. So I know there's something going on there. I haven't really looked into that yet, but we might get a new amendment added to the Constitution.
They're trying to get out of this. The one thing I do know is as the days roll by...
No, the wall does not work. Okay. I'm sorry, the wall does not work. There's somebody in the chat that said, try actually researching things, the wall works. No. Not work. Okay.
Yeah, try actually researching.
Have they done their research? So what research have you done? Besides probably like skimming through a couple articles. I mean, even that, like a lot of people that you talk to that would act like,
watch a lot of YouTube.
It's just, are you doing any greater level of research compared to any other American? I mean, if you're an American where every once in a while you'll read an article or two from a major journalistic source, which a journalistic source is like something akin to a wiki, like Wikipedia. It's something it's scraping the surface when it comes to doing your homework. A lot of journalistic sources that are like written at an 8th grade level. So it's just that alone doesn't really entitle you to think that, I definitely engage in a more extensive level of research compared to the average Joe. But from there, it's like most Americans don't even do that. But even if they did do that, it's like, do you honestly think you're going that extra step when it comes to doing your homework, like reading a book or two on the subject, cross-referencing these journalistic sources with peer-reviewed sources? But nah, they clearly know their shit. It's not like if you ask them to name their or cite their own sources, they wouldn't be able to do so.
And pain of the shutdown grow more severe for the American people. And especially if you are a government employee or the family of a government employee who's no longer getting paid, there are more and more stories of people out there who are trying to live paycheck to paycheck. And now you've got the food assistance going away, the SNAP program. You have Head Start and young kids who need to be able to have access to education. That's increasingly at risk. You'll see more and more probably next week with Veterans Day rolling around, Democrats out there posting nice videos and photos with veterans, which most of us probably should and will do. But the better thing they could do is actually support our veterans by opening up the government and allowing these regional offices to get open today, open again.
And here's the thing: you can probably put some criticism on the Democrats. Maybe they could negotiate more. Maybe there are more things they could agree to or go without. But are the Republicans being as altruistic as possible? Are they being as compromising as they should be? So this is another scenario where there is no nuance without really looking into what offers either side has made. It's 100% the other side's fault. It's just black and white. That's how everything works. There's no nuance. It's just my side is completely in the right. The other side's completely in the wrong. That's typically how very complex systems like this work when we're talking about a government that governs hundreds of millions of people.
The GI Bill hotline to start functioning and operating again. There are so many ways in which Americans are impacted by this.
Okay. Very quick sidetrack here, Gene. Skeppy, I got a thumbnail and everything ready, and I have assets ready to start streaming games again. I had I had some medical issues recently that threw me off really bad from streaming, and that's what stopped me. But DPRPG is first in line. Sorry about that. Let's go.
Okay, let's continue.
Come to mind immediately. So I'm hopeful again that this is the week in which the Democrats will conclude that this is not a good thing. And while they may believe politically that it's in their best interest, and obviously we've seen lots of statements that suggest that, it's certainly not in the best interest of the American people. The American people are those who are caught up in the political games being played here in the Senate by the Senate Democrats. All it takes is 5 of them. We have a bill sitting at the desk, which we voted on.
Yo, we need 5. Please, someone come forward.
Next there we go.
Good morning, everyone. We'll just say a word.
And here's the thing. A lot of people that are going to disagree with us in the chat, I wondered, do they know who this guy is? Would they be able to tell you?
No, probably not.
Fucking hell. Fuck him.
Yeah. So let's see. If anyone in the chat can actually sit here, or anyone in the chat without Googling it, can they tell us who this dude is?
First person in the chat
right now.
First person in the chat who says who this is gets 10 internet points. You can't cash in. Points don't matter.
10 whole internet points.
Our form of internet socialism. Jeez. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of very expedient responses.
That's Magic Johnson.
Up and said his name, Magic Johnson. I almost accidentally said, 10 points to whoever can tell us who Mike Johnson is.
Okay, at least FaZe did say it. So a lot of people, if you ask them from there, what does the Speaker of the House do?
They speak in the House.
Yeah, exactly.
They do that House speaking. Duh.
So I can't tell you how many older conservatives I've talked to where if you just quiz them on that, it's just cue the awkward silence of them trying to give a response. And you'd be shocked that if you quiz people on that, like, who's third in line to be president? Like a very large percentage of Americans would not just immediately say, Speaker of the House.
Before we begin here, our condolences, our prayers go out to the Cheney family.
Of course, we've going back to the topic from earlier about SNAP and stuff like that, and about wanting people to have a better life. A lot of people will, with access to better education, and if they're not hungry, and if they have transportation to these education facilities, I think we would see a lot less of that being a problem. People being politically illiterate.
Oh, and maybe a better educational system.
Yeah. That was the first thing I said.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney. Scripture's very clear. We give honor where honors due.
Oh, Dick Cheney. So, what percentage of people do you think who are maybe most older Republicans would know this, but a lot of younger Republicans, if you ask them who Dick Cheney is, they wouldn't be able to tell you. You guys
He's
know?
the vice president of I don't know.
The Bush administration.
Oh, come on, Cheb. You
was
should have
during-
known.
It was during
let me guess. Hold on. I
I
want
just said it.
Oh, you said
He
it?
didn't hear you. He didn't hear you. Guess,
Oh.
Shab.
Whatever
Who's
he said.
Cheney? Who
Whatever he said.
who was Cheney VP to?
Uh,
And
Oh.
did
a dead
he
quail.
not shoot a man?
It was Bush Jr. And he was known for being like the VP that you could
Yeah.
say had the most.
That's what I was gonna
ri-
say. That's what I just said. George Bush. You didn't even kiss
Some
me
hunting
for
guy who shot a man. Good one, Mickey
okay,
Richards.
Go on, Gene.
But he was known for probably like, and that's debatable, but having the most, I guess, free range in terms of his executive decisions compared to any other VP. Because when 9/11 happened, Trump was currently on a flight, and I think he was like on, what is it, Air Force One, and they were having issues with like the radio transmission, so they weren't able to get communications from Bush himself. So Dick Cheney was sat down. It's like, you're the VP. You're the one that needs to tell us what to do. Are we shutting down the airports? So some say that he actually had like the most say or influence when it came to just executive power as a VP, because for the most part, the VP is just there to be the backup president and to break the like a tie or to give the tie-breaking vote in the Senate.
I thought he was most well known for shooting that guy and almost getting away with it.
That too.
Their country loved served
Mostly getting away with it.
As you know, Dick Cheney served as
It's an
vice
accident.
president. He served as a secretary of defense. He served as a congressman, of course, from Wyoming, and as the youngest chief of staff to any president in the history of the country. And so the honor is certainly due to him, and our prayers go out to the family. This is now day 35 of the Democrat shutdown. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think any of us expected that it would drag on this long. We didn't believe, we couldn't have imagined. It's now tied for the longest shutdown in U.S. history, and we didn't think we'd have to come in here every single day.
Now, if there was a Democrat in office currently, and it broke the record of the longest shutdown in the history of the U.S., do you think they would sit there and claim that, yeah, it's the Republicans that just won't yield, so it's their fault? Or do you think they would be claiming that, yeah, the head of state in office and everything, it's Biden, Kamala, Obama, so yeah, it's just them. See, look at how they're the worst president in history, because they're the president in office during the longest government shutdown. And it's just them being a like crass, just counterproductive head of state. That is the reason and the only reason why this is going on. This is just under like the Obama administration or the Kamala administration. It's just, you know damn well if the roles were reversed, they would not be.
That's the real problem, is that they're suddenly capable of just a little bit of nuance the second the roles are reversed.
Day after
Here you go, John. Speaking of role reversal, here's a good gotcha from the chat from Matthew Steinmeier. Without Google, name Biden Secretary of State.
God, I actually do know this. I forget his name.
Do you?
I
Without
do.
Google, John.
God, what was his? I forget. I'll admit
Gotcha,
it.
John. You're a dumb fuck libtard cuck,
Idiot,
John. You're just dude.
You're an SJW.
the obvious
I guess they got me.
people, and to put on
Got him.
every day what is happening here. Again, it's a split screen. We talked about the split screen in the country right now.
Oh, here you go, John. Who's
Our-
the
our
Secretary of
ratings
State
do remind
now?
us You can trust the American people, and we do.
Where is
It's
who-
Tom. It's Tom Bondi.
Palm.
I can't pronounce. Or no, she's
Pam
the Attorney
Bondi.
General. It's
Pam Bondi's the
yeah.
Who said that in the
It's-
chat?
Got him. Our friend Matthew.
No.
Steinmeier.
It's Marco Rubio. I know. It's Marco
Oh.
Rubio, and then
Now,
That's terrible.
Matthew.
What?
Can I ask you whether that is like kind of an anecdotal thing to ask? Because
I was gonna say, if it like regardless of what side you're on, if it was like a couple administrations ago. I can understand if you can't remember.
Apparently, it was Anthony Blinken.
Anthony Blinken.
Yeah, I can't recall a single meaningful thing he did. So maybe that means, hear me out here, Matthew Steinmeier. Maybe Anthony Blinken was a shit fuck Secretary of State because he really didn't He didn't leave a mark on any of us. We didn't care to remember his name out of a bag.
Now, would they be able to tell us what the Secretary of State even does?
That's a good question, Marco. That's a good question, Matthew Steinmeier. What is the responsibility of the Secretary of State?
The state, dumbass.
Without Google.
I know Hillary was the Secretary of State in the Obama administration.
Terrible decision.
Yeah. And yeah,
I can remember that, and I know that. Terrible decision. Hillary as the Secretary of State? God, you thought this was a libtard podcast? You won't see us.
Yeah, no Clinton fans here. No fans of Bill or Hillary.
Well,
you see the facts here. They see that President Trump and the Republican
Party. Maybe Chelsea.
He's a guy that got a blowjob in the office, right? I'm cool with him.
You know? Dog. And guess what? It wasn't even on Epstein Island. Oh, well, maybe he got some of those too. All right, well, I take it back.
Wouldn't shock me, honestly. But yeah, not exactly proven yet.
Everybody was partying at the Epstein Island.
I don't know, dude. He had that painting of Clinton in that fucking Lewinsky dress, dude.
There we go.
Positive results for the American people, delivering on our promises. We passed the Working Families Tax Cut, which is the largest middle-class tax cut in American history. We signed into law as part of that. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Big savings for those on Social Security. We strengthened Medicaid with popular, common-sense reforms that strengthens the program. We've improved healthcare access in rural communities, and we have reduced premiums.
Hillary eats
There's a lot more work to be done there. It's the Republicans who are delivering those reforms.
I would also argue the Secretary of State, out of all of the cabinet officials, it's they're in charge of all the embassies. And Marco Rubio, I will say, is kind of a shitty sort of Secretary of State because he should be the person who is engaging more in the diplomacy with other government officials of other countries. But it seems like Vance has been the one who has been engaging in that sort of practice more. And I will give him credit, JD Vance at the very least, he knows how to suck up to different heads of state, with President Modi or Prime Minister Modi of India. But the Secretary of State, usually they make the news. So Hillary Clinton made the news when she was Secretary of State when you had that one embassy that was under attack where she failed to get the staff out of there before they were actually executed. But it makes more sense that the Secretary of Defense, the Attorney General, they're much more likely to make headlines because I think they definitely have much more responsibility than the Secretary of State. But it's kind of odd because the Secretary of State, I think they're fourth in line to be president. And what's odd is the two cabinet officials that are in line to replace the president, the Vice President and Secretary of State, seem to have less responsibility compared to a lot of the other cabinet officials.
We restored American energy dominance. We got the border crisis solved. We are reducing and handling the crime crisis in city by city around America. And we have restored peace through strength. That is on one side of the screen. Over the past 34 days of the shutdown, the Republicans have been the only ones working in good faith to end the shutdown and get everyone paid and get the services flowing again. And we have voted that way 14 times. That's on one side of the screen. On the other is the Democrats. And it's such a stark contrast. Because in the last 10 months, the only thing that party has accomplished for the country is to shut down the federal government and cause this pain.
Oh, somebody asked, no other global democracies government shut down. It's crazy. Why do Americans allow this? Yeah, it is stupid, and it does seem like something that is kind of an antiquated sort of policy that's in play from the 19th century, early 19th century America. So you will see that where there are certain elements of our federal government that just date back to the 18th, 19th century where it just, for some reason, it hasn't been filtered out yet. It makes no sense why this is even a thing anymore.
The past 5 weeks have been painfully clear that Democrats are not interested in doing their most basic job.
So, John, what do you think about this strange comment I just found in the chat? A person named Dirk Cobain just said, "I would call this an independent podcast. If you identify as a Democrat or a Republican, I'd say you're part of the problem. Legislating dogma of any kind will be the end of this great free country." What do you think about that comment by a certain Dirk Cobain?
Is that a Dirt Sock account?
No, Dirk Cobain said, "I would call this an independent podcast."
Yeah.
If you identify as a
100%
Democrat or a Republican, I'd say you're part of the problem. Legislating dogma of any kind will be the end of this great free country. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think that there should be more of a no-party system. I think each candidate should run on their own principles, their own ideologies. I don't think it should be this sort of team sports nonsense, and I think that's what a party system does, is it just divides people.
Spoken like a true libtard Democrat, John.
And I know human beings in general, it's like people love their team sports. It's our side, their side. I mean, we speak English, they speak French. We worship this god, they worship that god. We have Sega, they have Nintendo. I mean, they're just they're the wrong side. They do life wrong. Clearly, they don't know what they're doing.
Republicans have blast processing.
Team Xbox, dude.
Yeah, my side's clearly the superior side, and there's no bias at all. No in-group, out-group bias, no tribalism.
Motivated by one thing and one thing alone. The Schumer shutdown was never about health care or any other policy that they claim now.
Someone tipped, and it's... It's just saying JJ over and over again, and I don't know if they could hear it on the stream. I'm not used to tips coming through and being all crazy, but check the StreamLabs and see what that was, Gene.
JJ.
Here, I'm gonna keep this running.
Thank you again for your kind contribution. If you would like, there is a StreamLabs link that I'm gonna post right now in the chat. You could force us to acknowledge your comments with money. It can happen. And you can do it by clicking this link.
But I'll tell you what it is ultimately about, truly. And this is something that can be demonstrated, and everyone here knows it's true. As I summarized yesterday,
make what happen? No. Here, just talk to the chat while I sort it out.
That's true, Bill Hicks.
Is it not part of your StreamLabs?
Huh?
Check your StreamLabs things.
That's what I'm doing now.
Otherwise, I don't know where this is coming from.
Hey, Shab or John or Shab, you could do this right now. You could pin the comment I just posted right now with the StreamLabs
the professional pedestrians.
And you can click that link I just posted in the chat, and you could force us to acknowledge your comments with money. We have no other choice. If you send us $1, we have to respond to what you say.
I don't know it.
That's right, dueling banjos. Feed these guys, send money.
We need our handouts. Wait, I need to log into it. It's being weird.
Well, I'll say, maybe Shab, you have some other StreamLabs tied up in whatever you got going on, because as far as this stream has been going, we've made $231. That's it. You know, and be honest, that's September's goal. So right now we're in November, so we are way behind, dude. Way behind.
Recent events. Yeah, I don't see any recent tips on the
Okay.
So I don't know where that's coming from.
Doing what you're doing there.
Yeah, Shab. I would just hide that in OBS.
Never about healthcare or any other policy. It is about fear. It's about fear. Right now, the Democrats fear political.
Statistically speaking, when handouts are happening, a lot of them are going to red states, red districts, and Republican voters. And as for the Republican voters who receive those handouts, I say good, because I don't want them to starve or their children to not be able to go to school, any of that shit.
Yeah, I think I saw a statistic that said 44% of SNAP recipients are white Americans, which again, if you're worried about all this money going to illegals, I mean, well,
yeah, Not
Again,
exactly.
you got to have some sort of documentation to get these benefits, right? So, like, I mean, if somebody slips through the cracks, whatever, is that worth, however many of your favorite poor white Americans getting fucked out of the deal? Or maybe they should just pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Who knows?
I've had conservative friends who were on food stamps and talking about illegals and Mexicans getting them, and when I would call them out on it, their response is always, "Yeah, well, I'm an American. As long as an American is getting it, it's fine." So that might be part of the reason why conservatives account for a lot of the the socialism that we do in this country. They receive a lot of it. Repeal the 19th. You're a very intelligent person. Totally don't drink whatever is under the sink.
They fear political retribution from far-left activists more than families going hungry and workers missing paychecks. That is a fact that they are demonstrating day after day and vote after vote. It's gotten so bad for them that even their traditional allies are losing patience now. The head of the Teamsters Union had a blunt message to Democrats a couple of days ago. Quote, "American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill," unquote. And it's not just the Teamsters, as you know. AFGE, the largest union of federal workers, had the same plea. And so did the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, the NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, the Allied Pilots Association, Southwest Airline Pilots Association, the New York Steamfitters Union. It goes on and on and on. These organizations have traditionally backed the Democrats for decades. That has been true. They represent tens of thousands of working Americans, all these associations together. And now they're calling on the Democrats to drop their partisan demands and reopen the government. Stop inflicting this pain on the American people.
Okay, here we go. I just want to pull this up real quick. So here's a map of the U.S. by political affiliation, and then let's take a look at this. By county, education. So do you see some parallels here with...
Yeah, here's the problem, John. See, all these people were indoctrinated, and that's why they're liberal Democrat pussies. So they get that higher education, and it has nothing to do with epistemology and thinking for yourself and coming to your own conclusions after doing your research, John. It has nothing to do with intelligence and actually thinking for yourself rather than listening to Fox News and thinking that's thinking for yourself, John. It has everything to do with indoctrination from these liberal collegiate facilities, John, who train these people to be libtard scum, John. It's where all the money's at, right, John?
The lib cuck source.
Just follow the money. Yeah, what is this? Some lib source, John? What is this?
This is .gov website.
So .gov from what year?
National Institute of Minority Health and was it health disparities?
Minority, huh, John?
Oh, well, I mean, this is a federal government website. So currently, the Trump administration is the head. They are the ones that run the federal government. So this is technically like I like it when you'll present statistics from like FBI.gov. crime statistics to disprove like their notion that like violence in cities is worse than ever, and then that's a libtard source, and it's like it's the FBI.gov.
I like that from Daryl in the chat too, or maybe it's Darrell, I don't know, but he said show the map without land covered, or show the map without the land colored red where no people live. It's a lot different. So I thought maybe I misread that, but okay, well, so
it doesn't matter because the point is,
look at it. Clearly, look at the map. People live there. They're getting educated there, dude. What are you talking about, Darrell?
Yeah, so it's just, I guess all of this is just the Illuminati reptilian QAnon cult hacked into these government websites that currently these are websites that are administered by a federal government that is currently run by the Trump administration. And the data here clearly is just libtard sources where the reptilian magical leprechaun QAnon cult hacked in and made sure to post this fabricated information. It's all conspiracy. Whenever the data doesn't prove what you want to, or doesn't tell you what you want to hear, it's conspiracy. And how do you prove that it's conspiracy? It's almost like there's this thing known as an untestifiable hypothesis. So there's no way to really prove it or disprove it. Well, you just make a baseless assumption and act as if that baseless assumption is true. It's almost like that's just confirmation bias. So if I don't like something, let's just appeal to the possibility that this untestifiable hypothesis is true. And it's almost like that's what people do when they just want to believe like whatever is convenient for them. I mean, why do your homework? Why even present an argument for why one source is more credible than the other? When whenever it tells you what you don't want to hear, just claim that it's a libtard source. Just claim that the Illuminati elite just hacked some database or they just corrupted some system to put that information there.
Because you are afraid of your far left base. And how do the Democrats respond to all this? They're gaslighting the American people and even their own base. The truth is the Democrats have lost touch with working Americans because they've simply stopped listening and stopped serving them. And every few months, after leaning harder into their woke identity politics, they commission an expensive study to try to figure out
the evil
why
wokeness.
working-class voters have completely abandoned them in the Democrat Party. Here's a recent finding. This is a left-leaning research group that surveyed 3,000 working-class Americans. This was published in Politico November 2nd. Quote, this is the finding. Working-class voters perceive Democrats to be woke, weak, and out of touch, too focused on social issues, and not nearly focused enough on the economic issues.
What are social issues? I mean, if social issues are, making sure that the cost of living is affordable, making sure that people have clean drinking water, viable, sort of education, is that just, stupid sort of social issues? And again, they don't really, people that make those claims, they don't know what it means to say that something is socialism. They just they know that, hey, communism is bad. Socialism is somewhat as an ideology that has some parallels with communism. Therefore, critical thinking, what's that? There's no nuance.
They don't think
Socialism
that.
equals communism.
They just think that they're both the same word. Communist, socialist. They don't any sort. They don't even be like, oh, they're very similar.
Any deviation.
They just act like they're the same exact words, or they think that's what. Using a dictionary or searching up on Google definition of something is too much work for them. That's too hard.
Every day, unquote. And here's the kicker. They also said working class voters, quote, can't name what Democrats stand for other than being against Donald Trump. Well, good luck with that as a message to the people.
Oh,
of course, you don't need a Muslim study.
Yeah, before Donald Trump, it was like, what even is the ideology of a Democrat? Who knows? We don't even know.
And the thing is, I will argue that the average politician who's a Democrat is still very right-leaning. So most Democrat politicians,
pretty far right-leaning, actually.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. But currently we have this two-party system. So a lot of people who are registered as Democratic voters, they do it because it's the lesser of two evils. And if you look at people who just tend to be more left-leaning in terms of their political views, if that's what you're going to call a Democrat, then I don't really think it's fair to say that that is a segment of the population that just doesn't have their neighbor's best interest at heart. And a lot of people who are registered as Democrats who vote blue will tell you that Obama was a shitty president. Kamala, Hillary were terrible nominations to put up against Trump. Biden was some dementia riddled president. So just because we don't like Trump and we think Trump is terrible and he is definitely the greater of two evils doesn't mean that we think the alternative is perfect. So this is where nuance is a thing.
Tell you the Democrats are woke and weak, you simply need to look around. As Democrats continue to pander to their radical base of affluent progressives, President Trump and Republicans are building a new multi-generational
pander to their
coalition
radical
that is
base.
grounded in
How?
And plus,
Affluent.
it's the other side that's radical. Our side isn't radical. And I would say that, yeah, you got the team sports thing where you'll see people who support like the different Democratic candidates, and they're a bunch of children. It's just like a lot of them that show up to the rallies, they're just there to party. And a lot of them, if you quiz them, they don't understand the politics. And it's just, this one person is the government. The government just is the president, and whoever's running for president, we're going to have this fanboy, sycophant sort of mentality, but acting like that's just, you only see that with voters who are registered under the other party is dishonest. And it kind of shows that you also have that fanboy mentality. Acting like there aren't a bunch of Donald Trump sycophants is like absurd. You clearly just are being a little kid and looking at the world in like some kind of like filter.
Common sense. Since November 2024, Republicans have welcomed record numbers of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, young people, all these different segments of the population, and they came in large numbers. People everywhere can see clearly who's fighting and voting here every day and delivering for them.
Somebody in the chat said that they like Kill Switch Engage. My old band actually got to open for Kill Switch Engage back in like 2009.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Let's get to the next video.
This morning, President Trump is calling on Republicans to change the rules in the Senate to reopen the government. Trump posting overnight, it is now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. The move would allow Republicans to pass a bill.
Now, it's the thing. The Republican Party loves the filibuster. That is something where they've relied heavily on that. The Democrats at times also do try to rely heavily on that. And that's another thing that it's like, why is this government shutdown even like some kind of system that's in place? The filibuster is also something where it's like, hey, they can just sit in front of the lectern and go on as long as they can. They can just read passages from some book, and they don't even need to be discussing political sort of policies. That's something where, why is that there? Why should they be allowed to obstruct certain bills by just exploiting this sort of dynamic of being able to speak in front of the lectern indefinitely? And that, again, it's just something else that is a product of the 18th century America.
To fund the
All
government
right,
with a
before we play, John, I want to read this chat from Tammy M. Tammy.
We're getting a lot of great chats tonight, by the way.
Tammy Milburn in the chat, and I got to get into character to read this one properly. They just don't like Trump. That's why they can't work with. That's why they can't work with. They just don't like him. And all I gotta say is that make America great again. Thank you, Trump. That's the problem. It's not that Democrats are showing up every fucking day trying to have this negotiation happen. Again, I'm not a Democrat. I call myself an independent. But when there's only two heads of our political system and the Democrats are showing up and the executive branch is saying, hey, people who work for me, you Republicans, you just don't show up to work. We'll come to the table when Democrats are ready to capitulate to our demands. And the Democrats are showing up saying, hey, let's negotiate. Hey, we're trying to make money fucking here. Hey, we're trying to be a country. And the Democrats say, no, they're not ready. Or sorry, whatever. You get it. Tammy, you're very smart, Tammy. Thank you for your kind contribution to this podcast chat. And thank you, Trump.
And again, clearly it's just the other side. It's black and white. It's only the other side that's unreasonable. My side clearly is completely reasonable because no bias here.
Of the 60 votes currently needed, but Senate Majority Leader John Thune has warned against this move.
Didn't pay much attention in 5th grade English class.
Oh, that's another thing.
Thank you, Trump. Trump loves the poorly educated, so thank you, Tammy.
We just showed
I love the poorly educated. They're my favorite.
We just showed that map that showed that in all of the Republican municipalities, education, academic attainment is much poorer. And illiteracy has been rising. Literacy has been on a decline in the United States. So I love all the retards that want to disagree with us, and they can't just write a simple sentence that isn't loaded with grammatical errors.
saying it could come back to bite Republicans whenever Democrats take power back. Meanwhile, millions of Americans fear their food assistance or SNAP.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
benefits will run out
Tammy. On
tomorrow as
first read, your comment made a lot of sense, but then I put some thought to it, and I said, "What the fuck is she saying?"
Oh, and somebody says Democrats are less educated than conservatives. So where did you get that from? We just showed data from a government database, but I guess it's a conspiracy. The QAnon elite hacked into the government database that show, and this is just statistics, it's hard data, that academic attainment is poorer in like amongst or within Republican municipalities or Republican territories. That's just a fact. But hey, confirmation bias. If you don't like information that panders to your worldview, just dismiss it. And I know clearly you've done your fucking homework to determine that, yeah, it's the Republicans that are more well-educated.
government shutdown drags on.
I've gone to social media to ask for help from everyone that I could possibly think of.
It now appears a federal judge hearing a lawsuit over emergency funding may step in. Judge Indira Talwani saying right now Congress has put money in an emergency fund for an emergency, and it's hard for me to understand how this isn't an emergency. Republicans argue it's not that easy.
If they transfer funds from these other sources, it pulls it away immediately from school meals and infant formula.
The judge dismissing the administration's explanation, saying, I want agency action, not lawyering. We're not going to make everyone drop dead. The judge could compel the administration to release the funds, but whether the Trump administration will comply remains to be seen. And even if it does, the emergency funding available would still fall short of the monthly SNAP payouts. Back on Capitol Hill, Democrats digging in, refusing to open the government until Republicans agreed to extend Obamacare subsidies to prevent healthcare insurance premiums from skyrocketing next year. A Utah woman we spoke to says even with the subsidies, her premium next year will rise from $495 to $753. And without the subsidies, it will more than quadruple to more than $2,100.
We can't afford to double what it costs for us to live just to have health insurance.
Republicans argue the Affordable Care Act, which set up Obamacare, was a bad law that drives up premiums and strains doctors. President Trump last night posting, quote, Obamacare is a disaster. Rates are going through the roof for really bad health care. Do something, Democrats. Stacey Cox says right now a flawed plan is better than no plan. Meanwhile, as more government workers go without paychecks, more of them are turning to food banks.
Honestly, this has been devastating.
Wayne Barber says he's been an air traffic controller for 23 years.
I'm still going to show up to work because that's what I swore an oath to do.
But many air traffic controllers no longer getting paid are calling out sick, causing staff shortages and delays at major airports. At Orlando's airport yesterday, a warning that at one point there would be no certified air traffic controllers to land planes, forcing a ground delay. A shortage of air traffic controllers was already a big problem before the government shutdown. Now authorities warn if the shutdown drags on.
Oh, now do you think it's Wow. Shabisky and Dirt left at the same time.
Very
Wonderful
nice.
co-hosts. But do you think Doge is the thing to blame here?
I mean,
Or not Doge, but DEI. Like, yeah, DEI.
Oh,
I think that's the,
yeah, there we go. That's the real culprit.
Especially through the Thanksgiving travel period, it'll be a disaster.
Interesting evening, and we learned a lot, and we're going to talk about that, and I'll say a few remarks, and then after that I'll ask the press to leave. The press has been very, very nice to us the last couple of months.
I'm going to say a few things, then I'm going to ask the press to leave. Good job,
Malaysia.
Trump.
And they were actually terrific. So I want to thank you for that. I'm sure you'll get back to your normal ways soon. But we did a great job over in China, and we've done a great job in turning off wars.
Shab is gone. Unprofessional Bisky.
The stream's going to crash. If Shabisky walks away for more than 2 minutes, the stream ends. That's just how the logic works.
Yeah, just ended
You're going
the
to
stream.
crash the stream.
Are you happy with that?
That'll get stopped also. But we've done a great
But
job.
it's okay,
So
I'm sorry,
it's really been an honor to do it, and I did it with many of the people in this room. Every one of
Chat's
you,
still
I know
rolling,
you,
so I know
like
it's not
all leaders,
true.
I like everybody. We'll have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown, and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans. And that was a big factor, and they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor. But I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that.
Oh, shit, John. How about this one?
Everybody for being here.
What's that?
Are you spoon-fed by the networks, or do you actually go out and do any look for the research or information yourself?
So
that's what newspapers were good for, John.
Wait, is that what they said? That's what newspapers were good for?
Yes.
Newspapers are journalistic sources, so it's just they tend to fall within the same category, whether it's coming from a news network that's televised, or like with the internet, if you go to like the Washington Post, the New York Times, they all have articles that are available to everyone online. So, but plus, still, that's no different than whether it's some sort of newspaper publisher or televised network. You're still just getting your sources from a journalistic source, which that's just scraping the surface when it comes to doing your homework. And typically when I'm doing my homework during the week, I'm getting my information from peer-reviewed academic sources. I am not relying on major news networks, and it's at the end of the week where we go over these playlists, where we do commentary on the major news networks, following me doing research that involves like evaluating things that don't fall within the realm of the mainstream media. But clearly I don't know how to do my homework.
No, you're right, DJ Big Turbo. All we do is watch Fox News. This is the Fox News broadcast.
Oh yeah,
we
yeah,
recap
Fox
the
News.
Fox
That's what we
News
watch.
of the week.
It's my favorite animal.
Genius.
Inside Edition, MSNBC,
Oh, so you got
Sanders'
some
website,
libtard sources. in
CNN,
there.
ABC News, Fox, ABC, yeah, Scripps News, The Washington Examiner, Forbes, PBS. I mean, yeah, clearly we just get all our information from one network.
You got us pinned.
Vice President,
You got us pinned, DJ.
As well as the Senate leadership team that has been working very hard, working really, I will tell you, nobody's working any harder representing the American people, including Senator John Thune. John, thank you. Great job. John Barrasso. John, thank you very much. Senator Tom Cotton, wherever you may be, Tom. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, who's been bringing back. Thank you, John.
No, he's got way too much color.
One of my favorite states.
He looks healthy and orange.
What do you look like without that?
Well, I mean, that's what spray tans are for.
Natural, healthy orange, chap.
Hey,
Don't.
yes. This is my natural skin color because I'm really healthy. And
You know what? I've said this on this podcast before, and I'll say it again, just in case it needs to reach the ears of anyone who didn't hear it before. Whatever happened to the stereotype of the Southern conservative who would say, "Oh, I ain't getting swindled out of no city slick and slick talking New Yorker in a suit"? How the fuck did Donald Trump get his hands around the necks of so many Southern conservatives who, before Donald Trump, would never get fucking swindled out of their beliefs or values by a city slicking, suit wearing, slick talker like Donald Trump in a fucking suit? And now he's got you by the fucking balls. And for
Both
how
of
many
them.
years now you've been holding them balls and saying, and now you just cannot give up and say, "Oh man, I've been sucking this dick for too long. I can't believe he's actually fucking me. I can't believe he's fucking me."
Epstein files.
77. Reagan was
Somebody
56,
clip that so it's just the "I can't believe he's fucking me."
And a fantastic friend of mine, an incredible advocate during the election a year ago, Tim Scott. Thank you, Tim.
Let's ignore the Epstein files.
So as you know, we are in the
Yeah,
midst of
please
a
ignore the
Democrat
Epstein
created government
files.
Shutdown, and it is
That
Democrat
doesn't
created, but I don't
matter.
think they're
Why
getting
are we
really the blame
talking
depiction.
about that
That's
still?
now officially the longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after...
Now,
He said I was a king.
One thing I think's funny is that our last stream, when we were going over the No Kings protests, there are people in the chat that are like, laugh out loud. They literally think he's a king. And it's like, are they that dumb? That they don't get what figurative language is? It's just, okay, he has
The
been
answer's
engaging.
usually yes.
Yeah, he's been engaging in more authoritarian practices compared to presidents before him by not abiding by what the federal courts have said or established, or by bypassing Congress. But the point is that, yeah, we don't want him to continue with these less democratic and more authoritarian sort of actions. But the way their brains work is that, hey, they're calling him a king, so they honestly think he's a monarch. Wow, he's a president, not a monarch. And anybody that uses that rhetoric, clearly, I don't think they're the brightest bulb. Do you think
John,
I'm wrong?
were you a white dude for Kamala?
No, I thought Kamala was
White
terrible.
dudes for Harris.
I thought we were fucked because when Biden stepped down, which I thought, like, oh my God, why?
Biden was fucked to begin with. They double
yeah.
fucked him when they put up Kamala instead.
both were terrible candidates to put up against Trump.
I'm not saying Biden was fucked because, oh man, he was hindered. Poor Biden. He could have done good if they didn't fuck him over. No, Biden was not the candidate, and neither was Kamala, but the DNC refused to acknowledge that. Which, again, John, did they even have a primary, or did we just decide as a Democratic Party that
now
the incumbent president would be the nominee?
That is something where primaries are more of a modern thing that you start to see in the latter half of the 20th century. So there isn't any sort of established like legal policy there when it comes to primary elections. So the way it works is the parties, which kind of act as their own sort of organizations, they pretty much will decide amongst themselves who they're going to put up against, or they're going to, I guess, elect as their candidate who will run in like the elections, the presidential elections. So it was something where, it's unfortunate, but it technically wasn't illegal.
Moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country.
That's quite the leap.
They have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits. So as president, we had
sorry,
$7
John.
billion worth.
It's a feisty, ripe chat tonight, ripe for the plucking. Chuck Todd, Meet the Press, says any white man still a Democrat in 2025 is basically living on your knees. I'll extend that comment and say any American who claims themselves to be a Democrat or a Republican is living on their knees. How about that? You are begging under the two heads of the same two-headed dragon.
Who live on their knees.
To beg you and say, no, please, not me, dragon. And guess what? They're coming to eat you, no matter what.
They're coming.
This system has failed as a two-party democracy. And as a Democrat, if you claim to be a Democrat, the best thing you can do is hope to support the status quo. And as a Republican, the best thing you can do is hope to make the richer even richer, hoping that one day you too will be rich. That's that. If you're not that, you're delusional.
And they're up to, I hear, just many times, 47 billion. So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. It was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. But the stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months, many. And it will again.
Really?
It's just the beginning because when these
And the stock market, I would say, is not the best way to measure, I guess, the quality of the U.S. economy or the health of the U.S. economy. So a good stock market does not necessarily equate to healthy GDP.
plants that are being built right now start opening up. We've never had anything like this. There's a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, "What's your name?" "Toyota." I said, "Oh, you're rich." I said, "How much of the company do you own?" 92.
Okay, this is like cringe boomer dad jokes.
0.1%. I said, "I'm glad you said the one. He wants to be." I said, "You're a rich guy." And he said, "I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S." And you know what we're talking about, right? You introduced me, Mr. Senator. You introduced me originally when you were the ambassador to Japan. He's still good. He's still strong. But he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly. But we have AI and all of them. And we can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions.
Yeah, and this is where, again, no nuance. What percentage of them fall into that category? And it's just, we're talking about a group of people that consists that. There's tens of millions of people that fall into that category. So what percentage of natural born citizens fall into those categories of criminals and other flawed, seedy sort of demographics? Or so the problem there is, what about the fact that overall illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than legal immigrants, and legal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural-born citizens. But I guess that's fake news. People who are going to discount that
fake
information, clearly they've done their own homework, and they're going to look into what I've presented right there to make sure that it's invalid before they discount it.
If it hurts my feelings,
They
it's
wanna give a lot
fake
of money to
news.
the people that came in illegally, we have to get them out. We can't. No country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. No country. These are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3 1/4. We have 3 1/4 years left. That's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our election secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. It's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed. They recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will definitely be corruption.
No, but I have some links there for people that want to make the argument that, like, yeah, clearly it's people on the left that are more poorly educated and everything, that are just living on their knees. There are some links that show some interesting data.
Because, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go into...
Okay, next vid.
Yeah, but data is always a libtard source, because if it's accurate, it's never gonna... It's always going to hurt their feelings, and it's never going to vindicate their beliefs.
Well, I'm sure that they're going to look into those sources, those particular websites, and look into how credible they are compared to any other source that they could be referencing. So doing this thing known as cross-referencing information, they're not just going to jump to the conclusion that it's some libtard source.
Well, that's the thing, John. Once they cross-reference it, they'll realize it's a bunch of libtard sources because Fox News says otherwise.
100%.
Since 1977, there have been 21 shutdowns. What are the 5 longest ones? Why did they happen?
Actually, you actually won't see anything about Fox News talking about the demographics and map distribution between educated people and people who have more, liberal mindsets.
Let's break it down. All right, let's start with number 5. It lasted 16 days during the Obama administration in 2013. The dispute centered around the Affordable Care Act. Congress failed to agree on a budget after Republican lawmakers pushed to defend Obama.
I know that you guys, all 3 of you have already heard this story before, but just for the chat, when I was 21, I was managing a gas station, and I was taking classes. I was going for an economics degree, and one of the guys that worked under me, he was 56, working at a gas station, and he was telling me about his political science degree that he had, and when I told him about my economics degree, he made a face and said, "People who study economics always end up being leftists."
And how does that invalidate or discredit that field of research?
Yeah, it really doesn't. It would be like if I tried to say that his political science degree means nothing just because he's an idiot.
And the thing is, they'll try to make the argument that you're sort of like humanities or your civics, your soft sciences, like psychology, sociology, that those are a bunch of libtard studies. But then again, when it comes to things like your STEM fields, people who major in things like computer science or people who get medical degrees, what about the fact that, those particular fields of research, it's predominantly people on the left that
when I was taking courses to get certified as a technician, it was a bunch of libtards there.
100%.
those proposals, setting off a partial government shutdown in early October of that year.
Well, last night I signed legislation to reopen our government and pay America's bills. The first government shutdown in 17 years is now over.
The shutdown finally ended on October 16th when both chambers of Congress voted to fund the government through January 15th and extend the debt limit.
There are no winners here.
No winners indeed. The 16-day shutdown cost, by one estimate, $24 billion and hurt U.S. credibility around the world.
See, if Trump was in office, that wouldn't have happened. And I love that rhetoric. If something bad happens, if my president was in office, it wouldn't have happened. But if something bad does happen when your candidate is in office, well, it's the other side's fault.
Changes were made to the Affordable Care Act, like requiring income verification for those receiving healthcare subsidies. President Obama signed the bill shortly after midnight on October 17th, ending the shutdown. Moving on to number 4, the fourth longest shutdown lasted 17 days during the Carter administration in 1978. It was one of 5 shutdowns that happened under President Jimmy Carter. This one started with several disagreements, including funding for abortion and a defense spending bill to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. That's something President Carter called wasteful spending. The government reopened after Congress passed legislation that excluded funding for the aircraft carrier and a public works project, while also maintaining a compromise on abortion funding. This takes us to...
Well, hey, we wouldn't need aircraft carriers if we just had a wall around the country.
Number 3.
That's all the national defense that we need.
Longest government shutdown lasted 21 days during President Clinton's administration in 1996.
21. So this has more than doubled the previous longest American government shutdown.
We're past the length of a month now.
This evening at the White House.
Worse than Clinton. Trump is worse than Clinton. How about that, MAGA?
There we go.
Differences about how and when to balance the federal budget.
At the time, Republicans had just taken control of the House for the first time in decades. Clinton and Republicans clashed over how to balance the nation's budget, and the president vetoing a Republican budget proposal to give control of Medicaid to the states.
We can balance the budget without doing what they seek to do.
The shutdown ended when Republicans agreed to a proposal made by Clinton.
Republicans agreed to bring all federal workers back and pay them until January 26th, but there will be no money for workers to spend on programs House Republicans regard as unessential, such as foreign aid, the Peace Corps, and environmental protection.
Moving on to the longest government shutdown.
Okay. Minus environmental protection, I'm okay with that. I think environmental protection is kind of necessary. I mean, if you want for even, who knows? In 50 years, we might need that territory. Right now, we don't.
Here's the problem. Don't you think climate change is a myth?
Oh, shit. You got me there, John. You're right.
Meteorologists are a bunch of libtards. They go to those places called universities, which are these indoctrination centers.
Even Bill Gates, tech billionaire, has admitted that global warming is not a threat.
Well, hey.
And he's a libtard, so he's right.
Well, it's CEOs that have an agenda where they benefit from, and that's the other thing, who benefits. If you're going to talk about a particular group or party, that like which one should we trust and which one's more likely to be fabricating things? Do you think these academics that have nothing to benefit at all, that are engaging in the scientific research, do you think they're the ones that are more likely to be lying? Or do you think it's big corporations where it's cheaper for them to fuck the environment, like fuck with the environment and to pollute the fucking atmosphere? Do you think that they're more likely to lie and fabricate things? Do you think they're more likely to lobby the government to have more lenient policies that allow them to engage in more habitat destruction?
They are altruistic because they pay propagandists to tell me they are.
When it comes to science, I'm going to trust business CEOs over scientists. Clearly, corporate CEOs know more about science than scientists.
U.S. history. It happened in 2019 during President Trump's first term. At the time, the Senate failed to pass a funding bill that included a $5.7 billion request from President Trump to help build a wall along the southern border.
Even if it has no wall money? Or does it have to have wall money? I only, look, I have other alternatives if I have to, and I'll use those alternatives if I have to. And we want to go through the system. We have to have a wall in this country.
The shutdown cost the U.S. economy an estimated $3 billion. It finally ended when Trump signed legislation to reopen and fund the government.
The short-term deal, no money for a wall. Back pay for federal workers who missed paychecks, but not for thousands.
Now, I know that Paul Ryan, when he was the Speaker of the House, and this is when Trump first became president, he was like, you know what, we don't want to support this wall thing. It's just stupid. It's Looney Tunes. So even when, during Trump's first presidency, when the GOP had the majority in all three branches, or had control of all three branches of the government, they did not want to support the fucking wall. So this is something where it's not even just the Democrats that don't want to build a fucking wall across the border. It's also a lot of the Republican base also thinks that it's just a waste of money. It's something that is out of a fucking Looney Tunes cartoon. And there's other ways if you want to try to promote more security on the border or borders. There's other things that are far more fucking practical than building a giant fucking wall. Maybe, I don't know, increase in surveillance drones or something. I mean, there's different types of satellite radar technology, but nope, we have to build a giant fucking wall.
Federal contractors who aren't covered by laws governing shutdowns, and a bipartisan congressional conference will try to hammer out a deal on border security. That 2019 stalemate held the record for the longest shutdown in American history until now. The current shutdown has officially surpassed the 35-day mark.
The president trying to ramp up the pressure, threatening mass layoffs and cuts to programs.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible.
It began after both parties failed to pass competing spending measures, a Democratic-backed bill that would have extended the Affordable Care Act subsidies and reverse cuts to Medicaid, and a Republican stopgap bill that would have kept the government running for 7 more weeks. Democrats are pushing to extend expiring tax credits that have helped millions of Americans afford health insurance. Republicans, meanwhile, insist they will not negotiate on those provisions until the government is reopened, accusing Democrats of holding the government hostage to have those healthcare negotiations. Across the country, hundreds of thousands of federal employees remain without pay. SNAP benefits and air travel operations are facing growing disruptions. Vote after vote has failed to break the impasse on the Senate floor, and both sides are not close to a deal. How long will this stalemate last? Only time will tell.
Am I invited to the podium?
Okay, let's see what this guy has to say.
Bernie Sanders.
Oh, I watched this
So
exact
far,
one
yeah.
a few nights ago.
We've heard Trump, we've heard Mike Johnson. Let's see what Bernie is going to say
By the way, Bill Hicks was asking in the chat. I'm an A+ technician. That's technically what it's called.
Senator Sanders is my lead source tonight here on Capitol Hill, and thank you, Senator, for being here. I'm assuming that was not planned.
It was not planned. I came to hear what Senator Schumer was going to say. He was late. I was invited to get up front, and I did my thing.
And you basically delivered what your message is in terms of what your takeaways were from last night, what it means for Democrats to caucus with.
What it means is I think Trump said it right. The Republicans lost badly last night. And the reason that they lost badly is that people are really quite disgruntled and disgusted with Trumpism in a general sense. And in terms of healthcare, what people are saying is we cannot afford a doubling in our healthcare premiums. In Vermont, we are seeing people being asked to pay a tripling or a quadrupling. Who can afford that? And people are saying it is insane to throw 15 million Americans, low-income and working-class people, off the healthcare that they have, resulting in some 50,000 unnecessary deaths each year. All to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. Elon Musk, in my view.
And this is another thing where when people are like, hey, the Affordable Health Care Act has a lot of problems. And it's just, well, let's try to find an alternative that tries to address those issues, that presents a more sustainable form of social aid in that area, as opposed to just getting rid of it outright. If you look at those two options, or three options, leaving it as it is now and maybe dealing with it later, trying to improve upon it, or trying to just completely dismantle it and get rid of it, a cost-benefit analysis, which one is going to have more disastrous effects, and which one is going to have a more advantageous effect. So this is where, hey, currently it's not the best case sort of situation, and because it's currently it has problems. If getting rid of it altogether is going to create more problems, well, let's just do that, because again, we don't get fucking nuance. And when you talk to a lot of people on the right, a lot of it when it comes with a lot of policies, they'll make the argument that, well, hey, laugh out loud, that is not going to 100% fix the problem. And they don't get that, well, if it causes a 20% sort of decline in that particular issue, or if it improves things by 30%, 60%, that's still something that is an improvement.
Dude.
So the way their brains work is that if it doesn't 100% fix an issue, or if it isn't perfect as it is, therefore it's just completely binary, where you shouldn't do anything at all, or you should do something that is far more deleterious to the state of the country.
Dude, shut up. You're 23 years old. What do you know about politics?
Yeah, but it's better than the woke
30.
alternative.
I'm 30, so
You're
I apologize
intelligent.
for the fact that I take care of myself. And that's why I
Yeah,
don't look like...
Yeah, I don't think any of
Yeah.
us are that young, by the way. Like, all of us are 30 or about to be 30.
Yeah,
All right, I'll take it. I'm about to be 30.
Yeah.
They really said was, LMAO, you're 23. You've barely had 5 years to process this shit. And
I'm 30, and here's the other thing. They're obsessed with, like, wealth. They'll make the argument that, hey, these CEOs, they have a lot of money, therefore, like, you should treat them like they're prophets and just kiss their feet. Well, if money and wealth income is a sign of somebody's worth and capability, me at least, I make more money than most fucking Americans. So, with my libtard degree...
Not the flex.
Yeah, but again, like, it's kind of funny how when, having a white-collar job that requires somebody to have some kind of STEM degree, when that is more associated with being on the left, why don't we look at lawyers and doctors and engineers who are making more money than most people as if they're people that deserve some level of respect? And I know scientists typically aren't billionaires, but if you look at a lot of pundits, a lot of them usually at the very least have some sort of six-figure salary, and if not, a lot of them have published a lot of literature, and a lot of them at least have a net worth that's in the millions. So this attitude of people in that sort of category, they're the ones that are just idiots who are biased that you shouldn't listen to. It's the rich CEOs. They're the ones that have everyone's best interest at heart.
And in the view of most Americans, really does not need a tax break so that we can throw people off of health care. There is a revolt against Trumpism. I think Democrats have the momentum. And now what is going to happen?
Okay, Ivar probably makes more than you anyway, dude.
Yeah, he's just going to assume that he makes more.
What's that?
Yeah, Ivar said, okay, and I probably make more than you anyway, dude. I was able to purchase my first home this year. I'm not feeling any of the
I've been a homeowner since I was 24.
You must be a real libtard, indoctrinated
I'm a homo too.
I purchased my first home 6 years ago, so yeah, fuck you. And are you older or younger than me? Because I'm 30.
Make sure that premiums do not go up. Let's make sure that we do not throw millions of people off health care. He does that, we can end the shutdown tomorrow.
So that wasn't the message, though, that he delivered today. Basically, instead of talking about working with Democrats, he was saying eliminate the filibuster today. I mean, he was making that message pretty clear to those Republicans in the room this morning.
But he's not going to, apparently, from what I understand, that's not going to be the case. The Republicans understand that the filibuster is an important part of what the Senate is, that it's not going to happen. And, look, I happen to think that Trump is a little bit crazy, and I think he lies all of the time. But he's not stupid, and he's a good politician. And I think he is catching on that he is playing a losing hand. People cannot, he talks about affordability, really.
Oh, they said they're 23. So then what's your job? What's your source of income?
Well, when you double people's health care premiums,
And where is your house? Because then there's also that element that
post your address in the chat so we can discuss.
Well, I'm talking about what state they live in, because there's also that dynamic of in some places the cost of living and land ownership is higher than in others. So if you own a townhouse in New York City, it's definitely more costly than owning a McMansion in bumfuck nowhere, Nebraska.
Bringing affordability. You're making it impossible for people to survive. I think he understands that. I think he is going to come to the table.
Do you think he gets the frustration on affordability, or do you think he just gets the messaging of it?
I think he is distressed that people are catching on.
Oh, there you go, Missouri. So it's just, I live in the Northeast. I live in Maryland, and the cost of living in Maryland is a lot higher than Missouri. So that's not much of a flex.
You're a lot better. That's what I'm hearing, John. You're so much better.
Yeah, 100%.
CNN do it. You ask people whether we should give the 1%.
What you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not a competition, Ivar. That's what I'm saying. And how brave are you if you cannot stand against the status quo and say, something's not right here? All right, who am I? Who am I, Mr. Ivar the Brave, to say you're not brave?
And it's just
It's
the fact that
$125,000 house altogether. Acting like I'm poor. We're not acting like you're poor. We're acting like you're privileged. How about that?
And plus, like,
We don't have to
I
act like you're
100%
retarded, though.
own the house, so I'm not dealing with any sort of mortgage. So do you 100% own your home?
Yeah, that's what
Or
I'm saying.
are you
I
paying a
live in a
mortgage?
little shit box. I could get $125K out of this piece of shit if I really wanted to. And I live in the middle of fucking nowhere.
And double premiums for ordinary Americans. I will say that 90% of the people think that's a crazy idea. That's what they're trying to push. The American people are catching on and saying no.
He says, if you read all of my text, I have literally said I don't agree with everything he does, but you're disagreeing with everything we say. Why is that?
And you're saying that, hey, like, it could be worse. It's not that bad. Well, it depends. Like, America definitely isn't, like, in the best, like, state. It's never been. I mean, humanity has a long way to go. So just because things aren't as bad as they could be doesn't mean that there aren't problems that still need to be addressed. So until we get to that point where humanity has reached some sort of type 1 equilibrium sort of singularity status, which may never fucking happen, there's always going to be work that needs to be done. And there's always going to need to be, like, maintenance in certain areas. So just because things could be worse doesn't mean that they're as they should be.
So just considering Bob Lucas 9900 in the chat felt the need to say, these morons need to find a woman. I could not think of a more apt time to let everyone here know, including Zidane and Shabisky. And I told John earlier, no, I'm not. It's not that I'm a woman.
Okay, but I gotta pee. But continue.
All right, I'll say it.
Dirt
John
found
already
his
knows,
own
so he
woman
doesn't need to
within.
be here for this. But I'll tell you, Zidane, and you,
He's
my
been
friend
married to his
Shabisky,
sister for a
No.
long time. Okay.
No.
Shabisky, stop. Let him say it.
Since the last time we went live on this podcast, I have proposed to the love of my life, and I have been with her.
Yeah.
I have been with this beautiful woman for nearly, well, just over, check my clock here, 10 years. I love this woman
Nice.
with all my heart. You know, whatever the fuck, dude. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how little it means to me when you tell me I need to get my dick wet. That being said, I just want to let Shabisky, my friend, and my friend Zidane know that I'm now engaged. I gave her a ring. I did the whole shebang. I sat on my knee in the dirt like a true gentleman and gave her a ring, and she said yes. So again, thank you. I'll accept your round of applause. I'll accept your round of applause.
She know that you're a girl?
She'll find out. We'll wait
We
till we
reached
get
the end of history. Everyone stop improving anything. Yeah, of course.
It'll be a part of our vows when I say, "Hey, will you love this man until your very last day? Will you love this man even if you learn he has a mangina?" And then that's when I got her hook, line, and sinker.
It turns
Oh,
out he
there,
doesn't
old
have
Greg.
a dick. It's just a really long clit.
Really long mangina.
I like
Thank
the
you,
idea of
Daryl.
all
Thank
of
you.
that being part of
Thank
the
you,
wedding
chat, for your
vows.
congratulations. Thank you, Vlad. Vlad, good to hear from you. Thank you for your congratulations. It means a lot. You know, like I said, I've been doing this here for several years. And the truth is, Danny is pre-op. She was born a female. She has not gotten yet the penis attachment. But, you know, if everything goes well, maybe I'll be a true Biden libtard cuck by the end of it.
There we go.
But no, in truth, all right, I'm flexing. I got a lady. You can stop calling me a cuck. Nobody's fucking my lady. Nobody. Well, except for me.
Wait, does this mean that
Or
I need to
nobody.
flex about how hot Manda is, and like Shabisky's got to flex about
Yeah.
his girlfriend?
Shabisky got to flex about.
Well, hey, I bet you're this off the internet, so you guys could be
Yeah.
lying about having a relationship. So that one. I'm going to make a baseless assumption about somebody on the internet. That baseless assumption could be true. Therefore, checkmate liberal.
Well, look, I'll say this. There's no plans yet. There is no plans at all. Me and Danny, we've been together for several years. When I say several, I mean 10. And I never really, growing up, I was like, I don't need to get married. What's a certificate mean? And what that means is shared insurance and shared tax benefits. So that being said, it only makes sense if you're really deciding that you're going to be partners with the person for life to just let that transition, happen to become married. That being said, when I do get married, I don't know if we'll just go to a courthouse and do a thing, but cordially, I would like to invite my friends John Morgan, Shabisky, and Zidane, and several others. You know, if you feel like you've not been invited and you think you can make it to the wedding, come on and do it. Message me and I'll invite you.
What about a bachelor's party?
We'll make that happen. Like I said, we'll conduct that. But there's no concrete plans yet. It could be next year. It could be in 6 months. It could be whenever. But you know, that's just a thing. And I'm throwing that out there. But you know, thank you for those who've been along the ride. And like I said, I appreciate your friendship. And you know, there's a chance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the idea of getting married in Vegas, that sounds fun, right? So maybe that'll happen. Maybe we'll do it at a courthouse. There's no solid plan yet. But I just want to say they'll be invited. And you're right, Francis Thompson. I don't want kids. I don't want kids. You know, I've been told by many of my friends and coworkers and employers and employees that I would make a good father. Because believe it or not, there's a degree of emotional intelligence that resides in all this retardation. But I don't want to be a parent. That just doesn't sound fun. Anyways,
they're too much work. But
anyways,
I do want to address.
And ever since Epstein Isle closed, they're really expensive these.
Yeah, Shabisky's favorite place.
So
way overpriced.
One dude in the chat says it's not our fight. Is what I'm trying to say. Skeptical. Why should I give a fuck about other people's problems that don't affect me? Well, here's the thing. Maybe they do affect you. Maybe, like, I don't know, like, the more people that are struggling with work or employment, that results in, like, an increase in things like crime, an increase in homelessness, and that has systemic effects. Maybe if you don't address the issues within your own, like, community, your own sort of county, it could get worse. The value of your home could go down. And also, it's just, we all live on the same fucking planet. So it's also when people make that argument of, like, why does it matter what's going on in other countries? Well, we have a global economy. And what people don't understand is that a lot of policy that Trump tries to enforce that fuck with global trade, that fuck with the global economy, it's also going to fuck with, like, our own country's economy and your local economy. So we all live on the same fucking planet. We all live in the same country. So it's not like, hey, what affects other people doesn't affect you at all.
The room today and say Republicans are bearing the blame of the shutdown more so than Democrats, which he lamented. He called Democrats kamikazes when it came to keeping the government closed, saying that they don't care about reopening it. But he said that he thinks last night's election makes Democrats less willing to reopen the government. Do you think that's the case?
Well, I think what the message of last night, it really was a sweeping victory, not only in New York and in Virginia and New Jersey, but in small towns in Connecticut.
Yeah, speaking of New York, John, what do you think about Mayor Mommy Dummy?
Mommy, I haven't heard that one yet. That's awesome.
I don't know. I think that New York in general, the last few mayors that they've had haven't really been the most productive. So I definitely think New York has been going in the wrong direction. And I'm not going to sit there and the mayors who have been like Democrat mayors, I'm not going to act like they're perfect politicians because, again, I think both parties suck.
Well, all I can say is they said 9/11, never forget, and it seems like New York forgot, John.
Did another 9/11 happen?
No, they forgot, John. They elected one of them Islamists, John. And they done forgot it. What happened when Islamists get a hold of New York?
I'm pretty sure that
basically 9/11 again.
Exactly.
Well, hey, there was this Christian dude who murdered somebody, therefore all Christians are murderers, because it's that simple. It's not like, I don't know, there's hundreds of millions of Muslims that exist on the planet, and the number of Muslims that actually belong to some kind of terrorist organization make up an astronomically small percentage. So that sort of logic is just fucking retarded. It's sort of like the logic of, hey, video games cause school shootings, because when every fucking kid in the developed world has some kind of game console, and the likelihood of a kid committing a shooting is profoundly fucking small. Well, hey, all these kids that committed mass shootings, they all had game consoles. Therefore, there must be a link. It's almost like, separate causation and correlation.
Not only his authority.
Now, my comment I made did not come from nowhere. Again, I have seen people in my own personal life who have never in their life anywhere ever lived near New York City shared images of the World Trade Center on 9/11 falling down, blowing up, and collapsing, and saying, New York forgot. So because they elected a person of a certain ethnicity, people around this dumb fuck country, and ethnicity, religion, whatever you want to call it, John. But I don't think it's a religion. I don't think Mamdani is especially a Islamist, John. But because he has a darker skin tone, people around this whole fucking country have declared that, oh my God, 9/11 is just going to happen again. Because they're brainwashed. It's simple. They're brainwashed and they see a person, oh, we can't have a non-white mayor of New York City. Oh my God.
Eric Adams was black. I mean,
yeah, ignore that.
Yeah.
That was the message that I took. Stand up, be firm. And Trump, who is nobody's fool, will in fact come to the table.
That's the message you took. Do you think Democratic leadership took away that same message as you?
And you got to ask Democratic leadership.
I mean, that's what you said today when reporters were asking you
I
questions.
don't want to speak for Mr. Schumer. He's quite capable of speaking for himself.
But were you satisfied with his response today, his reaction to last night's
I think you got to go beyond just saying I want to meet. Sure, they should be meeting. Sure, the president should be inviting Jeffries and Schumer into the White House to discuss it. But I think we've got to lay out what we want. And what we want is what the American people want. And what the American people want is not a doubling in the healthcare premium. So we got to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. We got to make sure that 15 million people are not thrown off the healthcare they have.
And that has been something, I mean, you've talked about healthcare obviously for decades and how it needs to be fixed in this country. One thing though, in terms of what
Okay, next vid.
That's enough from old Bernie.
I mean, he is a commie.
Near a solution to fund the government after some bills were proposed for a vote and then struck down. Taking a live look now, lawmakers plan to work through the weekend in hopes of passing a resolution. Remember, the resolution that senators could vote on only funds the government through November 21st. Within the last 2 hours, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said Democrats would vote to end the shutdown, but only if Republicans agree to health care tax credits for 1 year and opening up talks on the matter later. But Senate Majority Leader John Thune said that proposal is a non-starter. We're learning the U.S. House will not be in session for yet another week. They're now scheduled to come back November 17th. A vote stalled today to pass legislation that would pay federal workers and the military during the shutdown.
So they want to abolish this sort of policy that's already in place. And how much damage is this currently, or harm is it currently causing to the country? Out of all the things to address, out of all of the sort of policies that currently exist, that you could point to that are definitely causing much more harm to the country than the Affordable Healthcare Act. Don't you think that, getting rid of this isn't really that important? It's not like the country is going to completely be destroyed overnight if they allow this to exist. So it's maybe when it comes to priorities, this shouldn't be as much of a priority as it is.
There's two competing bills in the Senate right now on the same topic.
We're trying to prevent the pressure that we now see building in the system. There's a very easy solution. Let's open the government up.
The government gridlock impacting air travel nationwide as flight cancellations soar, frequent flyers, and the Transportation Secretary's frustration grow.
We're trying to prevent the pressure that we now see building in the system. There's a very easy solution. Let's open the government up. Let's pay our controllers and reduce the pressure. That's not happening.
Taking a live look now over Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where 84 flights have been canceled and 297 have been delayed.
Oh, and that's definitely going to help the economy. And I mean, clearly, when it comes to that's one factor, the health of the U.S. economy. The current healthcare plan that's in place, if this continues to exist, what kind of negative effect is it going to have on the economy? Is it is the economy just going to continue to decline because of it? So it seems like obstructing or insisting on abolishing it, do you think, maybe people going without pay and having to receive like all of these like food subsidies, and when it comes to like air, like traffic, air, like transportation being put on hold, and all of this obstruction in these areas, do you think that that's not going to cause much greater harm to the economy compared to just, biting the bullet and deciding, okay, we're not going to abolish this thing that already exists, and it's showing that it's not really hurting the economy?
That's according to FlightAware. Regional flying with connections are going to be impacted the most, experts say. Regional flying relies on smaller jets that seat a maximum of 76 passengers. They're used mostly by United, Delta, and...
These are not getting paychecks. It means that air traffic controllers are forced to work crazy hours, and we worry about the safety of our flights right now.
Well, they don't matter. ICE needs all the funding. That's a greater priority.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the CDC, the Department of Education, like the FAC, these are agencies that are all about public safety, that require people to like have like higher education. It requires people to put on a suit and tie when they come to work and sit down and like engage in some kind of practice that involves paperwork and crunching numbers. We need more funding towards the ATF and Border Patrol and ICE. We need more jackboots. We need more people who are illiterate thugs that their
Make
entire
me feel like
purpose,
tough guy.
Yeah, is to kick down doors and run in with their guns and slam people to the ground. We need more of that.
We worry about Capitol Police officers right here in D.C. having a hard time feeding their families. These are hardworking people who are doing important work. They deserve respect. They deserve to be paid. This shutdown must end as quickly as possible. And on top of the fact that we have hundreds of thousands of workers not getting paid, we now have a president who, for the first time in the history of this country, is...
Oh, somebody, I hope that person is a troll, because they said Trump in 2028 and Nick Fuentes 2032.
That's hilarious.
To allow...
That's, yeah.
You're a great comedian if you're trolling.
Our kids, low-income, working-class children, to go hungry in order to try to make a political point, a point, by the way, that the American people are seeing through.
Yeah,
President
Fuentes is way too anti-Israel to become an American president.
Yeah, for real.
We need to support Israel with their
We'll just leave it at that.
Is not complicated. The first time in ever, the majority party in the Senate, which needs 60 votes to pass a budget, is refusing to negotiate. It is their way or the highway, take it or leave it. We got the majority, we're not talking to you, despite the fact that they only have 50.
Well, if you're not trolling, I feel sorry for you.
53 votes. And to make the situation
if you're not trolling, that's just called being a fucking worthless retard.
And to show the American people the contempt in which the Republicans hold for negotiations and democracy, you got a Speaker of the House who has now given his members a 6-week paid vacation. Country is in the midst of a major crisis. Republican members of the House are nowhere to be seen. They're on a paid vacation. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know.
And that's the other thing. It's funny how Congress officials are still paid during a shutdown. It's like you think they should also go without pay. So there's clearly, I don't know, I guess, self-pandering there when it comes to how this particular system is. Like, when this policy was written out and structured, it's like, okay, if the government shuts down, then that means like civil servants go without pay. But wait, legislative officials, they're also civil servants. Well, not them. They can still get paid.
About whether Republicans are willing to negotiate, I don't know what will. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows that our current healthcare system is broken. They know that we pay by far, not even close to the highest prices in the world for healthcare, while some 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. They know that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right, something which must change. And what they also know is that Donald Trump and the Republicans, through their horrendous big, beautiful bill, are making a broken, dysfunctional healthcare system even worse, taking it to the verge of collapse. That legislation is doubling premiums for over 20 million Americans who are in the Affordable Care Act exchange. And in my state, we are hearing from Vermonters who are being asked to pay a tripling of their rates and even a quadrupling of the rates. Who, in God's name, at a time when healthcare costs are already so high, can afford a doubling, a tripling, a quadrupling of their rates? That is insane. Nobody.
Okay, so somebody in the chat says that, oh, the Republican Congress officials there not accepting pay. It's the Democrats who are. Did you just make that assumption and make that up, or has that actually been established anywhere? Has Mike Johnson and other conservative representatives and senators, have they come out and acknowledged that? And even if some have, that doesn't mean that all of them are. So I'm sure you're not just making assumptions there.
Can't afford to pay that. Further, that big, beautiful bill would throw 15 million people off the health care they now have as a result of massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. According to studies, that would result in some 50,000 Americans dying unnecessarily every year. Low-income, working-class people who have chronic illnesses who will no longer be able to get health care. That is what we are being discussed. Anybody think it's a good idea to allow 50,000 of our fellow Americans to die unnecessarily each year? And all of this is being done in order to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. No, Mr. President, I do.
Wait, no. Are you saying that politicians in our country pander to the 1%? Well, the 1%, they consist of all the CEOs, and the CEOs are automatically the most presentable human beings because they make lots of money, and they automatically are experts on all things. They're greater experts when it comes to meteorology than any sort of meteorologist. They're automatically greater experts when it comes to economics than any economists. They are automatically just perfect human beings because they're CEOs. And being a CEO also equates to being one of the only altruistic saints on the planet. So clearly the wealthy elite just have nothing but the average Joe's best interest at heart. It's not like when you look at all the jobs out there that have the highest percentages of psychopaths, CEOs are ranked number one. You're more likely to be a psychopath if you're a CEO than if you are somebody who works in any other occupation.
Not believe that Elon Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Bezos and the other multi-billionaires deserve $1 trillion in tax breaks in order to throw 15 million Americans off the health care they have and double premiums for over 20 million Americans. I don't believe that. The overwhelming majority of Republicans, Democrats, Independents don't believe that either. Mr. President, the American people understand that the Republican Party controls the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives. And understandably, for that reason, poll after poll shows that Americans hold the Republicans accountable for this shutdown. But it's not just polls. On Tuesday, there was an election in which Trumpism was overwhelmingly rejected from Maine to California.
Oh, well, the poll, clearly it's a liberal source, so it doesn't matter.
And a lot of states and cities in between. And one of the key reasons is that Americans want Democrats to make certain that they do not experience huge increases in their health care premiums or get thrown off the health care they have. That is what they are saying. We cannot afford a doubling or tripling in our health care costs. Stand with us. That's what that election was significantly about. President Trump claims to be a deal maker. In fact, he wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. Well, Mr. President.
Do you think Trump wrote that, or do you think a ghostwriter wrote that? Yeah?
Yeah, probably a ghostwriter.
At the very least,
Trump's not clever enough.
At the very least,
or literate
he
enough.
Gave some ideas. To probably.
Well, that's usually how ghostwriting works.
Yeah.
The ball is in your court right now. Help negotiate a deal. Show us what a great deal maker you are. Help us negotiate a deal which protects the health care of tens of millions of Americans, and let us end this shutdown today. We can end it in the next few hours.
Okay, so somebody in the chat says, yeah, Bernie Sanders is a millionaire. Yeah, I know he's a millionaire. So, and he's a millionaire based off of different books that he's published. But, so I guess because he's richer than you, that automatically means that he knows better than you regarding any single issue. But you said, these 4 solo boys, oh my god, so we're dealing with like the stupid, seedy, white trash sort of rhetoric of whether or not you're a virgin, whether or not you're gay. Those are the most important things when it comes to defining somebody's character. No idea what they're talking about, just riding the coattail of leftist news media to try to make it. Yeah, because I'm sure that
we're grifting.
You don't just do the same thing.
Yeah, we're grifting off this podcast we all make $0 from.
That is what this struggle is about. That's what this shutdown is all about. It's whether Republicans succeed in making a broken and dysfunctional healthcare system even worse by making healthcare unaffordable for working class and middle class Americans. It's about whether millions of our fellow Americans no longer have health insurance.
Okay, so somebody says I actually have a very high IQ, especially for sociopathic tendencies.
You or them? That person has been like maximum retard all night long, and
and these are also the kind of people where they will bring up IQ, like they want to play the IQ dick measuring contest, but then if you actually discuss it with them and ask them like what's even on an IQ test, like if you present like data or whatever that shows that, or proof that you actually do have a high IQ or an IQ that's higher than them, then you're arrogant. So it's things where it's just, I bet you're a loser, is unemployed, lives in your mother's basement. Then when you point out the fact that, hey, I work some kind of high income, white collar job, have a higher education, well, then you're arrogant. So they don't really want to pick a lane. So is IQ something that's important? Or are you automatically a virgin neckbeard if you bring up IQ? They don't really want to make up their minds there.
And that many of them will die unnecessarily. So, Mr. President, we are hearing right now, every one of our offices are hearing tragic stories of families having to decide whether they can pay for their parents' cancer treatment.
And also, if you want to say, hey, Trump has a high IQ, well, what about academics? What about all of those scientists who are just bought out? I mean, what about somebody like Lawrence Krauss or Richard Dawkins? I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they all have pretty high IQs. Do their opinions matter? And then the other issue is you can have.
They agree with me.
Well, they also like don't really seem to understand you can be smart and be a terrible human being. I mean, there's lots of really malevolent dictators that are responsible for murdering tens of millions of people that had fairly high IQs. I mean, Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, Hitler, all of them, like, when it came
what are
to...
you trying to say, Gene, with your high IQ?
I'm saying having a high IQ doesn't mean that you're not capable of being a bad person.
Example, or whether they will see a parent die without that life-saving care. There are millions.
We're overeducated idiots.
Chronic disease. They're dealing with cancer. They're dealing with diabetes. They're dealing with Alzheimer's. They're dealing with health, with heart disease. And they
yeah, because being educated equates to being a moron. We all know that's how it works.
Wondering if they get thrown
Gene,
over
can you do me a favor? Can you show us how dirty your mom's basement is?
What?
Can you pan the camera around and show us how dirty your mom's basement
Turn
is?
the green screen off and show us what your mom's basement looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a bunch of boxes from Amazon I got to break down.
Yeah. It's your same excuse for the last 5 years, John. It's all Amazon. It's not your mother's hoarding problem.
What a liberal conspiracy.
Your mom has Amazon Prime. Stop fucking bragging,
Here, I'll
bitch.
turn mine off.
Damn.
Oh, there you go. I guess there's some clutter.
That's what his mom's basement looks like, guys. There you go.
Take a look around. Look, there's a treadmill. His mom doesn't even use that treadmill.
Yeah, she's like, I don't use it no more. You can have it, Joey, or whatever your name is.
Joey.
Are they going to stay alive? How are they going to take care of that?
Joey Morgan.
Joey Morgan.
So somebody says IQ tests aren't real, you uneducated goon. Well, I was just arguing that IQ isn't the end-all be-all when it comes to intelligence, and I already acknowledged that it's debatable, like how valuable they are, or like what
And that, hold on, they said, like, we're supposed to take them serious intellectually when their comment is IQ tests aren't real.
Yeah, it's
I think
you
they
could
might
say
be
that-
real.
Yeah, it's one thing to say that they're not credible or that they don't mean much, but saying that they aren't real, IQ tests
They
definitely
isn't
are
real.
a
The
thing.
Jews made them up.
Yeah, it's like they talk at like a 4th grade level, but we're supposed to take them serious. Oh yeah, thank you. Teach us more, sir. Talk like a fucking caveman.
Shutdown is about. And whether it is in Maine,
Hughes
New
ain't
Hampshire,
real.
Nevada, or Vermont, the American people want us to stand with them. And that is what this whole debate is about.
Yeah.
We cannot fail the American people. They are looking to us to make sure that
Yeah, we are, Bernie.
Let us not.
You old fucking crusty fuck. If only you didn't bend the knee at Hillary Clinton in 2016. If
Yep.
only. But thanks.
I think that he should have been
Thanks,
hostile
Bernie.
about that.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I actually.
Okay, next vid.
Yeah, those of you who
Back
think
we've-
we're too soft on the Democrats here, back in 2016, I thought that Bernie should have been fucking hostile about what the Democrats did to him, and he should have said fuck Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, you should have said fuck the Democratic Party and opened a
Yep.
new third party. If only he
Yeah.
actually did that and gave a fuck to what actual Americans believe instead of further dividing ourselves into a two-party system that does not give a fuck to how the average American proceeds with their life. It's all about the status quo and making the richer more richer. And if you think that one day you too can be richer, you, my friend, have been swindled.
Yeah, Joey.
Yeah, Joey, you're not that fucking rich.
Yeah.
Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about you, even less than Bernie Sanders gives a fuck about you.
Yeah.
But you have bent the knee and you have capitulated to a baron. To the point where the man literally named his son Baron. Who gives a fuck?
Baron.
He is a demagogue. Look up the word demagogue and then worship that. You MAGA retard.
Is proposing changes to Social Security disability benefits that will make access to those benefits significantly harder, according to new reporting from ProPublica. One change would be
Well, social's in the name, so socialism.
to update the job listings used to determine whether a worker has the skills to do another less strenuous job instead of receiving assistance. Another change.
So that element, I mean, I'm fine with, depending on how it's implemented, but I'm pretty sure they already have like policies there where when somebody is on like disability or Social Security, it's something where the majority of people who receive like disability benefits do work to some extent. And this is where what a lot of people don't understand when you're talking about like sorts of social aid or social care is it's like, yeah, they just want handouts. They're lazy. And it's like, well, a lot of it is supposed to be something that's more temporary. Where when you're talking about like programs for the homeless, it's to bring them out of homelessness. So the goal is so that they can get to the point where they're actually working and not like paying their rent and not being homeless. And that's actually beneficial to the economy. Why? Because the data shows that even if they are not working and they're just given some sort of like subsidized sort of living and some sort of apartment or housing, that is less of a drain on the taxpayers than having them homeless because they either, you know, get arrested, they end up in jail, prison's really expensive, or they get sick, they go to the hospital, and they're homeless, so they can't afford it. So it's just all that costs the taxpayers money. So they don't get the cost-benefit analysis. They don't get that nuance. And a lot of people who have disabilities, it's like, okay, they might not be able to work full-time, but what if they're able to work part-time and the amount of money they make like with their job and the taxes they pay makes up for the services that they get. And it neutralizes it cancels out the costs. But they don't care about that. It's like, even though the data, the numbers show that it's more beneficial to the economy, no, it's just people being hazy. It's just people being lazy. It's just people asking for handouts.
Would almost entirely remove age as a criteria for eligibility, putting the applications of older workers in the same pool as younger workers, if adopted in its current form.
Yep, and there's that element as well. Companies need to pay livable wages.
Publica reports that as many as 1.5 million Americans could lose eligibility over the next decade, and workers in Republican-led states will be hit the hardest.
Oh, and the dude says, get a better job, not McDonald's. Do you know what an employment desert is? Like, what if a person lives in an area where they don't have access to like any sort of like meaningful employment?
Just move somewhere else.
Oh, but isn't there this thing known as the poverty paradox where it's like they don't have enough money to move? So it's like they need to move to get the job, but they need the job to move. It's like we had piss poor public transportation. If we had better public transportation, that was what you expect from pretty much the rest of the developed world. People who can't afford a car could commute to different locations where they'd be able to work and so forth. But hey, why don't they just get a car? If they currently don't live within walking distance of any sort of jobs, why don't they just get a car when they can't afford it? It's like they need the job to get the car. They need the car to get the job.
Joining us now, ProPublica reporter Eli Hager. Eli, thanks for joining us. Let's start small. Tell me about one of the people you interviewed for this story and how these new changes might affect him.
Sure. I interviewed somebody named Christopher Tinter, who's a 55-year-old in...
Oh, and they're talking about remote work. Well, that definitely is an option for people, but it's something that, I mean, people should be more educated regarding that. And it definitely, awareness is something that would help. But also, people do need viable internet. So in a lot of areas, people have access to really shit internet. So when it comes to things like making that sort of a social utility, like 5G hotspots, that's another example where some type of social institution or social infrastructure could benefit the population as a whole. It would give people more opportunity to work remotely.
Rural Arkansas. He's been a working person his whole life. He started out his working career working in coal mines in West Virginia.
That's funny. Sorry, that's funny, Chuck Todd. He said, send these white dudes to the Nick Fuentes Re-Education Center. Yeah, that's right. We need to be brainwashed to be good white people and advocate for the fucking provocation of the white race. You're right.
I would say we don't need to pay attention to the Nick Fuentes people. Okay. And a lot of them, I would put my poker chips on them just being like straight up trolls.
Okay, they got me. I got debated, but it was too funny of a statement not to respond to.
Jobs. He eventually lost, through some of his work that he was doing at a wastewater facility, he lost his leg and is probably going to have to lose his other leg. And he qualified for disability benefits in part because he's 55, and eligibility is in the current system increases when you're in your 50s. It makes it a little bit easier to get benefits.
Gene. Oh, that was weird. Uh-oh.
Did Shab lag out? The stream down? Stream still up?
Frozen.
Because he's there. Shab controls the
he's
OBS.
moving now. Yeah, he's got the OBS. Oh, there, he's back.
Shab, you lagged out. Yeah. But what were you saying?
Shab, did you go get a job? Are you back with a job?
He heard it. I was told Gene to go get a fucking job, and then the lag happened. But we're fine now. Everybody in the chat's hecka happy. But did you get that job, Gene? Fucking useless bitch. Huh?
Ivan the Brave says, if you're really struggling, you figure it out. Well, what if somebody is schizophrenic?
Oh, they need to figure it out. They need to figure it out, dude.
Any medication
for psychosis. Put you on the
I was going to say, speaking of not responding to like bottom of the barrel chats, we should probably not keep responding to people who just make childish arguments too.
Yeah, like dirt.
I've been doing this podcast for 5 years. I'll indulge in all the ironic comments I want.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long yet. It's been like 2.5 years.
Through that lifetime of work, and it's harder for
It has been 4 years, to be exact.
Ooh.
It's been a long time.
Years.
at that point. So
Yeah. Well, no, I've been hanging
It's been
with you.
4 years.
I've been hanging with you for 5 years, and we started like doing podcasts on my channel like a couple years
About
in.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
So the Trump rule would change that system of eligibility increasing by age.
I don't know. Time's been flying by for me.
That's
So
true.
if there was also a less strenuous job eligibility requirement, would
To me, it's like, wait, what was that? Like 6 months ago? It was 8 years ago. Oh shit.
then
Sounds about right.
for
2 whole
jobs that would
terms.
be, I guess, less of a burden on him in terms of mobility?
Right. So 2 things would happen. Number one, somebody like him, I can't say what would happen exactly in his case, but somebody like him with that experience, their age would no longer be taken into account. So they would be treated the same in the disability adjudication as the 20-something. And then secondly, the jobs listings would be updated. So it would show that, say in his area of Arkansas, there is this sort of low skilled, more sedentary job behind a computer that maybe he could do.
And then there's also programs that can help people with finding work and giving them just the basic training to perform that job. So sometimes it's just like awareness isn't out there when it comes to what resources may be available. So having those sort of government facilities that people can go to when they're struggling with employment that can help put that point them in the right direction. Like maybe if you look at a cost benefit analysis, it would actually benefit the economy.
But see, Gene, we fired those people so we could hire
That involves
more
doing
ICE
math.
agents. Okay, ICE agents are really doing a great job.
Well, there you go. Do you think this guy can get a
desk-based
job working
job.
for ICE?
Yeah.
In his view and the view of disability
Yeah, he can just work for ICE. There you go.
advocates and union leaders, that sort of pulls the rug out from working class people who have, only done a certain type of manual job their whole life, whether it's in coal mining or logging or construction work. And those are the skills that they have. And now they're being told that actually the system is changing now that they've reached their most medically vulnerable years, and that they're going to have to learn how to do something on a computer instead of getting these disability benefits that they paid into the system for.
Who are the proponents of this?
So it's actually something.
Oh, and somebody mentioned remote work, and then here they're talking about like, hey, they're in a position where they can't really rely on manual labor. So more of a desk job or like IT or like some job in front of a computer. The younger generations currently in school, like not only is illiteracy definitely skyrocketing because it seems like our education department or the education sector is really being neglected because we need to pander to building a border wall and we need more ICE agents. But the younger generations are very computer illiterate. That's like the irony is Gen Alpha, kids that are currently in grade school, it's just they don't know how to like just work or how to open up their web browser and just browse the internet. They really don't know how the basic like components of operating a PC. They only really know how to use their smartphone. So that's the other problem is if you want people to work, like you want remote work, well, maybe you need to improve our educational system because when people are illiterate and incapable of operating a PC, that might interfere with that.
Originated in the first Trump term, something that some Social Security officials in the first Trump administrations were pushing. They didn't get it done before 2020 and when President Trump lost that election. And then it's been brought back this year and pushed, including by Russell Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, who was one of the originators of Project 2025. And now it's being pushed and it's sort of on the regulatory timeline, which can take a while, but one federal bulletin says it could be published by December.
So when the Trump administration has talked about cutting programs, they haven't done it with this one specifically, but largely what they do is they say these are Democrats that are taking advantage of the system, or that's what they imply. You write in your article that this is going to affect red states and Donald Trump's own voters.
Yeah, red states, Trump's own voters, because why? We showed all those maps. It's just if you identify as a Democrat or if your political views are more left-leaning, you tend to be much more well off. So that's the irony, is that a lot of the people voting red are voting against their own best interests.
Some of his most loyal voters, in fact. How are you able to make that determination?
Right. So yeah, it's sort of interesting that this is being done more quietly. Obviously, we have all this coverage of
and affecting red states. I don't know, income, Poverty, let's see. Ooh. Let's see, education. I don't know. Why is it that like areas that are much more blue tend to be more on the positive side of those metrics as opposed to the negative? And like, why is the reverse also true? I guess it's a conspiracy.
The cutoffs that are happening to SNAP, and then we know that work requirements are going to be added to Medicaid through the what we call the One Big Beautiful Bill, and those all happen very quickly. And as you said, the Trump administration portrayed those as being
yeah, and no one wants to be a teacher anymore, and that is also a problem. It's that I do think teachers should be paid more. Now, I criticize educators a lot, and one issue is even though a lot of like educators tend to vote blue, a lot of them usually have a lot of right-leaning ideologies of all kids can be held to the same accountability, the blank slate fallacy. But I think more money needs to be put in education. More money needs to be put in the schools. That should be one of the most crucial or one of the most, I guess, important types of institution that definitely is most prioritized when it comes to funding. People seem to ignore just how important education is. And I think the problem is a lot of teachers, they don't have resources. They definitely don't get paid enough. So out of all the different areas in our our government or just in all the sectors in general, that is something that I would say should be priority number 1, 2, 3. But it seems like when you are discussing issues with our country, it seems to be number 83 on the list of a lot of people's priorities. We need to focus more on the immigrants. We need to focus more on people being trans. Those are the important issues.
Relied on by immigrants and Democrats and so on. But this is being done quietly through the regulatory process. And for ProPublica, we had to source within the Social Security Administration to know exactly what was happening. And the way that we're able to tell that it would affect these workers, especially especially in southern states, is we just look at who relies on disability benefits by state. So in the map that you're showing there.
Oh. I don't know, 3-4%. Texas, they don't seem to be that bad. I guess good for them, but seems like a lot of the red states, this area right here, I know North Carolina's pretty red. Why does it seem to be more pronounced in the red states?
Those red states, John, they just don't have the collegiate appeal.
Democrats done it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's
the Democrats,
reptilians that are responsible.
West Virginia, Arkansas, Kentucky, and also Mississippi and Alabama have much higher proportions of their residents relying on disability benefits. And the people who would specifically be affected by these rules would be 50 to 60-year-olds who have worked in manual labor jobs, don't have a high school or college education. And so therefore...
Oh, there you go. Do you think that's more fake news? We showed all of those maps that showed that academic attainment much more poor. It's much poorer in red states. And it's almost like there's a correlation between having poor education and having less job opportunity.
Dude, there's this guy in the chat, he's using, brown-skinned emojis and saying stuff like, I don't get why all y'all weak-ass white boys got some balls when y'all are so pathetically weak.
Got
Do you want to explain how we're weak exactly?
Well, that comes from Dr. Butttoot 9512. So Dr. Butttoot, I don't know.
Dr. Butttoot. You know what? I like you now. That's a stupid comment, but your name makes up for it.
Affected by the situation of having to find a new job behind a computer or possibly driving for Uber or DoorDash or something like that.
And those are predominantly Trump voters in that demographic in those places?
Yeah, I mean, as we've analyzed over the years, in West Virginia, Arkansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama are overwhelmingly voted for President Trump. And then within that, working class voters who are 50 to 60 years old have been disproportionately Trump voters.
All right, Eli Hager. Eli, thank you so much for bringing us this reporting. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Vid.
It was a jaw-dropping moment in the Oval Office when a drug company executive suddenly collapsed. While others, including Dr. Oz, rushed to help, the health secretary...
So somebody says we're making too much sense. We need to consume more Fox Entertainment, Newsmax. Yeah. I mean, clearly we're being too rational. we need to be less rational. We need to lobotomize ourselves to some extent with the right-wing media.
Bobby Kennedy Jr. appears to vamoose. RFK Jr. flees the scene, went one post. Watch RFK skedaddle. Another, RFK Jr.'s response was to haul blank. But the White House is defending Kennedy today, saying the secretary rushed to get medical assistance and calling one journalist a ghoul for suggesting RFK Jr. ran off. Meanwhile, Kennedy's first cousin, Michael Skagel, who served 11 years in prison for the murder of his 15-year-old neighbor Martha Moxley, is speaking out for the first time.
So this is where guilty by association. Didn't Trump, who was found guilty of countless felonies, wouldn't he not shut the fuck up about Biden's son and Biden's criminal history? So, I mean, RFK, there you go. He's related to somebody who is a fucking murderer. So should we just, whenever RFK is brought up, that's the only thing we should talk about? And of course, you don't even need to talk about that because the RFK is a fucking retard with all the vaccine conspiracies, but still, it shows how inconsistent people are.
No idea when Martha was killed. Had no idea what happened. I was a good fall guy.
Skagel was convicted in 2002, 27 years after the murder in swanky Greenwich, Connecticut.
Took my breath away. Absolutely. Last thing I thought would happen.
RFK Jr. was the only member of the Kennedy clan to come to his cousin's defense.
He didn't get a fair trial and he's not guilty.
The conviction was overturned on appeal. Skagel cooperated with an NBC podcast, Dead Certain, the Martha Moxley murder, hosted by Andrew Goldman.
What can you tell us about what Michael Skagel's life is like today?
When he goes to the grocery store, goes to restaurants, he feels people looking at him thinking that he killed a girl when he was 15 years old.
Skagel is hoping he will change people's minds.
I guess I haven't looked in the criminal case, so I don't know.
Story, I think, is going to blow a lot of people's minds and perhaps shed incredible new light on the case.
Maybe we should cover that later. Should do some homework in that, and we should do a little I don't know, high crimes PPP edition.
Whoa, you stealing my shit, dog?
That's a crossover,
100%.
John.
Fuck you,
That's
bitch.
What is this, a crossover episode?
There you go.
I like the BoJack reference.
His tariffs has become.
I guess one of those single earbud.
U.S. President Donald Trump was seen arriving at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida early Saturday morning, while also active on social media platform Truth Social. The president posted what he called a recommendation to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies be sent directly to the people. Those remarks came as Congress remains deadlocked over health care, and the federal government is still shut down, and just hours before the U.S. Senate reconvened at noon. And Trump's comments urging Republicans to bypass health insurance companies and directly give people federal money under the Affordable Care Act appeared to be a potential compromise. He also called again for Senate Republicans to terminate the filibuster. Trump has, for several days, implored them to jettison that rule, a long-standing Senate hallmark which requires agreement by 60 of the Senate's 100 members to pass most legislation. The Republican-majority Senate rejected legislation on Friday that would have resumed paychecks for hundreds of thousands of federal workers during the longest shutdown in U.S. history. Lawmakers remain at odds over how to reopen the government. Democrats want a funding bill to include healthcare subsidies that are due to expire for 24 million Americans at the end of the year. But Republicans say Congress must first pass a funding bill without strings attached and allow the government to reopen before tackling other issues. Representatives for the White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Trump's post. U.S. Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer also did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
If you get your health insurance through Penny, Pennsylvania's Affordable Care Act marketplace, brace yourself for some serious sticker shock during open enrollment. As CBS Philadelphia's Ross DeMattei explains, most or almost every enrollee can expect to pay a higher premium for next year.
My healthcare is more than a car payment at this point, which is crazy.
As a wedding photographer, Megan Reed enjoys the perks of being a small business owner. Until this week, when she found out the cost of her health insurance plan through Penny is rising from about $230 per month to nearly $400.
It just makes you think twice about what you're spending money on.
Little things like just basic needs I'm going to have to cut down on.
Sarah Cunningham credits her Penny plan.
And here we go. Cost of living is becoming progressively more unaffordable. So the middle class is shrinking.
Plan with saving her life.
Now, when it comes to that sort of growing gap between the wealthy and the poor and the shrinking middle class, do you think we're going to see a narrowing of that gap or a widening of that gap by 2028? What do you think? What are your predictions? Yep.
It's going to be a pretty wide gap, John. I think the gap may never have ever been wider. I think that we're on a downward slope, John, generally speaking.
But don't you think all the data, the statistics, the hard facts, the research that shows that that trend that you pointed to is legitimate? Don't you think that it's the Illuminati, QAnon, reptilian leprechaun cult?
Nice try, John.
Spoofing all that data into existence.
It's not the Illuminati leprechaun schizo cult. It's actually just libtard sources, John.
Yeah, but the libtard sources, everything is fabricated by the QAnon reptilians.
the QAnon reptilian leprechauns. You know?
Yes.
After a cancer scare 5 years ago,
The gay frogs of
health plan
Congress.
is going up by more than 300%.
I was shocked. I was expecting like 50%, but I wasn't expecting it to go up over 3 times the amount.
Experts say these price hikes shouldn't come as a huge shock as providers raise rates for the new year. However, as you just heard, some are getting hit a lot harder. If you're in that boat, best advice is to talk to an agent. Small families are getting hit hard. 1099 contractors, people who are independent consultants, they're getting hit hardest.
Zach Wishnia says all this is the result of more people seeking coverage, the rising cost of healthcare, and a lack of premium tax credits, which expired under the legislation called the Big Beautiful Bill and is at the heart of the current government shutdown.
You can reach out to a local broker like myself, and we can guide you through these plans. Go over them, line by line. Go over the summary of benefits to see if there's anywhere where you can maybe save a few dollars and make things a little bit easier for you.
Reed, who has an autoimmune disease, says she'll have to make sacrifices.
I know that moving forward, I'm also going to have to think about compromising things like dental.
Now she's got what autoimmune disease do you think she has? I noticed there's a molar rash there.
And vision, which are things that I've always prioritized.
Yeah, and typically a molar rash is indicative of lupus. Or I think Sjogren's. That's also a symptom.
An eye doctor, seeing a dentist twice a year.
So that was part of your package before, and now you may have to go without that.
Correct.
Ross DiMattei, CBS News, Philadelphia.
So how can you get help? Besides seeking advice from a health insurance agent, which is usually free to consumers, you can reach out directly to Penny for help. We posted their email and phone contacts on our website at cbsphiladelphia.com.
Open enrollment for the 2026 health coverage began over the weekend, but you may be shocked by the spike in costs. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan looks at the rising prices and why you're paying more.
Well, it's the Democrats. Everything's their fault.
Millions of Americans will soon be paying more for health insurance. That's because insurance companies on the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, are charging more for coverage next year.
It's basically unaffordable for many.
KFF, a nonprofit focused on health policy, found insurance companies on the Affordable Care Act are raising premium costs by roughly 26% on average in 2026, and there's not much people can do to lower those costs.
If you drop down, take a less generous plan, then you're going to have a higher deductible.
More than 24 million people get their health insurance through the ACA, and roughly 92% of them receive federal tax credits to help lower their monthly costs. But those healthcare subsidies are at the center of the battle on Capitol Hill. They're set to expire at the end of 2025. Democrats want to extend those tax credits.
If enhanced premium tax credits expire, we're expecting that on average, premium payments are going to more than double. That's a 114% increase.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates permanently extending the subsidy.
Now, that's like statistics, percentages. I mean, that's stuff that like those libtards who are overeducated care about. Don't you agree?
Goddamn right. Now you're talking sense.
$1 billion over the next decade. Many Republicans say they won't negotiate the subsidies until enough Democrats approve a spending bill to end the government shutdown. Caught in the middle is the American public. Without the subsidies, KFF says
you all right?
monthly premium costs could go from $800
Oh, I
as much as more than
I thought you like fell asleep or something.
It's a complicated situation.
No, it would take a lot more than that.
Yeah, and those families here in Wake County, Warren, are...
Okay, maybe... Did I get bumped away from the... Nope. Talk to the chat.
Only if you're an Obamacare. John, you got Obamacare?
Obamacare.
No, my job, they provide me with a health insurance plan.
No, like our true capitalists, John. If only we all could be such capitalist pigs, John.
Because you have illegals in your name. Your message makes a lot of sense.
Back, the impacts of inflation and a flurry of tariffs are hitting families across the country directly. Trips to the grocery store are becoming more expensive, and some are cutting costs in ways that they never had before. Our Elizabeth Schulze has this story.
1 year since Donald Trump's economic pitch to voters helped propel his return to the White House.
We will rapidly drop. Now, when pretty much all the math shows that tariffs tend to increase, it exacerbates inflation as opposed to decreasing it. Do you think that's all a bunch of like libtard nonsense?
Hoopla.
I don't know. Like, isn't inflation, doesn't it have something to do with like the demand or the supply doesn't actually meet the demand? And when it's harder to import goods into the country because of tariffs and rising costs, and they have to alleviate for those costs by, I don't know, probably increasing the price of certain goods, wouldn't that result in an increase in prices, hence an increase in inflation? But do you think all this sort of predicate logic that I'm presenting here, do you think that's just a bunch of hoopla?
Hoopla.
Of course it is, because this libtard said it.
Drive prices down and make America affordable again.
A tale of two economies emerging.
This is the most expensive city in the United States of America. It's time to make it affordable.
On paper, the U.S. economy is humming along. Growth is solid. Unemployment remains near historic lows. Gas prices are down. And the stock market keeps hitting records. But inflation is accelerating, and economists say President Trump's tariffs are a key reason why.
Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
The basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production.
Oh, how long? So, what? If it continues to go up, inflation, until the end of Trump's presidency, and then when some other president takes office, if that president happens to be left-leaning, which they are likely to be because the way U.S. elections have been going, it's been just this pendulum swing back and forth. So if inflation starts to go down, once the tariffs are redacted, do you think that, I don't know, that was because of the tariffs in the long run? Do you think that's logic they're going to be using? Yeah.
I agree.
Chain.
In the past year, prices are up for many.
The goalpost shifting is just kind of a thing that they do no matter what the state of politics is.
Basic essentials.
I concur.
The latest government inflation report shows utility bills are up 12%, electricity bills up 5%, daycare costs up 5%, rent up 3.5%.
Oh, and universal daycare, that's another thing. Most other developed countries have universal daycare, and it's something where daycare costs are more expensive than college tuition. And that Trump's offering hey, we'll give you $1,000 check if you have kids. We need you to have kids. Birth rates are declining. Maybe people would be more likely to have kids if not just the cost of living was more sustainable, or more ideal if I don't know, maybe when people are two adult sort of nuclear household sort of system, maybe if both parents didn't need to work full time, or because both parents need to work full time, maybe if daycare was, I don't know, free, maybe it would help the economy. Maybe more people would be having kids. But no, that's communism.
0.5% and food prices up 3%.
Economic prosperity is for libtards.
Exactly.
Finds many Americans are feeling it. 52% of Americans say the economy has gotten worse since Donald Trump took office, nearly double the 27% who say it has improved. And 6 in 10 households blame President Trump for the current rate of inflation.
Everything has gone up.
We met Julie Lusaney, a single mom of 3 in Virginia.
I think this was $20 or so. Usually it would be $9 to $10.
After a recent trip to the grocery store.
It's a lot. It's so expensive. It was $6 or so.
In the past year, she says she's noticed prices are up the most for meat, fish, fresh produce, and dairy.
We don't want to waste water bill. It's too much.
Even if they live in the city, they can still go out and hunt some squirrels and sparrows and stuff. Maybe cook that for dinner.
Family is cutting back wherever they can.
Be resourceful.
And to lower the bills.
So when we're taking a shower, we can't take more than 2 minutes or 3 minutes of showers.
Julie works 12-hour overnight shifts as a clinical technician at a Virginia hospital.
I have to pay rent first.
She says after she pays for rent, bills, and groceries, she only has $100 left in her family's budget until she gets her next paycheck.
Well, there's a little bit left. Not having enough money to pay for the rent and then also put food in the house and also pay for car insurance. It's really tough.
In an election, what is the number one issue for you?
Somebody that's going to come put the grocery prices down.
Our thanks to Elizabeth Schulze.
And when people are talking about buying local or national, international, it really depends on where you live. It really depends on what kind of local businesses are available to you relative to businesses at a higher tier. It is a case by case basis.
President Donald Trump has ordered the Department of Justice to investigate meatpacking companies that he says are artificially inflating beef prices. Trump claimed on social media meatpacking companies are driving up beef prices, quote, through illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. He promised to protect American ranchers. Trump questioned why boxed beef prices have increased while cattle prices have
we
dropped
got
at the DOJ.
Stories later on, like all these industries that are struggling, restaurant owners and so forth, farmers are really struggling. So Trump clearly cares about the farmers.
Will be investigating. He vowed to hold whomever is responsible if the DOJ finds criminality. The probe is being led by Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division Abigail Slater in partnership with Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the investigation has already started. The announcement follows Trump's recent comments on importing beef from Argentina as a way to lower meat prices.
Yes. Go ahead. No. Yeah.
Okay. Next vid.
Significant developments with the Trump administration on defense for obviously trying to bend or break the law in this ongoing crackdown, as well as new signs of potential meddling in the midterms. I have both of those stories for you right now. We begin with the rule of law cracking. As the Trump campaigns...
So, could there have been meddling? Maybe. But what about with the January 6 riots and everything, they claim that with all the mail-in, sort of ballots, that the election was stolen from Trump. So, do you think when they're going to discount the claims of meddling in the last election, if people are going to ignore that, do you think they've done any notable level of research compared to those claiming, or when they want to claim and insist that the Trump's election against Biden that he lost, they want to insist that that was stolen? Do you think that they've actually looked into it and they have justification for believing that? Or they're just making baseless assumptions? And do you think they have more justification for insisting that that's true compared to their justification for discounting this? Or do you think they have no justification and they just believe whatever they want to believe, so insert confirmation bias here?
Efforts and the Trump administration and whatever you call Donald Trump's sort of roving international politicizing of our issues in America is all turning into direct claims by the president that he can do even more and deploy even more military.
Somebody says he is a crackhead to say it was stolen. I don't know who you're referring to, but the last 4 elections or 5 elections, people have come out and tried to claim that they were stolen. So it seems like every single fucking election so far, that at least in my lifetime, people always do that. My side didn't win, so it was stolen. I remember when Obama won their second term, and that was the first presidential election that took place once I was an adult, people were claiming that China meddled. Then when Trump won against Hillary at the electoral vote, people are claiming Russia meddled. Then when Trump lost against Biden, they were claiming that there was the conspiracy with the mail-in ballots. And now people are claiming that there's meddling again. So it's whatever. If you're going to support one claim that there is meddling, then why do you believe that? And if it's just, hey, you heard it through the hearsay grapevine, so it could be, so I'm going to support the hypothesis that it's the case, then what about claims of it happening when it's the other side that loses? Are you actually looking into it, or are you just believing what you want to believe? And it seems that that's always the case. It's the hearsay grapevine. I come across this theory that it was stolen from the hearsay grapevine for my candidate, therefore that one. Clearly that's the case. But when I hear from the hearsay grapevine that it was stolen from the other side, well, they're just idiots. They just believe whatever they want to believe.
Force in your cities by his own unitary choice. The DOJ also indicting a midterm candidate, so we will get to that. The revelations that undercut the Donald Trump administration's rationale for going into these cities, though, continue to pile up. Remember, one of the big questions in the courts is whether there is the kind of unrest that justifies the president overruling the state role, the normal way that governors participate in National Guard deployments, to go in there. And let's be clear, put aside whatever you think about Donald Trump and his policies.
Now, what Trump's been doing is, federal courts have said he's not allowed to do it. He shouldn't be doing it. He's been doing it anyway. And it does go against the 10th Amendment. So that's something where a lot of people, if you ask them what the 10th Amendment is, they wouldn't be able to tell you. But it is that there's supposed to be that separation of state and federal powers when it comes to the deployment of troops, like from the National Guard. If like you want to declare martial law, it's the governor that's supposed to declare martial law, and then they are supposed to cooperate with the president to sign off on the deployment of National Guard troops. Trump has just deployed troops without any like cooperation, without any like sort of sign off from the state governments. So how are you going to argue that that isn't unconstitutional?
General matter, if there is a rebellion or total riot unrest in a part of America, you would expect rationally the president to be able to do something about it. I mean, if not the president, then who? And I can tell you, as a quick legal simplification, if you have those kind of events or a rebellion, sure, any president, including this one, can do it. But what if there isn't a rebellion? What if there isn't even much unrest? What if the so-called, quote, unrest that does exist is sometimes happening because federal troops are on the ground using aggressive tactics, leaning into conflict? Then
somebody said, did Democrats ever fail to make it government fail ever? How do you think they would perform on a literacy test?
I love how they type government times.
Yeah.
The fuck did that
have the lawful
happen?
administration of troops in the streets? That's not me being a news anchor asking hypothetical questions.
And then they said all Democrats' fault. They hate the fact that Trump wins all the fucking time. Well, he didn't win when he ran against Biden the first time. So
The first time.
That's not all the time. He just won 2 out of 3 of the times.
That's literally the question right now. And while we cannot prejudge what ultimately will be ruled on in the courts, which still do have the last word on whether you can put troops in the streets for little to no reason, these are questions being tested tonight because apparently the evidence...
Okay, next vid.
About 24,000 Hoosiers work for the federal government.
Single earbud video, next vid.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. Tonight, day 33 of the government shutdown is drawing to a close with no end in sight, and Americans are beginning to feel the effects. Payments for federal food programs are in doubt despite court orders. Delays are likely for federal payments to help low-income Americans heat and cool their homes. And the air traffic control system is beginning to show signs of strain as the holiday travel season approaches. Meanwhile, this weekend, the approximately 650,000 furloughed federal workers are getting fresh notices telling them to stay home without working and without pay. Many are beginning to feel the pinch.
This is my first time visiting a food bank in my entire life. I've never had the need to
look at him asking for handouts.
Do so in the past, but times change.
Anthony Spade is just one of the hundreds of thousands of federal employees nationwide who've been furloughed for more than 4 weeks. In Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, federal workers, both furloughed and fired, are lining up at food banks for assistance.
I have a master's degree. I have 25 years of experience in my own job.
See, she's one of those overeducated libtards. This is why you shouldn't get educated. Here's an example of an educated person that because the country's going to shit.
Education does to a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Didn't see this ever coming. It never should have.
Amy Uccello was one of tens of thousands of USAID workers fired earlier this year when the administration eliminated the agency.
It's finding ways to make ends meet. Grateful for any sort of assistance programs. I'm showing up to food banks when I can. We're applying to jobs constantly. Our unemployment just ran out, so now we have no income coming in.
Furloughed IRS lawyer Isaac Stein turned a side hustle selling hot dogs into a temporary full-time gig.
It was a happy coincidence in the sense that I have something to do while I'm furloughed. But I really do want to emphasize that I and every coworker I know, we just want to go back to work. So I'm very much looking forward to when the shutdown is over, just resuming my job and having this be a fun weekend thing like it was intended to be.
Well, why doesn't he just get a new job while the government shut down?
World Central Kitchen
he can deliver pizzas.
Is known for providing food aid in the aftermath.
Well, a lot of them are doing that. A lot of them are working as Uber Eats drivers or Uber drivers or other forms of like temporary like employment. But the problem is then there's job inflation where the more people who are working as part-time Uber drivers, the harder it is for just people who rely solely on being an Uber driver to make a sustainable income based on that job. And that's where, like, when they lay off a bunch of federal employees with Doge, they don't understand that now they're going to have to find work in the private sector, which causes job inflation.
Disasters around the world.
You're welcome.
One of their latest distribution sites, downtown Washington, D.C.
I just don't like to know that SNAP benefits are being cut off, other programs are being cut off, the work is being delayed, our country can't kind of run the way that it should effectively and efficiently because we have a lapse in appropriation and Congress is not coming to the table like they should.
And as the government shutdown closes in on becoming the longest ever, federal workers want Congress to hear their pleas.
I still have bills that are due. I have a family that I have to take care of. So it's a lot of uncertainty that comes along with this. I'm grateful for these opportunities to receive assistance, but there's a lot of uncertainty that comes along with it, and it causes a lot of stress as well. All I can do is just continue to pray and hope that something is done to resolve the issue with the federal government shutdown.
Barring some dramatic unforeseen development, it appears likely that this week the shutdown will become the longest on record. Jeremy Mayer is the director of the Political Science Master's Program at George Mason University.
Oh, God. Here's a scholar from some kind of university who's a pundit in their field of work. What do experts know about topics that they're certified experts in? Clearly, you got to find a CEO to talk to, because a CEO is just a pundit on all things.
Or have Joe Rogan talk to a CEO.
Yeah.
That's even better.
Don't talk to a doctor when you're having some health issue. Talk to a CEO when you have a health issue. Don't I don't know, talk to an insurance agent when you need help with insurance. Talk to a CEO about that. I mean, don't talk to or an accountant when you need help with your taxes. Talk to a CEO. I mean, that's what you need to do.
He's kidding.
Policy and government.
Jared. Doctor.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. Talk to a doctor.
Shutdown's about to have a distinction.
Should talk to a CEO in Minecraft.
The longest on record. Are there other things distinctive about this shutdown compared with others from the recent past?
Yes, the biggest difference is the lack of negotiations. Every other shutdown, the focus has been on what is the president's negotiating position? What is his opposition in Congress? What is their position? And there were shifting sands, and here it's just been nothing. The Democrats set their line in the sand, and the Republicans have their position, no negotiation until the government opens, and we're still where we were at the start.
Why do you think that is?
Well, it's a symbol of how polarized we are. The Republicans are answerable to a MAGA base and Donald Trump, and they are not interested in compromising because they increasingly see the Democrats as evil. And the Democrats are moving towards that polarization as well. There's not a lot of moderates in the Democratic Party pressuring Schumer.
Our side is the right side. The other side are just fucking demon Nazis.
To make a deal. The base of the Democratic Party doesn't want a deal.
We're also seeing this administration picking and choosing, making winners and losers over what programs they're going to favor and what programs they're going to pay people to work. Is that unusual?
It is very unusual, and it's of questionable legality. But this administration has been doing that since they were inaugurated. They shut down, as your package had, USAID. They've effectively shut down the Department of Education. No prior president in the history of the Republic has ever asserted the ability to shut down entire agencies.
The president is continuing to his push to get rid of the Senate legislative filibuster. He says that's the way to reopen the government. On Truth Social this week, Republicans
Oh, Dirt's leaving us.
Don't be weak and stupid. Fight, win. Senate Majority Leader John.
Well, here, I gotta pee again. So Shabisky, don't get up and leave.
All right, no, as a professional, I'll wait until John comes back, and then I'll leave. Anyway, Shabisky, I think we should make a poll in the chat right now. You have this power, Shabisky. If I would too, if only I fucking did not squander it. Make a poll in the chat right now. Do you think Donald Trump is a demagogue? Do you know what the word demagogue means? Maybe that may be a better poll. But if you know what the word demagogue means, do you think Donald Trump is a demagogue? Demagogue. That is your vocabulary word of the week. And I'll explain it right here per Merriam-Webster and say, hey, a demagogue is a political leader who seeks support by appealing to the desires and prejudices of an ordinary people rather than using a rational argument. Do you think that Donald Trump is a demagogue? A demagogue? I think D-E-M-A-G-O-G-U-E. A demagogue. I think that would pretty much describe Donald Trump. I think he is, like any good white nationalist, digging into the teeth of the fact that there's racist people in this country who look at a person who says, hey, they don't look like me, and they treat them differently. He's not a demagogue. I don't know. Maybe we should make the poll. Maybe we should make the poll and see how many people believe whether or not Donald Trump is a demagogue. So that's your fucking 5-cent vocabulary word of the week.
Maybe. What even is a demigod?
I just explained the dictionary definition for you. A demagogue is a person who seeks support by appealing to the desires of and prejudices of ordinary people rather than actually using rational argument to lead them to their side.
I don't know. Seems like we should have a poll for who caused the government shutdown.
I like that too. Actually, I like that too.
It was the
Put that
reptilians.
instead. Well,
The reptilians.
make it three
It was the
options.
gay frogs.
Was it the Democrats? Was it the Republicans? Or was it the reptilians? I'll be right back.
You got to add the gay frogs option.
We'll talk to the chat.
No, I don't like
Hit
talking.
chat. Say something that's worth responding to.
don't hear
Shabisky is
talking.
thinking about corn dogs.
I'm making the poll. I'm the greatest.
Oh, I was making the poll.
Oh, fuck you. I'm
Put
making
up two
it better.
polls, the same exact one.
Thune says that he wants to keep the filibuster. He says that it's a bulwark against
Make it as
democracy
confusing as
in the
possible.
country. Explain what he means by that, or why he would say that.
So there has been this debate. Traditionalists in the Senate of both parties have been against ending the filibuster. They treasure the filibuster. It's one of the things that makes the Senate different from the House. And it's old. It's not in the Constitution, but it's since 1802. But on both sides, the more radical members of the Democratic and Republican caucus have wanted to get rid of the filibuster because it's the only thing that allows you to get big change through the Congress.
The Democrats say they won't vote to reopen the government until the Republicans agree to restore some cuts to Medicaid and also agree to extend the subsidies for ACA insurance premiums. In the recent past of these shutdowns, has anyone ever won a policy change by using the government shutdown as leverage?
Okay.
Like it?
See the poll.
Like it?
God, it's being all stupid on my end.
Well, somewhat. You know, Clinton's big victory was in the politics of the 95 shutdown. He just showed himself to be the adult and made Gingrich look small. But the Republicans did win action on workfare and on a balanced budget. So the 95 is kind of the shutdown that everybody looks to. But the more common outcome is the 2018 shutdown with Trump. He said, I won't open the government until you build me a border wall. And after 35 days, he crumbled like a cheap suit in the rain. And then there was no border wall.
Are shutdowns becoming a common tactic or tool in these negotiations or disagreements between the two parties?
Unfortunately, they are, and they are terrible for government. It's the suffering of the workers, but think about the morale of the agencies even when we do reopen. I tell my students that a government shutdown is like an induced coma for a medical patient. It's the only thing worse is actual death, and it'll still be hurting our government's efficiency 6 months and 9 months from now because all the things that they wanted to do, their budgets are truncated, their planning is and even if they do get their back pay, they're going to have had this awful experience of being told your work isn't essential.
Given all that, given all you said, what do you think it's going to take to sort of break this stalemate?
Well, I think President Trump is going to win this stalemate. I think he can easily get the end of the shutdown.
See, Trump always wins. I guess that what that person said in the chat is right.
There you go.
Simply by saying, my Justice Department has reinterpreted the 100-year-old law, and now I can declare an end to the shutdown. This is what happened when the Congress failed to pass bills on time from 1884 to 1980. We just had a continuing resolution automatically in effect. But in 1980, Carter's Attorney General reinterpreted a law, and that's where modern shutdowns come from. And they have been terrible. Trump will look like a hero. He's the one that reopened the government all by himself. He didn't have to negotiate with the weak Democrats. And so he's likely to achieve at least a short-term political victory very soon.
Jeremy Mayer of George Mason University, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I don't know. I don't like everything he said. I don't want that outcome to be true. So, experts can be wrong, therefore he is wrong. That one.
Only that one.
Getting his wish to prolong the pain.
Could be that, therefore it is that. Fallacy of a single cause.
Uncertainty of the government shutdown for millions of desperate Americans. Last night, the United States Supreme Court temporarily granted the Trump administration's request to withhold SNAP food aid, pausing a federal judge's previous ruling ordering the administration to fund the aid immediately. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the emergency justice on duty, granted the pause to give an appeals court more time to rule on the case, which Justice Jackson said is expected, quote, with dispatch. Attorney General Pam Bondi praised the decision to deprive people of food, saying Justice Department attorneys, quote, will not stop fighting day and night to defend and advance President Trump's agenda. That agenda includes new chaos for the 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP. This latest Trump administration effort to inflict cruelty comes as Democrats offered a new plan to end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. Yesterday, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer proposed a one-year extension of expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies to address skyrocketing healthcare.
Now, I will give Trump credit here. Like, his nuclear option, getting rid of the filibuster. I mean, I think the filibuster's stupid. That's definitely something I want to see eradicated. So at least he put that out there. But it seems like the Republican Party, they don't want to go along with it. So I wonder why.
Costs. But Senate Republicans immediately ruled that proposal out. Majority Leader John Thune called it a, quote, non-starter. After the drumming Republicans took in key races on Tuesday, the president privately blamed the shutdown for Republican losses. But the issue of America's growing affordability crisis also propelled Democrats to sweeping wins this week. President Trump responded by dismissing the issue while rewriting his own economic record.
We are the ones that have done great on affordability. They've done horribly on affordability.
Oh, look at his eyes there. It's
They did horribly.
So I don't want to hear about the affordability because right now we're much less energy costs.
As a reptile.
Yeah.
Dirt, turn your camera on.
Dirt cut out. Dirt, turn your camera on, piece of shit.
See your anus.
So very low. The reason I don't want to talk about
I'm not back yet.
Oh.
affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump.
Joining us.
Oh, somebody mentioned the gay frogs. So who will win the shadow government war? The Illuminati, the reptilians, or the frogs?
Reptilian.
Now, Molly Jong-Fast, MSNBC political analyst, contributing writer at the New York Times, and host of the Fast Politics podcast.
Gay frogs are a real threat to
Democratic
America.
strategist and former White House senior advisor. Molly Kirsten, welcome to the weekend.
Okay. I think we've discussed the issues with the SNAP benefits enough.
A
Next
poll
topic.
from the journal Nature earlier this year found that 75%
Hear that?
of
Gene's
researchers
fine
in the
with
US
people
are
starving. That's what he just said.
No, fake news.
considering leaving the country. That includes a man who's been dubbed the Mozart of math. Stephanie Tsai examines what's behind a potential scientific brain drain.
And you weren't allowed to use it 3 times.
UCLA professor Terrence Tapp.
Ooh, this guy. I mean, I learned about him when I was in school, taking classes in predicate logic, parameter logic, discrete mathematics. He's a pretty interesting fella, but here's the thing. He likes math. He's a revered academic. He's won a Nobel Peace Prize in one of those fields of science and stuff. So fuck him. He's a libtard Nazi.
Has spent his entire life solving problems, not just theoretical ones.
And every scan is like taking one measurement.
Tao is explaining how his research led to an algorithm which dramatically cut the time of MRI scans.
MRI scans that used to take, say, 3 minutes, they can now take 30, 40 seconds.
Math research has led to countless technological breakthroughs.
So these are things that mathematicians played with in the early 20th century. So
Hailed as the Mozart of math, Tao enrolled in...
Yeah. Have you ever read the Structure of Randomness, Shab?
Yes, many times, actually.
Well, that's actually a book that I'd recommend anybody read.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting, even if you're not that great at math. It's definitely a good read.
College by the time he was 9. As a teenager, he immigrated from Australia to the U.S.
I'm talking about people in general.
Oh, okay.
But he's the author there.
And began a
Terrence Tao.
PhD program at Princeton. In 2006, he won math's highest honor, the Fields Medal. And today, he's widely considered to be the finest mathematician of his generation.
What was appealing about being a researcher and PhD student here in the U.S.?
because there's just this long tradition of excellence, and people know that they can come here, they can be welcomed. I was very influenced by American science shows. Cosmos in particular had a big impact on me.
Let's count the bets and find out.
Oh, fuck this guy.
Street, for instance. Also, there's just because of scale, you've got to have 100 good.
Wait, Sesame Street. It's like PBS. PBS. They're evil. They hate Trump. Yeah.
Universities, 100 good math.
See, Sesame Street. He said that The Count was an inspiration to him. Got him really into math at a young age, and there you go. Sesame Street's brainwashing kids to get into letters and numbers. Can't have that.
And workshops, and there was a really lively ecosystem. I don't consider myself super political.
But the lively ecosystem that helped develop his genius is under threat.
For the first time, I'm actually concerned about existential issues. Departments could conceivably either close down or drastically reduce their research component.
As part of the Trump administration's push to slash federal spending, the National Science Foundation was forced to suspend $1 billion in grants. The cuts directly hit Tao and UCLA's Institute for Pure and Applied Mathematics, where he directs special projects.
Suddenly, my life is fundraising and finding alternative sources of funding and making triage plans. If funding is if we can't restore funding, what do you cut first?
The White House has cited multiple reasons for federal research cuts, often without clear explanation or connections to its rationale. That includes opposition to DEI.
Now, one argument people on the right will make when you're talking about the research, it's who's funding the research? And it's well, the research takes place at universities, and they'll say things where if you mention universities, oh God, the liberals control the universities. What they don't understand is that pretty much all of the science takes place at universities. So I think a lot of them don't understand that universities aren't just places of learning. So I think a lot of them just think that a university is where you go to get a degree. They don't understand that that's where pretty much all the scientific research takes place. And most universities are public universities, so they're funded through government programs. So that's the other thing where it's supposed to be bipartisan. You could argue that this where you get in the realm of the appeal to possibility, that even though it's not private backers that are funding these studies, it's the money goes in the university from the government, and then the universities themselves decide which different hypotheses that a academic or a scientist proposes that they actually want to. I'm hearing echoing.
From where?
Is that coming from you?
I don't hear an echo.
Well, anyway, they decide which actual premises or theses that they want to fund and support. And it's supposed to be bipartisan, where the government doesn't decide you can only research cures to cancer. You can't research cures to MS. But if you want to make the argument that, well, hey, maybe there's this tampering within the government, there are these factions within the government that are pulling strings, then that's where you get in the realm of an untestifiable hypothesis, the appeal to possibility. So there could be tampering, therefore there is. And if somebody is going to just make those baseless assumptions and go with it, yeah, Shep, it's coming from your end. I'm hearing you're lighting up. Your Discord, it's like lighting up green.
I know what to tell you, Gene. I'm wearing headphones.
Well, your mic's picking something up then.
I'm just...
Okay, whatever. Yeah, but when they do that, it's just they'll believe Elon Musk, they'll believe what Trump says, and it's just, why don't they assume that there's an ulterior motive there? So what they don't understand is that the appeal to possibility fallacy, which is what they fall back on to discount anything they don't like, it can be applied universally to any argument, any premise, any thesis, any scenario. You can just appeal to the possibility that it was some deep state phenomenon, that it was some reptilian, that it was rigged or whatever. And if you're not going to present an argument for why you think there's tampering or meddling here as opposed to in some other scenario, then at that point you're just believing what you want to believe.
Policies and an ongoing battle with many universities over anti-Semitism and what it calls wokeness.
Oh, anti-Semitism, because not agreeing with what a government is doing. So the Israeli government and their military force, the IDF, that equates to anti-Semitism, because Israel is the only country on the planet that is the exact same thing as whatever the majority religion is of that state. So you can't criticize Israel without also being anti-Semitic. It's not like that's just a false dichotomy.
The uncertainty and instability in funding is causing many researchers and scientists, including Tao, to weigh whether to leave the U.S.
I myself have been contacted by departments from Europe and Australia and China.
Would you consider?
I mean, until 6 months ago, I'd say I'm very happy here. Things have worked here for 30 years. But yeah, in the worst case scenario, which I didn't even think was on the radar.
Oh, somebody says, in your opinion, show that. So point to one of my opinions where you're claiming that I'm just appealing to possibility. So it's just, no, you're doing that because.
Maybe.
No, you.
I can no longer fund my students.
No, you, Gene.
And there's evidence that a brain drain may already be underway.
So I've definitely kind of shifted my focus towards finding a research position abroad, particularly in Europe.
Daniela Federa is a biomedical engineer who is set to complete her PhD from Columbia University.
Oh my God, clearly. We don't need more people like this in our country.
This fall. Back in March, the NIH grant that helped fund her research on uterine fibroids, which affect roughly 80% of women, was canceled.
For a condition that affects so many women, the fact that we don't...
Somebody, David in the chat says, seen various quizzes on U.S. universities. Quizzes on U.S. universities? Period. Obviously, not places of learning. So, who are you? What kind of background do you have? So, do you have an argument? So, show, don't tell. Why do these quizzes equate to the universities not being places of learning? And then it's unless they are teaching stupid, I'm sure you're somebody where you have the kind of background and wherewithal and like know-how to determine that through those quizzes that you looked at, that all universities in the country are just corrupted.
Understand why it happens and how we can possibly treat it is a disservice.
Well, somebody said most college students are really stupid. Well, I'd say 2 in 3 Americans do attempt college. I know there's like over 50% of them drop out. So I will argue that I don't think somebody's smart just because they have a degree. And it also depends on the major. I'm not going to deny that there are majors that are definitely less valuable than others and are far more easier to obtain. Then it's like, what kind of college are we talking about? Because not all colleges are universities, and there are diploma mills, so there are shitty colleges. So there's nuance there. But also, what about just most people in general? So 2 in 3 like 2 in 3 college educated adults fail at tests that measure critical thinking. But 4 in 5 Americans overall fail at tests that measure critical thinking. So I'll agree that most adults that have some level of college education are stupid, but I would argue that they are definitely less stupid than the population as a whole.
Likely to be.
Yeah.
Sarah's funding was later restored after Columbia agreed to pay more than $200 million.
And then the other issue is a lot of those, like, was it Steven Crowder, where they'll go to universities or they'll go to college campuses. Like, let's interview these kids that are right out of high school. Over 50% of people that attempt college end up failing out or dropping out. So a lot of like the freshman, sophomore like students that they're interviewing, one, what are they even majoring in to begin with? Because a lot of people like blindly enter college right out of high school, and then they don't even think about what like particular degree they want to pursue. So it's like if they're interviewing somebody who is, I don't know, majoring in, like, what would you say a useless major is? They're majoring in like geography, which I would say it's stupid to go to school to major in something like that. Okay, it's like no one claims that simply attempting school makes you smart, and half of them don't even don't even obtain a 4-year degree. And I said geography because I know somebody who actually majored in fucking geography, and that's one of those majors where it doesn't really give you certification in any other like field of work. If you get a law degree, you're certified to be a lawyer. If you get a degree in architecture, that's part of the certification process to work as an architect. If you get a degree in social work, you're now certified to be a social worker. Being like, there are people that will do that. They'll get a major in history, and it's like, unless you're going to go all the way and become a historian, which pretty much requires you getting a PhD, it is stupid to just major. And it's most of the like bachelors of social sciences or your humanities, those like psychology, unless you're going to go all the way and get a PhD in psychology, a major in psychology is useless. And a lot of people who pursue those majors, a lot of times they don't even think about why they're even in school. And they don't even think about like, I don't know, the long-term, like sort of, they don't engage in any sort of long-term analysis of what kind of benefit that major might have.
Investigations with the Trump administration. Even so, she's now looking abroad and in the private sector for research opportunities.
Definitely a path that I would never have envisioned, but in this moment, it is making me consider other options. I thought
somebody said that could be you into geopolitics if you were interested in politics. Well, that's not what I majored in.
The only thing that could stop me from getting a PhD is for the world to end. And
he's a
the science world.
Dean's a gynecologist, guys.
Yeah,
100%. Focus on his profession, okay?
I got a degree in astrology. That's what I went to school for.
World is kind of ended. At least the
and then my minor was in numerology.
At the collegiate level.
Last month, Anna Darling started a PhD program in neuroscience at Ohio State University, where she's researching how early life stress and trauma can impact adolescent
I got
behaviors.
a degree in exorcism.
I wanted to be a professor, just like my mom.
Well, a lot of times you said college sounds just as predatory. I would say one of the issues, and this is something you saw from the left and the right, this toxic dynamic of American culture that everyone needs a degree. Not everyone needs a degree. I think college can definitely be beneficial, but I don't think everyone needs to go to college. If you want to be a doctor, it makes sense to go to medical school. If you want to work in IT and stuff, it makes sense to go to school, get a degree in data communication or in computer science. But not every job requires you to have a college education. So that's definitely fucked with the economy and stuff. It's resulted in the student loan debt crisis. And it's also created inflation because now everyone's going to school and now it's made school less affordable. And then it's also that problem where you need a degree just to be educated. And I think you can educate yourself outside of school, especially now that there's the internet. So I think regardless of what your job is, people should always try to educate themselves as best as they can. And one of the problems is we have this anti-intellectual culture now where people have this attitude that reading is stupid, doing any sort of homework at all is stupid. If you sound like you've read a book or two, you're probably a gay virgin. So we're going in the back.
Somebody clip that.
Yeah.
Somebody clip that out of context.
Hey, don't give
please.
people ideas.
Who was a science teacher growing up. I
He's a gay
wanted to teach science.
virgin.
But
Oh,
Darling
Gene,
says she
guess
recently
what?
found out that the funding for her PhD.
What?
You'll never believe it.
What?
One more subscriber and we hit 2,800 subscribers.
Ooh.
Hit the subscribe button, guys, as you can see right
Yeah, yeah. Call John when we reach 3,000.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. What a greedy bitch.
No, 30,000.
PhD program is no longer guaranteed.
My outlook on being a scientist in this country has definitely changed because not only is the path a little bit more challenging, but also the freedom to
sounds
do.
like Charlie Kirk to you, then you did not pay attention to what he said in Charlie Kirk or whatever. Something's
No.
wrong there because
I
I'm
would
sorry,
say that's
they might
that's
both speak
that's
with
a fair
confidence.
assessment. Both Charlie Kirk and our friend John Morgan enticed you to think for yourself.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about debate. It's all about, making your own point.
Gene's
proven.
a master debater.
Yeah. He might speak with confidence and it just the same way as Charlie Kirk, but they have completely different points in argument.
Ethics, principles.
Yeah, you're right,
Completely
Shab.
different.
John Morgan is the white Charlie Kirk.
That's true.
Huh.
the research you want to do and to speak on the topics that you truly believe and hold value in is just not as free as it used to be.
One of the things that's always made America great is our research excellence. And that's something that takes a long time to build. And when you lose that, it's real.
Oh, and somebody, Whiskey Tom, says, I'm a fan of community college. And yeah, I think that's a good avenue for a lot of people. Now, one issue is, so I think we need more funding when it comes to education, is that a lot of people are, or a lot of students are years behind in school. They're being just passed along because the schools don't have resources and everything. The schools that perform the worst get the funding cut, who need the funding the most. So then what happens is that you have kids graduating that don't even have a high school level education. You have people graduating that read or write at or below an 8th grade level. They've gotten their credits in their algebra, geometry, algebra 2 classes, but then they go to college and if you don't take your SATs, then typically at community college, and I've actually taught at community college, it's called the AccuPlacer. And you're required to take a test to measure what your particular level is in reading, writing, and math. And in order to take different classes, of course, there are the prerequisites. So if you want to take one course, you might need to at least have a credit in trig. And lots of people are entering or going to community college. They're taking those tests, and then it's like they're performing at a middle school level. And then they're required to take high school classes that they're paying for. So people will go to community college and they'll pay to take high school level classes so they can acquire the education needed to take the college level classes. What does that say about the state of our fucking country?
Really hard.
Says that America is winning.
And that's the thing. People are literally paying for high school again, and then a lot of them end up dropping out. So there are people that will go to community college. They will pay for like 2 years of community college where they're taking like these prerequisite or these high school level classes. And then it's like, okay, it's time for them to take the college level classes, and then they just can't keep up, and then they either fail out or drop out. And they just spent 2 years of their life, another 2 years of their life, and like all of the money that went along with it to just receive more of a high school education. So, but hey, we don't need to invest more in education overall. Like whether it's higher education or it's like your high school, grade school education. No, we need more ICE agents. That's clearly a priority.
Biochemist Stephen Jones has already left the U.S.
Yeah, but
for
by the way,
Lithuania.
Sarah Fox, who is totally not just Teddy, I'm not drunk. I'm just always high.
In 2020, during the height of the pandemic, he says he began applying for jobs overseas after noticing a rise in anti-science sentiment.
I would really love to be in a place where the type of work that I'm doing.
I haven't drank since I was like 25.
Here's the thing. This guy, I think they mentioned he's a biochemist. I was reading the chat, but he looks like I could beat him in a fight. I bet he's a virgin. So he's a beta. So clearly those are the important things. Him being well-educated, well-spoken, him like having a higher education where he's certified to work in like or perform some very prestigious sort of job or trade. Clearly, those aren't valuable or admirable characteristics. I bet some white trash sort of hick could beat him in a fight. So clearly, that's the important thing. A degree in biochemistry does not help you in a fist fight against some white trash toothless hick.
Is being valued. And that's something that's, once I started
I
interviewing.
mean, I know from firsthand experience that when they make those arguments and you beat them to a fucking pulp, they do not like concede to the fact that like you're stronger, therefore you're right. Suddenly it doesn't work that way in their mind.
Side of the scientific community.
Today, Jones is running a research lab at a
Look at that beta.
Lithuanian university. And while many of his American colleagues initially...
Beta.
Wait, Lithuania. Is that one of those like communist countries? It's like one of the Baltic states. It's near like Latvia, Estonia. So I don't know. Isn't it one of those countries where if you look at like the happiness index and all these other metrics, it outperforms America? Like the Human Development Index, isn't it higher than America in the Human Development Index? But all those indexes, they're all established by academics. And academics are a bunch of betas that toothless, white trash hicks could beat in fights. So there you go. Checkmate, liberal.
questioned his move. He says some are now asking for advice on how to do the same.
You can tell that people's brains are sort of shifting now. And it's not just like, oh, isn't that cute? To, what if I did that?
Meanwhile, other nations see an opening to bolster their own scientific ranks. The European Union and France recently pledged €500 million in grants to entice scientists to the continent's universities. Since last year...
Wait, no! They should be investing more money in, like, their version of ICE. France needs to build a wall around their country.
Based scientists seeking employment outside of the country has risen by 30%, with many applying to jobs in Canada, Europe, and China.
I myself came here from India on an immigrant visa, H-1B visa here, and I've been given so many amazing opportunities for which I'm really grateful for.
Vidya Saravanapandian is a neuroscientist at UCLA who studies brain activity in children with developmental disorders.
So we have 128 little electrodes here, and you can see them numbered.
She says the consequences of an exodus of research talent will be felt far beyond universities.
Shutting down labs will have huge consequences. Your students will leave, ideas are lost, your experiments are ruined, and this will have a huge impact on your economy. All of this is making me really sad and scared for where this is going and what the future of science is for us as scientists, as well as for the younger generation.
Professor Tao has been critical of how the Trump administration has made funding cuts without minimizing harm to research and the people behind it.
To be honest, the mindset of the administration is rather alien to me. I mean, like it's whatever it is, it's not coming from the public interest being the primary objective. For any complex problem, including how to develop a scientific ecosystem, you need a process where many voices can be heard, and one person who doesn't understand all the subtleties can't just come in and wreck everything.
How to protect America's scientific infrastructure is the latest problem Tao is trying to solve. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Tsai in
Oh no. That guy is one of the top ranked mathematicians, and he probably, I don't know what his net worth is. Well, I mean, his net worth, he's published quite a few books, and I don't know, he's definitely engaged a lot of credible research, so he might actually have a net worth that's in the millions, or even the tens of millions, but the thing is, he's not a billionaire like Trump, so clearly Trump probably is smarter than this dude, even though he is ranked as the top mathematician on the planet, or one of the top 3 mathematicians on the planet.
Sanchelis.
There's no pain that is worse than the pain of losing a child.
I thought having the vaccines would protect our children. Unfortunately, it did not, because other kids, other adults need to be vaccinated as well in order for it to work.
I don't want it. His brain was swelling, and there was nothing that they could do. Liam, having asthma and severe allergies, is more prone to infecting diseases.
Okay, so this is AP finds hundreds of anti-science bills introduced in State House in 2025. I don't know if this is a misleading title. Not that I disagree with the point that they're making here, but let's see.
Personally, it scares the crap out of me because I do have 2 other children, and my youngest does follow in Liam's footsteps. She has asthma and she has the allergies as well. It scares me to think that this can get worse and the rates just continue to drop.
There's been really an incredible decline in rates of vaccination. Not every vaccine is 100% effective. So we talk about a concept called herd immunity, where when you vaccinate your child, you're actually protecting somebody else's child. We're in the midst of a really growing trend of anti-expert, anti-science. The MAHA movement, certainly the
Oh, I don't know. Do you think, okay, here we go. Do you think what they're saying here is legit? All the anti-vaxxers? Do you think RFK is the kind of person who knows his shit when it comes to epidemiology and germ theory?
Well, what do you think, John?
Virology.
Till my whole family dies, I ain't gonna believe in no vaccine.
Is Dr. Scott Rivkees, the fucking Brown University School of Public Health official, is he out of line for saying what he said here?
Yeah,
well, here's the thing. A toothless, anti-vaccine sort of trailer park trash hick could beat him in a fight. Checkmate.
That's true.
There you go. So that means that anything he has to say doesn't matter.
Vaccine.
But wait, can we factor in meth strength, John? Does that matter, or is it all about how many
I bet
teeth
this guy would kick the shit out of someone if he was on some.
Maybe.
These are not.
Now let's track him down and ask
These are
him.
very purposeful, very well organized movements that have an influence both on the public and also on the legislative level.
And what I love is people sit there and claim that, all the science behind vaccines is bunk, but then it's just, who do you think presented the premise that vaccines cause autism? Now, not only was that person, they lost their medical license, I forget their name, but that this is where it shows how poorly educated they are, where that particular study showed correlation, a very small correlation. It showed no causation. And then once it was peer-reviewed by other researchers, it was shown to be illegitimate. So what they don't understand is maybe you should pay attention to what the results are from the overwhelming majority of studies from universities across the planet, as opposed to doing this thing known as selection bias, where you tunnel vision on one study that, and you see this in a lot of science. It's true that usually when a researcher might present a hypothesis, an educated guess, maybe there's a correlation between this and that. They'll test it, and then a lot of times, like during the first study, they might show correlation, but they're not able to find like what the actual causation is, the mechanism of action or whatever it is. They can't find the actual empirical, like physical chemical cause. But if they show enough, like if it shows enough promise when it comes to correlation, it will get more funding. Then usually that researcher, their team, will do even more studies. And then the way you know that a hypothesis or a theory is strong is when the more it's tested, the more validity it is actually, or the more it turns out to be true. And then usually when, okay, this one particular team of researchers, they've tested several times, they've now started to find more physical causes, they found causation, not just correlation, then other teams across the country, across the planet, from other credible universities will be like, you know what? Now we want to form another hypothesis that branches off of this theory. And then over time, you'll see that it gains more traction. All the studies start to chip away at it. They find more and more proof, more evidence. When it came to the hypothesis that vaccines cause autism, they found a little bit of correlation. Then it was peer-reviewed. It was found to be bunk. And there haven't been any additional studies that have provided any greater level of credibility when it came to that hypothesis. So people that buy into that are fucking retarded. They would not be able to describe the sort of like scientific process here with like your sort of scientific method. They wouldn't even be able to tell you what the scientific method is or what the different steps in the scientific method are. So they clearly don't know how the science works, but yet, hey, when one researcher who is somebody who ended up losing their medical license because of foul play, they found a little bit of correlation. We're too dumb to understand the difference between correlation and causation. They showed this link between autism. Yeah, we're just going to pander to that now, and we don't care what any other experts have to say. Clearly, they're not just proof of how America's education is declining when so many people are willing to jump on the bandwagon of this kind of fucking lunacy.
People we know, they keep telling me I need to petition and create Liam's Law. And I don't know what steps to take for that, but I'm hoping this petition would be a start. The end goal is to...
It's like, I like how he knows of scientific method.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's that, John? You ain't no scientist.
For public schools.
You ain't no shit, Tim Pool.
I guess I technically am not a scientist, but a lot of my job does require you to know quite a bit about science.
Technically, John, you're not a scientist, so
I'm
give
more
it
of
up
a
there.
scientist than you are, James. Shut up.
Fair point.
You even have a torch?
No.
The Patient Bill of Rights of SB 1277 isn't about rejecting medicine, it's about equality and autonomy. It ensures doctors and hospitals cannot discriminate against us, forcing families into impossible choices between care and conscience. Florida's health freedom community, represented by Maha, stands united behind this amendment. It's a chance to lead nationally.
This is my 16th year in the legislature, and
somebody says I'm clearly parroting things.
That'd be a lot of shit to fucking have to remember to parrot, dude.
Yeah, and also it's like, am I parroting the scientific method that I learned in like high school biology or something? Or in high school biology, I think they start teaching you the scientific method in middle school. So yeah, I'm just parroting what I was taught in school.
in the minority party, so I've always had a lot of uphill battle fights. We've had a lot of bills in Florida that are geared at allowing exemptions.
Yeah. Here, Dirt. Do you know somebody who says 1 + 1 = 2? They're just parroting what their like teachers taught
That's
them.
dogma.
Yeah.
That is textbook dogma. You see 2 + 2 = 4. You say obviously that's 4, but you just can't think for yourself.
You only believe it equals 4 because some educator told you that it equals 4. think for yourself. Stop parroting what you learned from like some kind of educational course.
For vaccines, we are now down to 89% of the school children who are vaccinated. And in order
Somebody says this dude is such I guess like nerd emoji geek. Yeah, I am a nerd. I am a geek. What of it?
Yeah. You need 90.
How can you claim to care about information and truth if not bothering to look into that information or truth? Or are you just dogmatic?
And I don't know if they're goofing off, but if they aren't, this goes back to like those parody statements we were making earlier, like, oh, I bet I could beat him in a fight. So it's just, hey, somebody sounds like they've read a book or two, or they've taken some classes, they sound somewhat educated and articulate. Hey, I bet they're a virgin. Yeah, I could beat them in a fight, you motherfucker. I peak working at a 7-Eleven.
I do worry because
I need more of that voice from Gene.
And then go nationwide. So it is a real concern what we are doing here and how it will impact the whole country.
I'm afraid for the fact that diseases that left children neurologically impaired, diseases that put children in the hospital, diseases that kept children out of school are going to flare up again. In this call of personal freedom, we have to recognize that one person's personal freedom will actually trample on the rights and liberty of others.
I think it's starting to hit them a little bit more as time passes and the shock is kind of wearing off. They tend to talk about him a lot more. I channeled my anger into purpose. I want to make a difference. I want to reach those parents who are on the fence post about vaccinations. He was a big part of our lives. He touched so many lives, more lives than I ever even knew. It makes my heart happy knowing that he.
Now, people have mentioned herd immunity. Now, there is some science behind herd immunity, but I don't think they understand that it's like, okay, you look at the indigenous population in the Americas when the Europeans came along. Most of them fucking died. The ones that are left developed herd immunity, but you know what? There's a reason why there aren't that many Native Americans anymore. Seems like if there were vaccines available.
No, Gene. Herd immunity. That's not what herd immunity is. It's the opposite of what you're saying. Herd immunity is everybody using vaccine, and it being us being more immune as a herd, and everything as a
no. People argue herd immunity where, hey, you shouldn't get vaccinated because it's like people just develop an immunity from. So that does happen, like when it comes to just biology evolution, where like eventually the people die off and their immune systems will develop a natural immunity. So there is herd immunity, but that's something that usually requires a large fucking significant decline in population. So after you had the Black Death, the bubonic plague, there was eventually people developed some level of herd immunity, but lots of fucking people died during the spread of the bubonic plague.
He had made such a big impact on people's lives.
More than 400 anti-science bills have been introduced in state houses across the U.S. this year, targeting vaccines, milk safety, and fluoride. It's part of a politically savvy campaign that would strip away public health protections that are integral to American lives, while normalizing ideas fueled by anti-vaccine advocates. The Associated Press investigated the movement behind this wave of legislation. This is what we found. We identified.
And Chet, vaccinations can help expedite the process, but you have a bunch of Trump tards that don't know what herd immunity is. So
Yeah.
There's different things that can cause herd immunity. So when you hear conservatives using it, they're using it in the sense of like natural herd immunity, which they don't understand that natural herd immunity involves tens of millions of people dying. It requires a huge decline in population.
Yeah, I've heard that argument, and yeah, the problem with that is the same people making that argument, and I say this to them, like, it's the fact that they'd probably not be here right now. If everybody just thought the way they would not exist because one of their ancestors would have fucking died off from some disease. and they wouldn't have been able to procreate and make them. You know, like you said, a lot of people would have to die in order to that for you know, to go with their logic of like, oh no, fuck it, just let nature, you know, figure it out. It's like, no, like that's so fucking stupid. Say that when I bet you won't agree with that when you got you know, I don't know, what's a horrible disease?
Smallpox.
Smallpox or whatever. Yeah, something like
well,
that.
smallpox, that's been wiped out, and that was a disease that, like, throughout the ages was like resulting in millions of deaths, like every century, even in the early 20th century before it was eradicated. It was responsible for like tens of millions of casualties. So that's a good example where there's no smallpox anymore.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for people like scientists and vaccines and stuff, smallpox would still be killing lots of people, causing lots of problems across the
identified 423 bills that undermine science-based health protections. Nearly half were supported by well-funded national groups, led by people with ties to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Most of the bills targeted vaccines. We also looked at bills that would roll back access to fluoride and those that would make it easier to get raw milk products. These are all goals of the Make America Healthy Again movement. We found anti-science bills in most states, though only about 30 have been enacted. The groups pushing the bills are well organized with a clear strategy to change policies. People we spoke
to. So smallpox, it was eradicated like halfway through the 20th century. But during the 20th century, smallpox is estimated to have caused an estimated 300 to 500 million deaths worldwide. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's like a third.
And that's just one of many things, though, too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's not. It wasn't like, oh, that's the only thing that was killing lots of people. There's lots of different things, and so if it wasn't for the idea of just vaccines existing in the first place, most of you motherfuckers would not exist.
Somebody mentioned there still is smallpox. I know in the like germ disease vaults, they're like they have samples that are preserved. Yeah, it's eradicated. That's like a autistic, pedantic nitpick. Actually, there are disease vaults that have samples.
That their agenda is anti-science or driven by conspiracy theories. They say their positions are rooted in health freedom and personal liberty, but these ideas have a human cost. Vaccination rates continue to fall. That's allowed infectious diseases like measles and whooping cough to make comebacks.
In this call of personal freedom, we have to recognize that one person's personal freedom will actually trample on the rights and liberty of others.
One family we spoke to lost their 8-year-old son to a vaccine-preventable disease in April. His mom is now fighting to remove religious exemptions for vaccines in public schools.
It scares me to think that.
All right, so somebody said go pull up some real lectures from real researchers rather than blathing in ignorance. One, a lot of the information that I'm presenting is what I've learned either when I was in school or through my own fucking like independent reading where it's actual academics that are writing those fucking books. So I guess it's more of a secondary source coming from me, but we've also shown plenty of people so far who are actual experts that have also given their take.
This can get worse and the rates just continue to drop. I wish people would trust the science behind the vaccines more because in the long run, the benefits outweigh the risk.
Government shutdown is now in day 18 with no end in sight. The House is heading into its fourth week out of session. Federal courts will run out of money to operate on Monday, which will likely mean delays in cases up and down the docket. Democratic lawmakers say they're standing firm in their demands to address health care cuts. Meanwhile, Republicans say they're willing to vote on these health care demands, but only once the government is reopened. And as the government shutdown stretches on, a federal judge has temporarily paused the layoffs of thousands of federal workers, including nearly every employee in the Department of Education's special education.
So when it comes to like even outside the shutdown, them trying to eradicate a lot of elements or the federal sector when it comes to policies on education, where let's just leave it to the states. One big thing is the dynamic of Americans with Disabilities Act, where there is this, I think all states, they have IEPs, which is individualized education plans. So that's for like kids with disabilities. So and it's not just learning disabilities. It could be things where a kid is in school and they have some sort of physical disability and they might be required to have some sort of like occupational therapy in school or some kind of cognitive behavioral therapy to help them function. I mean, things like speech therapy, that's another big one. But this would make it so states aren't required to have IEP plans for students with special needs. So it's not mandated that, I don't know, kids with like ADD or dyslexia or dysgraphia, that they actually receive accommodations. And that's probably not going to help out the economy when a very large percentage of people that already struggle academically, not because they're stupid, but because of other sort of disorders that aren't associated with intelligence, interfere with them actually receiving a quality education. So maybe the more people that like have disabilities that get the support that they need, so when they finish school, they actually have what is akin to a high school education, where even people who don't have disabilities aren't graduating with what's akin to a high school education, but that probably would benefit the fucking economy overall. The more people with disabilities are given the support that they need so they know how to like cope and function with their disorders. But nope, it's their fault for being born with disabilities. How dare they? Those 5-year-old kids with autism or 8-year-old kids with ADD just need to learn to function as if they don't have those conditions at all. Willpower is the cure to disabilities, or at least neuropsychiatric disorders.
Division, the judge in the case accused the president of using the shutdown for political reasons, saying that it's, quote, ready, fire, aim on several federal programs, creating, quote, a human cost that cannot be tolerated. For more on how this is all impacting students, let's go ahead and bring in Rachel Gittleman. She's the president of the American Federation of Government Employees, Local 252, which represents more than 2,700 workers at the Department of Education. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us here on ABC News Live. These latest firings have now been paused, but what could happen to special education students while this whole thing plays out in court?
Thank you so much for having me. And these most recent firings at the U.S. Department of Education gutted critical support services and resources to tens of millions of students across the country, including 7.5 million students with disabilities. This is a doubling down on the firing of more than 1,500 public servants earlier this year at the department. But these most recent firings close several critical offices at the department, which includes the K-12 Education Office and the Special Education Office, which distribute more than $35 billion in education funding to schools every year. In addition, these most recent firings gutted the Office of Civil Rights, which combined with those two earlier offices ensure that states and districts follow the law.
And what have you heard from parents who rely on these programs that are being impacted by these firings?
Right.
Well, hey, don't have kids with disabilities. It's that simple.
So this is not just the beginning of the harm. The department
maybe if they didn't get their kids vaccinated, maybe in Minecraft, maybe their kids wouldn't have dyslexia and autism and ADD and so forth. So there you go.
Wow,
already
in Minecraft.
Dollars in grants this year to
in
schools
Minecraft.
for everything from student mental health to after school programs to special education, teacher training. Students, families, and communities are the ones who will pay the price for these cuts. A staffer told me just this week that there's a complaint sitting in our Office of Civil Rights from a family of a physically disabled child who cannot play on his school playground because he uses a walker. The harm is already there because of the backlogs and because of the firings earlier this year. And students.
Well, I mean, why is that my problem?
Families and their communities are going to.
My kid can play without a walker, so why does it matter that other kids can?
Be the ones to pay the price for these cuts.
All right, Rachel Gittleman, president of the American Federation of Government Employees, Local 252. Thank you so much for joining us on this Saturday.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Recent layoffs in the Federal Department of Education could have impacts on special education in our area. Brock Owen spoke with the leader of an advocate group about what effects the layoffs will have and what the potential fallout could be. Brock?
Well, Sean, people I talked to today say the good news is there's no need to panic right now. Officials say special education services will still be provided at schools, but that news comes with some concerns for the future. What is not being cut right now is funding for special education, though with both the federal and state governments still without a budget, schools are funding those programs themselves. What has been cut is more than half of the employees in the Department of Education since President Trump has taken office, with more layoffs happening.
So half of the employees in the Department of Education have been laid off when education has been on the quality of people's education has been on a significant decline. Americans are less educated than they've been in generations, and it's getting worse. And what I love is when it comes to things like deporting all the illegals, they'll point to things like crime. And the problem is, look at crime statistics. Things haven't been getting worse when it comes to things like violent crimes, homicide rates. It's just a lot of crime rates have been on this steady decline.
We've had the
So-
crime rate discussion like how many
Yeah.
times on this show too?
Countless times, but
Yeah.
it's just priorities. Don't you think the area where the data shows that it actually is getting worse and like here's an area that definitely needs attention and maintenance? No, that doesn't matter. We need to invest in things like more ICE agents.
Last Friday, according to a report by the Associated Press. CEO of the Arc of PA, Sherry Landis, tells me they don't know exactly what the effects look like right now, but says with fewer people to answer questions or uphold the law, it could lead to states interpreting special education law in different ways. Landis says she does not believe that will lead to a negative effect in Pennsylvania, though. The future of distribution of money for special education is among the several other concerns Landis has with the layoffs.
You're going to see less decisions being able to be made and supports to the states. But for today and moving forward, we're hoping that students here in Pennsylvania will still receive, without interruption, special education services.
And Landis adds that there are several federal advocacy organizations looking to make sure students receiving special education get the schooling and resources needed as this continues to unfold. Live in the studio.
Oh my god. So maybe I should stop responding to Ivan the Brave by now, but when they're like,
Been
none of this,
suggesting it.
literally none of this is my problem. All of this stuff negatively affects the economy, and the economy affects everybody. So
it's childish thinking.
Yeah.
So literally, as I was gonna say, I was typing this to Ivan right now. I said, "Well, if that's none of your problem, then just go fucking watch cartoons because clearly you just need to escape into some non-reality."
Yeah,
So
instead
go ahead
of whining
and live in
like
whatever.
a little fucking beta cuck in our chat all night.
Go retreat into whatever falsehoods you have, whatever fiction you live in, and forget trying to have an actual conversation because clearly you cannot be convinced.
Yeah, the adults are talking over here.
Layoffs in the government shutdown could be threatening services that support some of the most vulnerable students in special education.
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Education recently made staffing cuts, and the reduction is raising questions about possible impacts for Washington families. Fox 13's Frankie Thompson got answers from our state superintendent.
Come December 9th, 466 people will lose their jobs in the U.S. Department of Education. The agency already took a big hit when the Trump administration reduced nearly half of its workforce back in March.
Right now, your state is the one that's going to protect.
I mean, you say how am I racist? But you literally said, well, if innocent Americans get gaffled up based on their skin color and Donald Trump's ICE regime, how's that my problem? I'm just a white American. So go ahead and retreat into your fantasy and live life as a good, proud white American and ignore all the flaws of the system that you endorse.
And it's not like with other things where you got universal healthcare and that's proven to be like advantageous overall in other developed countries. Multiculturalism has shown to really benefit countries that have embraced it. Throughout Europe, Canada is a great example. So they seem very adverse to that when it's shown to actually work and benefit a country as a whole.
The federal administration is trying to back away from that.
Chris Rakedahl, Washington State Superintendent.
It's not my problem, dude. Why should I give a fuck about other people? Because
Okay, at this point, I think we should ignore them.
It's kind of the whole point of politics to look out for your fellow Americans.
That's
And
and
that
that
is-
go-to on everything.
Yeah. But I will branch off on what Dirt said. I do love it when we stream and they're like, why are we talking about this? What's the point of this? What's the point of that? And we're doing a news and politics stream. They don't get how any sort of social issue falls within the umbrella of politics.
Responsible for safeguarding the civil rights of students with disabilities. But now that the office has been gutted due to layoffs announced by the White House, Rakedahl says he fears for the legal protections for students.
The downside is if there's a really significant case that should involve the federal government coming in to try to do corrective action on a school district or a nonprofit provider or something, that doesn't look like that's going to be there.
These cuts are also raising questions among Washington families about the special education services their child receives. Rakedahl says the state has the funding and resources needed to provide those programs, at least for now.
So there's a lot of anxiety out there, and I just want families to know that right now the money's flowing in this office, my office. We are fully committed to the work of civil rights, especially for students with disabilities, and right now we have the resources to do that.
In a post to X, U.S. Education Secretary Linda
McMahon, do you think she's qualified like RFK?
Yeah, she's super
McMahon
qualified.
says the layoffs are a step towards reducing unnecessary oversight,
rich.
further
That's
stating
who
no
we
education
need. She's rich.
Oh, yeah.
funding, including for
That's
special
the important
education,
thing.
will be impacted by federal government's reduction in force.
But here's the thing. if I could beat her in a fight, does that mean that I automatically am more
There we
qualified than
go.
her?
That I want to see.
There we go.
Let's
Checkmate.
Rick says he hopes that statement remains true.
Well, there's no imminent danger right now to the money, but like keep that on the horizon. That could be a risk coming. We're going to continue to ask our legislators.
We can get
don't
like
lose any
Logan
ground on your
Paul or one
investments
of
and
those fucking douchebags to host one of these, can't we? John Morgan versus Linda McMahon.
for students with disabilities.
Greatest fight. In the
I don't know.
world.
The odds might be against me.
Yeah, she probably just shit out of you.
In March, President Trump signed an executive order to begin shutting down the Department of Education, though it would take an act of Congress to actually close it. In the meantime, the department is taking dramatic steps toward fulfilling a conservative...
So that's something he's been doing, where he's just been bypassing Congress when it comes to these decisions, where Congress is supposed to evaluate these and vote off to approve it. So he's following through with an executive order, or he's going to try to use an executive order to abolish this particular branch of the federal government. What do you think if Congress doesn't vote off on it and he does it anyway? Do you think it's fair to say that Trump, once again, is breaking the law and doing something illegal? He's not abiding by checks and balances?
That's just a bunch of libtard bullshit. Okay, he's trying to get stuff done, Gene. All right.
You check these balances, you fucking Democrat.
Libtard. This is why you libtards ain't ever getting nothing done. Okay, following all the rules and such.
of a reshaped system of primary and secondary education. Jennifer Smith Richards is the co-author of a ProPublica investigation looking into all of this. Jennifer, what is the Department of Education doing? What steps are they taking?
Yeah, so they've been very, very clear since Trump took office that the idea was to shut down the department. Linda McMahon.
You think McMahon could beat her in a fight?
Yeah.
Secretary of
Okay.
Education.
Yeah, I do.
Has called it her final mission, and Donald Trump, of course, has called the department a big con job.
I don't think she could.
Is this
So that part has been
PPP
clear.
or Celebrity Deathmatch? What is this shit?
I think we should.
Okay, I do
we
think the
should raise
shtick's
the
run its course.
question.
Desired.
No, we should raise that question of everybody we watch on this show.
Who would win in a fight?
Phase out many of the functions of the department and close it down. What's been less clear is why Linda McMahon has brought in a number of political strategists and ultra-conservative activists into the office, even as it's supposed to be shutting down and winding down. Those people have been quiet, frankly, about what they are doing behind the scenes at the department.
Is there a common thread running through these appointments, and are they all have similar goals or similar things they've talked about in the past about education?
They have. My colleague and I at ProPublica went through, hundreds and hundreds of hours of speeches and podcast interviews and read essays that were from these appointees that really lay out a vision for the future of American education. And the through line really is that they want to break up what they view as a monopoly that public schools have. And they envision in the future that
Monopoly that the public schools have. So, yeah, well, I guess it's communism, so the private sector. So there you go. It's everyone's going to have to afford to send their kid to private school. And if you can't afford it, we're fucked. And that is a big problem where everyone sends their kid to private school. So then the public schools get little to no fucking funding, and then the kids perform much more poorly. And then because they don't perform well on the standardized exams, they get their funding cut, and it's just that the cycle continues. It's this compounded, negative cycle, but hey, who the fuck cares? What's important is the rich people can afford to grant their kids a quality education while the poor people continue to suffer.
far, far fewer students will be attending a public school.
I've heard people talk about this, and it's all in the view.
We need more money thrown into the private sector.
The idea of returning power to the parents, letting them sort of figure out what schools are doing well and let them send the money there. What do the critics say about this?
Well, critics say you need a strong public school system for many reasons. One is that public schools are required to serve students with disabilities, whereas...
Now, I know France, I believe they've completely outlawed private school. And because of that, the rich people in the country, they have an incentive to make sure that the quality of the public schools is as high as possible. Why? Because their kids are required to attend the same schools that everyone else's are. And it's like, you know what? Maybe certain things should be left to the public sector compared to the private sector. And then maybe there's definitely areas where the private sector should it should be left to them, and then there are areas where there needs to be the right balance between the two. And you could argue that, you know what, maybe it shouldn't be to that extreme where it's 100% left to the social sector, but I don't think there currently is that right or appropriate balance when it comes to making sure the private sector doesn't interfere with the education overall of Americans.
Private schools typically are not. The American school system is a democratic idea. It was designed to serve any and all students who come through their doors. And private school choice means that private schools also get to choose which students they're going to accept.
On the one hand, the administration and conservatives say that most decisions about what happens at school should be done at the state and local level. But are they talking about getting involved at the federal level about some curriculum decisions?
The federal government historically has not been involved in dictating what is being taught in the classrooms. They've not been in the curriculum business. But what we're seeing under this administration is a desire to promote certain types of curriculum. For example, what they refer to as a pro-America or patriotic curriculum.
Oh, God.
Be, in
so
schools across America.
Here's the problem with patriotism and nationalism, is that who the fuck cares what set of borders you're born into? That shouldn't fucking matter. The point is we all live on the same fucking planet, and we have a global economy now. That's no longer a thing where you can have a country that's completely insular. Like, unless you are living in some really small island country where they have all the resources they need, it is not feasible to have a country that is completely cut off from any outside influence. And people should be objective where no country is perfect. We currently don't have a country on the planet that's like an absolute utopia. So the problem with patriotism of, no, we're America, we're the best, our country's the best no matter what, it teaches people not to think critically. It teaches people to be a bunch of, like, blind, like, overly nationalistic fucking retards, where, like, being brainwashed and believing that your country is the best country regardless of what the data shows is more crucial than what the actual facts are, what the actual statistics are. So if the data shows that your country is lagging behind other countries in terms of education, well, hey, like with North Korea, where we need to brainwash all the citizens to believe that North Korea is the only, like, functioning country on the planet, we need to do the same thing. Have everyone pledge allegiance to the flag, and teach everyone that America is just doing everything better than any other country. Patriotism and nationalism is fucking stupid. And it creates more, like, of the in-group, out-group team sports mentality, which I think in any area where where that particular mentality or ideology is promoted, it should be eradicated, because the in-group, out-group team sports sort of ethics just makes everything worse.
We've also seen a number of, sort of edicts and mandates come out of the department that have to do with teaching racism and gender and diversity issues. And those are steps into the classroom that we haven't seen very frequently in the last few years. We really are
she's
seeing,
saying all the buzzwords.
Start to.
Oh my God, how dare they teach kids about, like, negative elements of U.S. history? I mean, okay, they should teach the positive elements, but America, again, isn't a perfect country. So there is no perfect country. But the problem is when they want all of that stuff ignored, and they want people taught, like, yeah, America is the best country on the planet. Well, we do have a history when it comes to things like slavery and, like, genocide towards Native Americans and Jim Crow laws.
So, John, I have extended an invitation to perhaps the most vile and racist person in our chat. Now, I'll admit that's a characterization, but this person claims to have a black and Hispanic mixed race wife, and they've been saying a lot of crazy things, and they've been disagreeing with us for a long time on basically anything we had to say. So I have posted a link to the Discord and chat. I would love to see Ivar join our Discord and explain why he's not a fascist. And we'll see if he actually does that.
Oh, is it Ivar?
It's Ivar.
I don't have my glasses, so I thought the R was an N. I've been calling him Ivan the Brave.
Ivar.
Classrooms in a way that
Okay.
Ivar, join the chat, click the waiting, and we'll bring you in. We'll have an adult discussion. You know how Discord works. You're no dummy. You're no
have tried
fucking
to do that.
slouch, Ivar. Join the waiting room, and we'll pull you into the live discussion.
What's happened there?
There have been some of the states that tend to have majority Republican legislatures have advanced several bills that you might have heard of as anti-DEI bills or anti-CRT bills. A number of states have passed, anti-transgender bathroom bills. So some of these, reforms have been tested in individual states and have been upheld by courts so far in many of the states. So yes, there's certainly a red state testing ground for many of these ideas that we're seeing play out now at the federal level.
And how have been the results been? These testing grounds, what have been the results?
I can't say for sure in every state, but there have been states where the testing grounds have really held up. So the states have been able to adopt laws that restrict pretty severely teaching about racism and teaching about gender. They have been successful in passing bathroom bills that prevent transgender students from using the bathroom or locker room at school that matches their gender identity.
Oh my God, that's the important thing. And what I love is when it comes to discussing education, that's the only thing they want to talk about. Is like the trans bathroom thing. It's like, oh my God, like what the horror, whether you agree with it or not. It's just, if that's the only fucking thing you can point to when it comes to like being anti-education, anti-science, then I don't think you really have a great argument to be discounting every single realm of like scientific academic research. Plus, if that's the only thing you want to talk about, that's the only like facet of our educational system of like, hey, teaching kids that like being trans is a thing. If that is the only fucking thing you care about compared to any other like part of the curriculum or any other like dynamic of our schools, then I think you're very misguided. I think whether you agree with that or not, I don't think it is nearly as fucking important as you think it is.
Those have been in place, and a number of states have been pretty successful in limiting just the type of material that can be at a school or in a school library or on a teacher's bookshelf in her classroom. And so we're seeing kind of a copying of that at the federal level now, where we're hearing for the first time.
Yeah, I love all these people, we invite them on the stream and they don't even know how.
He said, oh God, I mean, are you going to invite
Clicking
me
on
to
a link?
Discord? I'm trying to copy the link. It won't work. It just doesn't work when I copy a link and text. Well, I mean, Ivar, we can make it happen. Or is it Ivar? I'm Ivar the Brave with a 3 instead of an E. Let's see if I can find that.
At least in many years from the federal government, that they want to push certain types of curriculum and certain types of teaching into classrooms.
Jennifer Smith Richards of ProPublica, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Trump administration made it clear from its earliest days this year that it wanted to change the culture of the U.S. military. One effort targeted books about race, gender, and sexuality in the libraries of military-based schools that service members' children attend. But this week, a federal judge ruled that the books taken off the shelves had to be returned, and the curricula of the military.
So when it comes to sexuality, at least there, it's like if they're obsessed with, hey, is trans a thing or not? At least there's some, I guess, substance when it comes to like their skepticism to some level, even though I don't agree with it. But the race thing, there it just kind of shows like, hey, are they just bigots in regards to being anti-trans, or do they actually care about like scientifically whether it is legit? Well, the fact that it's compounded with them wanting to ban books about race, it kind of shows that it's probably just the fact that they're bigots.
Changed had to be restored. Before the ruling, Nick Schifrin and producer Dan Segallen traveled outside Fort Campbell, Kentucky to speak to military families that fought through the courts for our series, Art in Action, exploring the intersection of art and democracy, part of our Canvas coverage.
I can read to you while you eat your snacky.
For Jessica Hinnener, reading is fundamental.
I sent you an invite. I sent you a friend request, Ivar. Accept it, I'll invite you to the Discord. There he is.
A perfect way to spend the day.
And she's tried to spend her days reading with her kids to help them better understand the world.
Max says, I'll get some milk for you. Cheese says, let's take some crackers too.
Yeah, that's what we have.
You do have crackers. I remember as a child growing up in a very small community. Books were really the only opportunity that I had to open up my world to different ideas and things outside of what I understand.
Well, you know who writes books?
Democrats.
Well, mostly, but nerds. And you know what nerds aren't good at?
Thinking.
Beating other people in fistfights. There you go. So, like, why should we encourage kids to read when they can talk to their, like, fat fuck of a toothless, like, uncle, like, sort of Earl? I mean, clearly, priorities.
Guy joined it.
Ivar.
Well, he's popping out of the different chats.
He disconnected. That was my fault. Ivar, I moved you around. Ivar, come back. Come back.
Hop in the waiting room and we'll pull you in.
Inner is a
Let's
soldier
talk
spouse
this
and a parent of
through,
5,
If it gets scary, let me know.
who let us visit her family near Fort Campbell recently, as long as we kept the kids anonymous. She supported her 5 children through their play and education. All of them are attending or graduating from Defense Department elementary and high schools, no matter where they've been based, from Kentucky to Vicenza, Italy.
Our kids have
He blocked me.
What?
He blocked me
Very
on
nice.
Discord.
So
I said come back, and
That
he
was
said,
very
and it
much
said my
worth the
message
last-
could not be delivered.
That was very
Either
much
he
worth
left-
the
he
last
could've-
3 hours
if
of
he
our
left it-
time.
Or he left the Discord.
nuts, or maybe they did.
And I don't know. But I think they made
Okay.
a good argument, though.
I think they're pretty incompetent when it takes them like an hour to click on a link and get in the Discord.
Immersed in that diversity, I think, is a wonderful strength of what we have in the military.
I now declare you graduates of Fort Campbell High School.
The Defense Department runs 161 schools across 10 time zones, with 67,000 children of service members and civilian department employees. Classes run from pre-K through 12th grade.
The military may choose where we go, but we choose what we do to make our lives meaningful.
I always vetted out the education systems when we would move places to make sure that my children had a top.
Yeah, he blocked me
education, that they would
too.
be set up for success later on in life.
Ooh, I hope he blocks me next.
Okay.
And so that is part of the reason why I got involved in this lawsuit.
In April, Henner and 5 other military families serving on 3 continents filed a lawsuit against the Department
Coward
of Defense
Ivar
Activity, or
tucks
DoD.
his tail and runs away. We tried.
Now they're not in the chat anymore.
We
Huh.
tried to give you a platform, Ivar, but it just turns out your fascism it could not be defended, so you decided, oh well, I better not.
Library books and whitewashing
Send him a
curricula,
friend
calling it, quote,
request.
system-wide censorship. Among the 596 books the schools removed, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Between the World and Me, Isabel Wilkerson's...
I tried too, but it said,
Psychology.
it didn't work. He must have blocked me.
Higher psychology for the AP course that was blocked. I mean, God, we don't want kids learning about psychology. We don't want kids learning about the science of like human thought and behavior.
Textbook, which has a gender and sex module.
That's gay
Also removed
stuff.
A Queer History of the United States for Young People, When a Bully is President, Truth and Creativity for Oppressive Times, and Uology, a puberty guide.
Okay, I don't know what's in like when a bully is president, but I do think that schools, like their libraries, should be bipartisan at the very least. So, like,
Yeah.
I don't think they should have any books that are pro or anti Trump, Hillary Clinton, Obama, Biden, like Bush, whatever.
Guide for everybody. The schools also removed portions of the middle school sex education course.
You almost had it,
Determination about
Ivar.
What is appropriate for our children to consume in the libraries and the curriculum has always been left up to the experts, the people in the school who cultivate the libraries and the curriculum. And I think that's where it should be. Teaching an awareness of where we came from and making sure that we don't make those same mistakes again. That's not political. That's education.
At this point, are you considering removing your kids from DoDeo?
I had a very serious conversation with my husband where I told him that if our children's education seemed like it was going to be
Elon Musk has patience and he's still making his money. Okay.
hijacked by political ideation, that
Thanks
I
for
would
the non sequitur comment.
feel comfortable keeping our children in the DoDeo system. That's a heavy conversation to have with your significant other who is in the military and doesn't have a choice in where they go. You know, potentially talking about splitting up your family. It's heavy.
We will stop our service members from being indoctrinated with radical left ideologies.
The changes come from a series of January executive orders that targeted, quote, un-American, divisive, discriminatory, radical, extremist, and irrational theories, divisive concepts that America...
Yeah, irrational theories. I mean, like vaccines causing autism. Or climate change being an Illuminati myth. I mean, yeah.
No, that's true.
confounding documents
Very
for racist
true.
or sexist and gender ideology. The Pentagon declined our interview request, but in a court filing, the administration wrote the curriculum and book reviews were undertaken to implement DODEA's current pedagogical approach to teaching school children regarding gender and sexuality and to better promote an inclusive environment. And curating a library collection or developing a teaching curriculum is an act of government speech. It's therefore not subject to the rigorous scrutiny under the First Amendment's free speech clause.
This is a public school. They are entitled to the same First Amendment rights as any student in any public school in this country. It's always important to shine a light on what the government's doing.
Corey Shapiro is the American Civil Liberties Union's Kentucky legal director and one of the lawyers who sued DODEA and Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Their focus is what they call war fighting. Their focus is on removing what they see as an ideology. If that's how they think, don't they have the right to say, well, we believe that this is a threat to our kids and we're in charge of the system, so therefore we can change it?
They don't necessarily have the right to do, and the First Amendment protects is a student's ability to access that information. And in the library in particular, the idea that the government can somehow determine what ideas can and cannot be even just accessed by students, that's where the First Amendment steps in and protects those kids' ability to access that information.
This week, the court agreed, writing, quote, the implementation process of book removals appears to this court to be inconsistent, unstructured, and non-transparent. The judge ordered the books returned and the curricula restored, but only in the 5 schools listed in the lawsuit.
Well, hey, that judge is, even though they're part of the system, when it comes to checks and balances, the judiciary branch, hey, who cares? Like, the other branches of the government are just obstructing things, so just do whatever the fuck you want. Declare your executive orders, get things done.
It's not clear yet.
Due process? Why does that matter? It's the
Due
democracy.
process, never heard of her.
It's the democracy. This isn't some fascist, like, commie country. That's why, like, we don't care about checks and balances and due process, because we all know that fascist governments, like, they love checks and balances and due process.
Administration will appeal, but this is a larger fight for Secretary Pete Hegseth.
I remember coming home from public school in like 10th grade and saying, Dad, why is Ronald Reagan always the bad guy in the textbooks?
Long before he became secretary,
What?
That's like something out of a Boomer comic, like that the guy that made Dilbert, that guy.
Well, it's just, like, what state did he grow up in, and what county, and he should be able to point to, if he points to that, like, what public school he went to, there, you'd be able to look at the curriculum to see what actual fucking textbooks are being presented. So saying that, why was Reagan presented as the bad guy? Now, when I went to school, and I'm in a blue state, it was very bipartisan when it came to how they taught, like, when you took U.S. government and everything. They didn't really teach you that, and in all honesty, they pretty much taught you that all the presidents were, like, fucking heroes and crap. So I would say that actually wasn't bipartisan. Whether the president was red or blue, they just kind of taught you that every president was sort of an exceptional president. You were taught that Lincoln, George Washington, like Teddy, Franklin Roosevelt were exceptional presidents, and I would say even, like, Reagan.
President Teddy Rubskin.
Well, even, like, Nixon, it kind of glossed over, like, Watergate. And they kind of presented all of the, like, presidents during Vietnam as, like, admirable, presentable presidents. Like, the only presidents they really didn't touch on were, like, the Clintons and the Bushes. So, the modern presidents.
Hegseth criticized government education as too liberal.
I grew up in a conservative, God-fearing, regular old small-town America, Minnesota.
God-fearing, yeah, because that's very scientific. We need to teach kids about biblical sky gods.
Because the textbooks are written by lefties in New York City. Get your kids out of government school systems right now, if you can. If you have any way.
Yeah, it's written by lefties and some of the most affluent and, like, well-educated parts of the country. So how dare these educated people be writing books that are indoctrinating our kids about things like science, as opposed to things like a magic man in the sky.
Money, move, get a second job, don't take the vacation, sell the boat, whatever, drive for Uber, figure out what you need to do to get your kid out of the government school system, because it's about saving your kid right now.
I'm just talking.
For Henner and her family, they have to believe in government schools because it.
Somebody says you get taught that shit smells like flowers. Americans are great. What a joke. Well, that's what I was taught, and I think it was stupid. So like, when I was a kid, they went over Jim Crow laws as early as, like, elementary school. I remember Martin Luther King's birthday. They usually, the day before, would always have some kind of lesson where they would put in like an educational video teaching like you about that part of American history. You would learn about Rosa Parks and the civil rights movement, and they did teach about the transatlantic slave trade. When it comes to Native Americans, I remember when I was younger, they gloss over it pretty quickly. I remember in elementary school when they were teaching you about like the Renaissance, the Age of Exploration, when all the like Christopher Columbus and all the explorers came to the Americas. They will teach you that they don't teach you about the fucked up stuff Christopher Columbus did. They kind of only give the goods when it comes to Christopher Columbus, not the bads. And when it came to Jamestown and some of the first colonies within like U.S. mainland, they don't really go over the negatives there. That is presented as if it was just a completely blissful process. They do like establish that. I would say I wasn't even taught about the Trail of Tears when I was in school. So I would say when it comes to the horrors of how the Native Americans were treated, that is something that definitely didn't get any attention whatsoever. And the only negative sides of like the American government or American history was the slave trade and Jim Crow laws. Everything else, all the other negative like dynamic or elements of America and our government and our history, all of that seemed to be completely ignored.
With their choice to serve the country. After graduating from a Dodia school, their oldest daughter joined the military.
My children have the same rights to freedom of education as every other student in this country. Just because their father is in the military doesn't make their rights any less important.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin in Clarksville, Tennessee.
Here, let's talk to the chat.
Let's get to it.
I'm going to talk to the next.
Let's get right
the next topic in the title.
Into the news.
I'll say this. Our friend HG Buddha in the chat said, "Do you still pledge allegiance?" Now I'll say, as a young child growing up, it stuck in my mind that a pledge is something that you do once to, be it allegiance or whatever. You say, I cross my heart and hope to die. A pledge is something you do once. But when they say, hey, every morning at the break of dawn at 8 a.m., you do this same thing at the same day, I'd say
that's fascist.
That's brainwashing. That's not
Seems like some Soviet, like Mao sort of People's Republic of China garbage.
That's not some promise that I've pledged to make as me as an American citizen. That's something I've been indoctrinated to do based on my perceived social connections. Now,
it seems pretty Orwellian.
Call it a pledge if you want, but in my opinion, a pledge is something that you take once. It's a promise. You say, hey, this is me, that's it, that's now. But when you make a child do that every day for their fucking entire educational life, to me, that seems like brainwashing or indoctrination at least.
Yeah, and that's what I love. They're very inconsistent with what they consider to be indoctrination.
And it means nothing when they're just going through the motions every day and not really thinking about it and just doing what everybody else does every day.
I'll say this, not as I do.
My homeroom teacher in high school, at least one of them was a gym teacher. And, gym teachers in the South and, the less publicly fucking funded areas, they're not very qualified. My gym teacher, who was my homeroom teacher, I refused to stand for the pledge. And that was just a simple thing for me.
There, Kaepernick.
As a young, Kaepernick child, I said, like I said, as a young dumb fuck, I thought a pledge is something I take once. If I'm going to pledge my allegiance to something, it should be something that I say once and it matters for the rest of the time, if that is truly what a pledge of allegiance means. But then, as I caught on to that and realized, well, fuck, I'm being brainwashed. I pledge my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America every day for the rest of my life. I realized, this is brainwashing. So when I stopped raising and putting my hand over my heart for the Pledge of Allegiance, my gym teacher, homeroom teacher, noticed and said, hey, young dirt, why aren't you pledging for the flag? You got some problem with this country? I looked at him, I said, no, not particularly. I like the freedom that I have. And he looked at me and said, well, you better get out. Because he did not expect me to stand up for my freedom to not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And his textbook response was say, hey, if you don't like freedom, get the fuck out. My pledge was that I had the freedom to say, hey, one pledge is enough.
Well, here's my thing. I don't think anyone should pledge to the flag unless they're a government official. So I think when it comes to pledging, in regards to like any realm of the government or your nation, it should be people who are, your governing officials that pledge an allegiance to the people, that take a pledge to engage in practices that put the citizens' best interests at heart.
No.
I don't think it's the citizens that should be pledging allegiance to the government.
To a flag, to a symbol.
Oh.
Me as an American citizen, I took one pledge. I said, I have put my hand over my heart and I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And when I said that the first time,
you're looping dirt, but I think that no country should require their students to give some kind of pledge. And I'm hearing the static from Chef's background again, but
fascist. I bet John has no allegiance to anything, you absolute communist.
Yeah, that's right. I'm an anarchist. The natural order is disorder. That's why I made this channel.
لسه الدنيا فجر بنقوم على قصف وحرايق ناس حسبي الله وانت النعم الوكيل.
Who do you think broke the ceasefire? Israel or Hamas? Yep.
Let me go ask Fox News.
I think Bernie Sanders did it.
IDF.
لو قلنا في حرب مش مشكله بنقول يلا الدنيا حرب لكن احنا في في امان نايمين في امان هينا وهي عظم ولحم قاعدين بنلم اولاد صغار سنه عمره لما صباب ساعه 4 حتى الان بندور عليه عمره سنه حطوا في الاحرام قديش عمره هذا قديش سنه عمره لما صباب ساعه 4 حتى الان بندور عليه عمره سنه لسه الدنيا فجر بنقوم على قصف وحرايق ناس مرضى احنا شو عاملين مرضى سرطان مرضى كلى احنا ايش ليش بكسوف الناس اللي نايمه المريض ايش في ايده اللي معاه سرطان ومعاه كلى اولادنا صار عندهم رعب اولادنا.
Well, here's the thing. How do we know that Hamas didn't do it?
اولادنا بصوت قاعدين هيهم من الخوف والرعب قاعدين حسبي الله وانت النعم الوكيل احنا في هدنه اي هدنه هذه احنا لو قلنا في حرب مش مشكله بنقول يلا الدنيا حرب لكن احنا في هدنه في امان نايمين في امان هينا وهي عظم ولحم قاعدين بنلم اولاد صغار.
El ejército de Israel anunció el miércoles el restablecimiento del alto el fuego en la franja de Gaza tras realizar ataques aéreos nocturnos en todo el territorio palestino que causaron
There's no subtitles, John, and I hate to inform you, I cannot speak Spanish, so I can't translate this. As terrible as all this may be.
What do you think they're saying without the subtitles, just based on the imagery alone?
I would say shit's in a fuck. Israel has absolutely decimated these people, and to the point where they are constantly mourning their children on gravel and, cinder block sidewalks.
This is only 2 minutes, so since we don't know what they're saying, I guess we'll just play it at 2 times speed, just to get some kind of visual representation.
todo el territorio palestino que causaron 104 muertos, incluyendo 46 niños según funcionarios locales de salud. Los ataques, los más letales desde la entrada en vigor del alto al fuego el 10 de octubre, fueron el desafío más serio al frágil acuerdo hasta la fecha. El primer ministro de Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, dijo que ordenó los ataques tras acusar a Hamas de violar el acuerdo al entregar partes de cuerpos que según Israel eran los restos parciales de un rehén recuperado antes en la guerra. Además, un tiroteo en la localidad de Rafah.
It's a good thought experiment, like not actually being able to interpret the dialogue. What do you interpret just based on the scenery here?
Franja de Gaza causó la muerte de un soldado israelí. El presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, que está de gira por Asia, defendió los ataques señalando que Israel estaba legitimado luego de que Hamas mató al soldado que también tenía ciudadanía estadounidense. Hamas negó su participación en el tiroteo y a su vez acusó a Israel de violar el acuerdo de alto el fuego. En el centro de la Franja de Gaza, el hospital Al-Auda dijo que recibió 30 cadáveres, incluidos 14 niños. De repente sentimos como si algo nos cayera encima, sin previo aviso ni razón alguna, dijo este hombre. En la localidad sureña de Han Yunus.
I think somebody may have died.
You mean somebody? Don't you mean a lot of bodies seem to be defended here.
I'm trying my best to interpret the video, Jane, okay? I'm not a genius like you.
regresar y asesinar a quien quiera, a gente inocente, dijo esta otra. El ejército israelí dijo en un comunicado el miércoles que llevó a cabo ataques precisos contra decenas de objetivos de Hamas en toda la franja de Gaza durante la noche. Más de 68.500 palestinos.
Okay, fuck AP. They need to kick me away from the playlist. No.
Yeah, the Associated Press needs to be more white people centric.
Well, they need to have more subtitles. At the very least, I mean.
Live now, I'm Austin Westfall. The body of the last U.S. citizen held by Hamas, his name is Staff Sergeant Itai Chen, a 19-year-old dual Israeli citizen, has been returned from Gaza for burial, the Israeli Defense Forces confirmed earlier this week. Chen served as a combat soldier and was killed during the October 7th attack when his tank was struck during the battle. His body was then taken into Gaza. His father spoke earlier this week. Let's play a moment of this.
Solidarity, the principle, no one is left behind. And we will not stop, even though we got to tie back. Those who know us understand that we always ask one question. Not when the next hostage is going to come back, but when the last hostage is coming back. Now we know that our fight is done.
So the remaining bodies, there are still remaining bodies, I should say. Hal Kemper is still here. He's the host of the Strap podcast and a retired Marine intelligence officer. As long as there are still bodies that have not been returned from Gaza.
So I understand people want to mourn the death of their fallen relative, and it was terrible what Hamas did. Two wrongs don't make a right. But do you think getting those bodies back is vital enough where it warrants adding even more casualties to this war?
Adding to the death toll.
Does that technically mean that phase 1 is not complete?
Absolutely. Yeah, Austin, that's part of the phase 1 requirement was that they return all the hostages, both living and deceased, so all the remains. So this is still an ongoing process, which is kind of reflected also with the phase 2 discussions don't seem to be moving forward very quickly. And that's the next phase when they go into disarmament and, basically setting up an international stabilization force and eventually turning into a Palestinian technocratic government that would oversee Gaza. That reportedly has been very, very slow. But yeah, and this getting the hostages, all the hostage remains back has been very slow. And it's been very, very frustrating for Israel and the body politic in Israel. And the feeling is that the Hamas is still using hostages, albeit in this case it's the remains of hostages, as a leverage tool in their negotiations. And that is particularly frustrating to everybody involved, to include the United States. We're very frustrated with that. So there's a lot of pressure on Hamas right now. But on the other hand, they also recognize that once all the hostage remains are back, they don't have much leverage at all.
And we have video of the Red Cross. The International Red Cross is who has been transporting these bodies from Gaza and back to Israel. Basically the same sort of setup that we see when they transport the living hostages back as well. I spoke with the Red Cross about this earlier this week. We'll play that segment out a little bit later in the hour. Hal, when we talk about the enclave itself, about Gaza, a lot of the discussion, a lot of the reporting has centered around the return of the bodies of hostages, but we are still seeing some activity. I know you have your eye on southern Gaza, Rafah specifically. What's been taking place?
Okay, next vid.
Masked Israeli settlers armed with large sticks and rocks violently beat Palestinians. The large group targets those taking part in an olive harvest near Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Nobody is safe from this brutality. Journalists were wounded, along with international...
Do you think what they're doing is an act of terrorism?
Volunteers and activists too.
The settlers attacked us. They started beating us, throwing stones at us, beating journalists, farmers, old and young people, everyone.
Wait. I mean, do you think that's true? Israel, they haven't been they haven't been engaging in any sort of violence towards journalists. I don't know. I don't think. Do you think any journalists have died covering this war?
No.
As a proud Republican, I say not enough.
No, in fact,
this unprovoked
we need to fund sending me, because I definitely won't die.
attack caused Palestine.
Send me there.
Let's put Shab on the front lines, our man on the street. Put a microphone in his hand and send him.
I'm imagining the YouTube thumbnail right now. IRL stream on the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, it'll be Shab. He'll be in the thumbnail like.
I wonder if the Gaza Strip is better than the Las Vegas Strip. I'll have to find out.
Bloodied and bruised in a desperate scramble down the hillside.
We left everything behind. We left our belongings, we left our olives, we left our land, and we ran for our lives.
Those with more serious injuries were taken to hospital. Settlers...
Oh, somebody says the settlers have engaged in violence against journalists. Huh. Yeah, it's fake news. I mean, it's not like they've burnt UN embassies and they've been obstructing aid from getting through, where not just the IDF but civilians have put like spikes in the road and have hijacked trucks and thrown the drivers out of the vehicles. I mean, they've been nothing but absolutely civil.
Carry out violent attacks on Palestinians without any punishment, and often they're protected by Israel's military. Earlier on Saturday, a Palestinian home near Ramallah was set on fire in a separate settler attack. Those inside were saved after a family member was able to raise the alarm. Daylight revealed significant damage to many of the rooms.
They come disguised in cars and heavy machinery that they use in their brutal attacks on our land, our homes and our children. They park their cars at a distance. They come masked and disguised. And this area is very close to the settlement outpost. And this is what helps them reach any house and attack it and torch it.
While there's a ceasefire in Gaza, every day Palestinians across the occupied West Bank are subjected to fear, torment and attacks like these, with no protection or avenue for justice. Katie Callahan, Al Jazeera.
All right, joining us now live from Ramallah is Jonathan Pollock. He's an activist who was harvesting olives when he and others got attacked by settlers. Jonathan, thanks so much for joining us here.
Now, here's the thing. He claims that he was attacked. So this dude, he's not an Israeli. He's some Palestinian. So do you think that we can trust him? I mean, clearly, because he's a Palestinian, we can just assume everything he says are lies.
Now, Jazeera, let me ask you first to detail to our viewers what happened specifically in this unprovoked attack.
First of all, thank you for having me. There's not much detail to what happened today. We were simply in the fields harvesting olives with the landowners when all of a sudden, or should I say somewhat expectedly, dozens of settlers, masked, armed with clubs, descended on us.
Hey, how do we know that that's not the people wearing the masks? How do we know they're Israeli settlers? Maybe they're Hamas attacking their own people. There you go. It's always Hamas. It's never Israel. It's just
from the top of the hill,
black and white.
They had the advantage of height, and they just started hurling what cannot be described as anything else than huge rocks at us. And we've had to flee down the hill.
So, okay, I think it might be going too far to say it's an act of terrorism, but do you think this is definitely a hate crime?
I think it's definitely
At least.
rude.
Yeah. But Chad, we're hearing noise artifacts on your end, so...
Noise artifact.
Well, you're picking up some kind of white noise. I keep hearing static from your end.
There have been at least 14 injuries requiring medical attention. The two most severe ones are of a journalist that was bludgeoned as they got to her halfway through the hill, bludgeoned with clubs, had rocks thrown at her while she was lying at the ground. And another solidarity activist who's over 70 years old and had his cheekbone and jaw broken by the settlers. But I think that what is the most important thing about what happened today isn't the specific details of this attack, but the fact that this is a pattern. Just today, this is only one of over dozens of such attacks.
Somebody says, laugh out loud. Okay, so you're comparing talking shit behind our backs to siding with a known terrorist group? Oh, did Bippy hurt your feelings? Ha ha. What, are you 12? Laugh out loud, grow up, laughing my ass off. Comparatively, yes, they are shaking my head. Who are they referring to, or?
And it is often...
I mean, do they agree or disagree with what we're saying?
Painted in the wrong way.
Are they just?
That's what matters.
Well, are they disagreeing with somebody in the chat? So we're talking about Israeli citizens attacking Palestinian citizens and how we don't agree with what they're doing. So do you think what the Israeli citizens are doing there is okay?
In a way that presents these events as attacks by extremist sectors, sometimes accompanied by the army, sometimes supported, sometimes they're protected.
Oh, they're talking to somebody in chat. Okay.
But in fact, we live in a situation that's very similar to the South, the U.S. South during the Jim Crow period, where the sheriff and the Klan are one and the same. And here in the West Bank, the armed Israeli civilians and the army are merely separate fingers in one clenched fist, which is Jonathan, the fist of Israel's policy for ethnically cleansing Palestinians.
Jonathan, let me just ask you, since you brought up the fact that there has been so much criticism of the fact that settlers often carry out these attacks without any punishment, and often they're protected by members of the Israeli security apparatus. Was there any presence by Israeli security during that attack today?
No, there hasn't, not today. But just a month ago, in exactly the same place, settlers and Israeli soldiers attacked harvesters together in an incident that even saw the use of live fire by settlers, not by the army, injuring a young Palestinian man in the leg with live rounds. I don't even think it's a case of impunity.
Well, here's the thing. Hamas attacked them, and they voted Hamas into office, so don't you think it's okay for these Israeli citizens to engage in vigilante justice and attack them? Because don't you think Hamas were elected into power through a genuine election? And people aren't being dishonest when they use that argument, because it's almost like most democracies aren't true democracies. So it would be like claiming that Erdogan or Putin or Kim Jong-un were elected by their people.
Unity. People like talking about impunity and lack of accountability, but this is something else. This is simply an issue of Israel using different instruments of violence in order to implement a policy of ethnic cleansing.
All right, that's Jonathan Pollock. He's an activist who was harvesting olives.
Okay, here's the major story.
Outside the home of the woman at the centre of an Israeli national scandal, protesters shout traitor and shame. Less than a week ago, Yifat Tomer Yerushalmi was the Israeli military's top lawyer, but now she's lost both her IDF career and liberty after admitting she was the one behind a leak of footage from inside a...
Okay, so I like how when you have these international aid organizations that call out Israel, it's like, hey, they're attacking people that work for our aid organizations, and we're witnessing all these atrocities. Well, they're just these agencies that are corrupted by the Illuminati reptilians. When you look at data, like intelligence presented by some of the world's leading governments or military powers, whether they're allies of Israel, like Britain, France, the US, or I guess enemies or neutral parties like China or Japan, it's like, well, they're all full of shit. Their intelligence agencies just don't have accurate intel, or it's the Illuminati reptilians corrupting the data. When you talk to military experts, and they point to the fact that, yeah, they have resources to combat Hamas in a way that doesn't result in nearly as much destruction and casualties. Well, they're experts, so what the fuck do they know? But what happens when you have whistleblowers from the IDF and the US military? I mean, I don't know. It seems like everywhere you look, whether it's an academic source, a government source, a journalistic source, from some international aid organization, or from people within the IDF itself, it seems like all of the data kind of shows that war crimes are being committed. But do you think it's just all a coincidence?
Always a
She's a Hamas sleeper agent. There you go.
Controversial detention centre. The former military advocate general sparked a manhunt on Sunday after going missing following her resignation. She claims not to remember portions of time from her disappearance, and police can't locate her phone for evidence. She's now been remanded in custody, accused of fraud and breach of trust, abuse of official power, obstruction of justice, and disclosure of information by a public official. The footage at the centre of the fallout at the top of the IDF appears to show soldiers taking a Palestinian detainee aside at Sedesman Detention Centre in July last year.
So, this is one of those areas where people will just argue that, yeah, all of them are Hamas because they're tamed. And it's just, well, I don't know. Based on their track record, I would say that there's a high possibility that a lot of these people aren't actual Hamas militants. I'm not going to say that none of them are. But also, whether they are Hamas militants, there's due process. So I think before they're vetted and everything, and they determine that, yes, they are indeed militants, I don't think that there should be any harm applied to them. And even if they committed acts of terrorism, I just think that, okay, execution, maybe. Holding them in some kind of prison where they don't violate their human rights and they abide by the Geneva Convention accords and everything, and they abide by all international policy. That's fine, but here I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's an Israeli soldier who commits a war crime or some Palestinian militant who commits a war crime. I don't think anybody deserves to be a victim of rape.
And using their riot gear to hide them allegedly sexually abusing the man. The former chief military prosecutor said she leaked the video to counter false propaganda against the army's law enforcement authorities. The soldiers allegedly involved were arrested by Tomer Yerushalmi's department, sparking protests outside the detention centre. Some of those in the crowd were MPs from the ruling coalition.
You have to understand the terrorists who raped, slaughtered,
Hey, what's ICE doing in Israel?
and abused our people. Found a new method, a whining like rats that some soldier touched them.
Just yesterday, the 5 soldiers who have been indicted for the assault held a press conference, bolstered by support from Prime Minister Netanyahu himself. They claim the leaked video means they won't get a fair trial.
We are fighters who need the backing of the government, the backing of the system. But
Won't get a fair trial. Well, here's the thing. Maybe it would be hard for them to get a fair trial through... Well, never mind. I was going to say maybe they should be charged in some international court by, like, the UN.
instead of a hug, we got accusations. Instead of thanks, we got silence. We will continue to fight for justice for ourselves, for our friends, for our families, for everyone who came out in uniform and defended our home. We will win.
A long-standing target of Israel's right wing, Tomer Yerushalmi's rapid fall has quickly emerged as a national scandal, overshadowing the video at the centre of the case. But it's not the first time accusations of this kind have been made. Over the last year, Channel 4 News has spoken to several detainees from Sedetaman who allege they...
Now, a year ago, we covered a story where they had them all strapped down to these beds wearing nothing but adult diapers. And they would just have them like blindfolded and confined in that sort of condition for just 24 hours a day. And then they also showed that in some of the facilities, they were taking batons and then putting condoms on them and then actually shoving them up certain parts of their body, gauging in some instrument rape. But do you think all that's fake news?
Sounds like some libtard propaganda if I've ever...
And I mean,
I
even
think
if
this is a
half
very
of-
monetizable podcast.
Yeah.
Who were physically...
Well, it's news and politics, so...
Well, yeah.
Sexually abused by IDF soldiers.
When you are bent over, they target your ass with a baton from behind, both the women and the men. Everything is focused there. The baton, with its thickness and made of iron.
Oh, there you go. I guess this is leaked footage from what we covered earlier.
When it's extended and inserted inside you, it feels like your brain is exploding.
Bodies of Palestinian detainees returned from Israel to Gaza as part of the recent peace deal also allegedly show signs of abuse, with some bearing marks of torture and execution. The release of the CCTV from this...
If somebody says, they're terrorists, right? Well, we don't know. Some of them could be. Some of them could not be terrorists. So it's just because they're detained doesn't mean they know whether or not they're Hamas affiliates. So that's why due process is important. And even if they are terrorists, two wrongs don't make a right.
Alleged incident has fueled an intense political backlash.
So, I mean, this is where if you have a school shooter and they're arrested and they're in prison, should it be... What if a prison guard did something like this? Would it be okay for them to take a baton and shove it, up their fucking anus? I mean...
No, it wouldn't be good to have a system that allows that either, because people who are sadistic and want to do that will just
they'll just do it to everybody.
It's just going to attract more of those type of people, which we have a problem with that with police.
They're the cracks in Israel between politicians and the judicial system, with the leak now seemingly a bigger priority to the government than the alleged crime itself.
I'm joined now by Yossi Meckelberg, who's a senior consulting fellow at Chatham House.
Tonight, everywhere you look, the destruction in Gaza is overwhelming. This is the Shujaiya neighborhood in ruins.
This is my first time visiting and seeing this destruction close up since the ceasefire.
Israel's military took journalists into Gaza on the condition that we not show the military facilities or faces of most military personnel. For what the
Why don't they want their faces
Wonder why that
shown?
is.
IDF said are security.
I don't know, the IDF and ICE seem to have a lot in common.
Reasons. The devastation can be seen from space. This was that neighborhood before October 7th, this after 2 years of war.
Do you think that's fake news? Do you think that those images are AI generated?
liberal AI generated.
Fiercest, loudest fighting of the war. Israeli forces withdrew.
It could be fabricated, therefore it is.
Part of the ceasefire. In the distance, that's Hamas-controlled territory. The IDF says Hamas is still firing on Israeli troops. You can see the shell casings from the IDF firing back.
From here, we've seen Hamas violate the agreement almost on a daily basis. Some days more than on a daily basis.
Both sides accuse each other of violating the peace deal, which is still holding. They took us to a fortified outpost over Shujaiya, where Hamas said it exhumed the body of Itai Hen, the last American hostage still in Gaza. His remains finally returned last night.
2 years of hell, 2 years of sleepless nights. We could finally say the sentence we've been waiting for. Itai is back home.
Elsewhere in Gaza, Palestinians living in the middle of the destruction. This man, a father of 9 kids. We can't afford food, he said. Without this soup kitchen, we wouldn't eat. Tonight, Hamas handed over the remains of what it said was another slain hostage, also exhumed in Shujaiya. Israelis say they're working to...
Game. Like, shit. Fucking 9 kids.
What's that?
So the dude needs better pullout. I'm just serious, dude. 9 kids. That's a lot of kids. Like, not only
Chad, we've talked about this before.
Yeah, dude needs to learn how to not get his chick pregnant every week. Like, holy
What?
shit.
What
Yeah,
if they're
9
willingly
kids.
having kids?
Every week.
That's a problem. If they
Chad,
can't-
so a lot of times in a lot of other countries, they might have a lot of kids because it's agriculture. So a lot of times if they're families that work in agriculture,
okay, I get that. Well,
so you
it's not
don't
working
know.
out so well
Well,
for
you don't
them.
know what their background is.
Yeah, you're right. You don't have to make fun of me though.
God, Chad.
Authorities in Israel have detained the Israeli military's top lawyer, a 2-star general, and accused her of leaking video that allegedly shows Israeli soldiers assaulting a
Only 2 stars.
Palestinian detainee. The general resigned on Friday, but then disappeared.
I don't know. The Israeli flag only has 1 star. So it seems, I don't know. She's more credible than the state as a whole.
Over the weekend, causing her family to report her missing.
Okay, that was a bad joke.
What the hell?
Here, I'll give myself the horn.
Nick Schifrin reports that her saga renews an intense debate about how the legal system treats Israeli soldiers and Palestinian detainees.
Oh,
Dude,
somebody
I'll say,
says,
I've never thought
I'm talking. They said, I can't eat, but hey, let's have more kids. The reason they can't eat currently is because this war and this genocide's been going on. I mean, I don't think before like this war took place, maybe they weren't having issues feeding their kids. You dumb fuck, but go ahead, Dirt.
I just wanted to say I never thought I'd live to see the day where John Morgan gives himself the horn. That's it.
I've done it a couple times.
He finally admits he's
Piece of
not
shit.
funny.
Give him
U.S. Lebanon detention camp. Alleged abuse caught on camera. It's July 2024, and Israeli soldiers forced a Palestinian prisoner into a corner. In footage aired on Israel's Channel 12 behind riot shields, the prisoner is allegedly sexually assaulted.
This one here is real cute. Yeah.
Well, okay, so being serious here.
The abuse goes on for several minutes. The footage has stunned Israel, in part because of its content, but also because of
Do you think this AI? Do you think this fabricated?
Source: Israel's top military lawyer, Major General Yafat Tomer Yerushalmi. The military advocate general was forced to resign on Friday and admitted to releasing the video. Today, she's under arrest, facing prosecution for obstruction of justice.
How do you think she's
obstruction.
How do you think she's going to be treated in prison or in confinement?
Fraud and abuse of office. This weekend, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called it a catastrophe.
The incident in State Daman caused immense damage to the image of the State of Israel and the IDF, to our soldiers.
Oh yeah, this is the only incident that's caused tremendous damage to your image.
This is perhaps the most severe public relations attack that the State of Israel has experienced since its establishment.
Well, to be fair, this is profoundly fucked up, but I wouldn't even say it's in like the top 100. And that's pretty bad.
Yeah, more speaks to what the top 100 is.
Soldiers were charged with abuse, but not sexual crimes. But it still prompted right-wing protests and demands they be released.
We're here to let everybody know nobody will touch our soldiers, our brothers in arms.
Tomer Yerushalmi says she released the video so the public would understand the seriousness of the charges. She has insisted that Israel benefits from abiding by the rule of law, as she said in September 2023.
Hey, Israel, they don't elect terrorists, so therefore, everything they do is diplomatic and is just.
Yeah, but by the way, they're punishing somebody who is using their power to enforce the rule of law and enforce the checks and balances. Who does that remind you of? What country does that remind you of? What government does that remind you of?
Canada.
Benefited by the aura, the protection the justice system provides it.
Yesterday, the reservist charged with abuse appeared in public and accused Tomer Yerushalmi of spoiling their case.
You've done a field trial on us in front of the cameras, as if you've already decided who's guilty. We will continue to fight for justice for ourselves, for everyone who came out in uniform and defended our home.
This weekend, Tomer Yerushalmi briefly went missing, and police found her abandoned car with a note. Police later found her on a beach, safe but in distress.
It's kind of a crisis for the for the rule of law in Israel and for the legal system in Israel.
Eran Shamir Borer is the director with the Israel Democracy Institute and served in the Military Advocate General's office for 20 years. He's now a colonel in the reserves.
Why is it a crisis today for the rule of law?
This is the body within the IDF which is in charge of enforcing the law within IDF ranks, both ensuring that IDF soldiers conduct themselves and the IDF conduct itself in a lawful manner, but also holding those that may have violated the law, hold them accountable. It's like the beacon of justice and truth within the IDF.
And how shocking is it?
And it's like in Vietnam, what was it? You had the My Lai catastrophe. Like, U.S. troops did a lot of really fucked up things in Vietnam. And the My Lai massacre was, they were in a village and they shot up an entire village. It was like a handful of U.S. soldiers. And it's just, they should be charged. They should be held accountable. I think they should go to prison for the rest of their lives. I believe they did, but I still don't believe if they were in prison, they should have batons shoved up their asses. What was it? It was Blackwater. I think it was in Iraq or Afghanistan. They did something
Great
similar.
People.
What's that?
Great people.
But I don't think they should have baton shoved up their fucking anus. I don't think Wagner, they've done fucked up shit. I don't think if they're charged for doing similar stuff, that they should have batons shoved up their fucking anus. I think that I don't know, when are we, like, how do you prove that the government and the system isn't as fucked up as the aggressors, as the people guilty of these transgressions?
That the military advocate general herself was behind this leak, and today that she's in detention.
It is very, very shocking. Running investigations against soldiers and holding soldiers accountable for misconduct in the midst of a war, in the midst of a very intense operation activity. It's not something that could be taken easily. What started as an act of holding soldiers accountable became like a whole public debate over the notion of rule of law and those representing it within IDF ranks.
Do you believe that there's any kind of systemic issue with the treatment of Palestinian detainees in military detention facilities?
Over the time, it kind of improved. Nowadays, much less detainees there. But it was at the beginning. I think it was kind of problematic. I don't ascribe, to the. I followed some of the critiques around the world. It's like Guantanamo, Israeli Guantanamo, or a black hole. I don't think this was an area of black hole. But definitely, Israel wasn't excelling in the way that it treated the detainees there at the first phase.
Somebody in the chat says, "I'm Arab Israeli. I love my country. People talk shit for their own agenda. Israel is a great pick for me to live. God save Israel." Well, I'm glad for you. I wish the best for Israel, but I wish the best for all fucking countries and everyone on the fucking planet. So, in the end, I know plenty of people are happy in America. There are fucked up parts of America, and there are parts of America where the quality of living is higher, but a lot of the fucked up things that the U.S. government does, the military does overseas, I don't condone. And things are complicated. So there can be elements of a country that are definitely worth praising, but then there can be elements of a country, especially policies and actions from their government or military, that are profoundly unethical and distasteful. So I think if you love your country, then you should want your country to improve, and you should want to hold corrupt politicians accountable, and you should want to hold people in your military who engage in war crimes accountable.
Critics of Israeli military actions and of Israel's occupation argue Tomer Yerushalmi is being prosecuted as a political tool.
Certainly what the Israeli right is trying to do now is to...
Somebody who is truly pro-Israel would probably agree with our coverage of it.
No, but if you don't 100% support one side, it must be you're completely pro the other side.
So is anyone who
there can't be any
essentially holds
nuance.
this government or the decision makers here to account to remind them that it's not worth doing that. They put a very clear price tag on speaking out.
Joel Carmel is a former Israeli soldier and the advocacy director of Breaking the Silence, a left-wing organization of former soldiers. He argues the real issue is not the video, it's the alleged abuse.
Detainees being made to sit cross-legged all day, every day in rows, not to move, not to speak.
Humanist equals gay. Wow, got him. What is it? Realism is based, anything else is gay. Okay.
Anyone who...
I don't know who they're arguing for against, but do you hate gay people? Are you like anti-gay?
Moves is made to stand up.
We like being realistic around here.
Heads for prolonged periods of time.
Somebody asked, what's the unemployment rate in the U.S.? It's around 5%.
A lot of people are referring to these as torture camps. At least 70 people came into State Iman alive.
Are you guys supporting Israel? No. We do not really like how Israel's gone about responding to the October 7th attacks at all. We think they've just engaged in
that's two
litany. What?
That's two October 7ths ago, John. That is not this last October 7th, but a whole nother October 7th ago.
That's what it's referred
What
to.
happened earlier
What?
is
That's like saying 9/11. It's like, that was like 29/11s ago.
And left.
Yeah, like 10
Which would be a funny way to put it, to be fair.
Plus, I think that this has been an ongoing issue for close to a century now. And I think that since the start of the issue, there's been lots of bad things that the Israeli state has done. Definitely a lot of their neighbors, like a lot of the Arab states, haven't done their best to make sure that things go in more of the right diplomatic sort of direction. But again, two wrongs don't make a right. And we think Israel throughout like the last century has pretty much done everything wrong it can do wrong when it comes to making the conflict between Israel and Palestine worse.
Things that really need.
That doesn't mean we think everything the other side has been doing is okay, and that doesn't mean we condone Hamas.
Be thoroughly investigated.
There's not a huge constituency, Joel, for the argument that you're making for breaking the silence in general in Israel. Why do you find it important to keep making these arguments, and do you believe that Israelis are listening?
No one likes a mirror being held up to them.
But anyway, it's 5:30 where I am. I am starting to get tired, and my butt's starting to hurt from too much sitting. So
your ass hurts.
Yeah, get to bed so I can watch football. Football.
Well, look, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the chat, but apparently we found some common ground with local troll Ivar. Apparently he was a troll all along, and he backed down. And he said, "Hey, I'm just here trolling, blah blah blah. Didn't want to make a scene." That's fine. Welcome, Ivar. Ivar the Brave. In fact, you are brave for admitting the fact that you are a troll, and your word meant nothing, and you're just here to stir the shit. We like when the shit gets stirred. So welcome to the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast.
Stir that shit.
Welcome to everyone else who may want to come along and stir the shit. That is the whole purpose of this podcast. Let's stir the shit together. Welcome aboard. Anyways, yeah, it's been a good one. This was a good one, John. We went like 4 hours. We did good.
Yeah,
we had, how many likes? We got like 100 subscribers. Well, welcome again to the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast. If you have not clicked the like or the subscribe to double tap and like the stream or subscribe to the stream, you will know the next time we go live. And you can talk all that much more shit to us again next week, probably.
Well, it is like 5 a.m. Probably won't go to bed for like a couple more hours. That means when I wake up, it is going to be evening. So then...
There we go.
Because it's going to be like Sunday night. We can stream throughout the night tonight, and then I can just transition into work. So I know I promised that a lot, but I will try to make up for missing. Did I miss 1 week or 2 weeks streams?
It's been 1 or 2.
Timmy tipped, I guess.
Oh,
Timmy tipped.
Yeah, what a cool guy. Check stream.
Timmy gave $10, dude. Timmy, thank you for your kind contribution. What does it say,
Timmy is
John?
the greatest.
What does it say, John? Did Timmy leave a message with his $10 contribution?
Going to recent events. Oh my God,
Thank you, Timmy.
StreamLabs.
Timmy, Tubby, Tim Tam, Tim Show. You're the fucking man.
TB Timmy, Tim Tam.
We do it for you guys.
Gene, you're fake news. Roast it. Zidane, you're a homo. Roast it. Shabisky, you stuck at Fortnite.
Nice.
Roast it. Dirt, your
I
hair
am a
is long
homo.
and girly. Roast it. See?
Fuck,
At
you
least
got me.
that shows we're not an echo chamber.
You got me.
Timmy, I'm about to
Got
go
me.
live. Save it for that. All right, we're ending the stream, guys. I'm gonna go live here in a second. We're over, Jane, right? I'm gonna go play Shroom
we're
and
good.
Gloom. It's gonna be the greatest. All right.